you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the woods. She'll never be back, just respect.
Hello and welcome to the LCS waiting room. We've got an empty chair, which hopefully will be filled in the coming minutes.
With my feet. Oh, I can't read.
Can't even read.
Okay, fine.
I don't know what's going on at the LCS today with the talent team, but everybody was late getting to set, except for Emily, because Emily's never late.
That was exactly on time.
You were late to read through this morning. Don't even start. Don't even start. You were late to read through. Zale's not here right now.
Yep.
Mark gets a pass because he's not doesn't have to be here right now.
Mark never gets
But I
a
was
pass.
told he might be joining us just because. We'll find out soon enough.
That's fair.
Let's get into it.
I'm here.
I said
on
you're the
time.
one. Yes, you're the one.
Yeah.
You're the one exception. There's
Nice.
always an exception to every rule, and Emily is that exception to the tardiness rule at the LCS. Let's get into it. It's week 3 of the LCS, and I wanted to start with a little topic that we have one really dedicated LCS fan. His name is Travis Gafford. And
is a strong word.
there is a story that
Travis.
he has.
LCS fan is also.
He's a very, very big LCS fan.
Okay.
There's been one specific story that our friend Travis has really, really keyed into.
What is it?
And it's that of
journalist, the
Mark's
famous
job
journalist
security. No, it's Mark's job security. He's been quite vocal about this throughout Twitter and everything. But he had a moment to talk to Spica all the way back in week 1 about some power rankings that Mark threw out. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's remind ourselves of how that broke down.
So what do you think it's a hot take that you guys will be top 5?
I mean, I don't think so. I saw some rankings, you know.
Oh, yeah, power
I've,
rankings, yeah.
I've seen some, like, someone put us at 7 or 9.
Okay.
Whoever that is, they should lose their job, man. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it wasn't me. I have not put any rankings out. Are you talking about Mark?
Hopefully not.
Are you talking about?
I mean, someone put 7 or 9. I saw that.
Because Mark's power rankings are on my channel, and I'm trying to remember where he placed you guys. I don't think it was top 5.
It was, I think Mark put us at 7. So, you know, hopefully he will eat his words. I mean, I definitely think we're top 5, at least.
And you think he should lose his job?
He should lose his job for putting us at 7. Like, what?
Like right now, or after it becomes clear that you guys are going to be top 5?
Not yet. I mean, maybe I'm, you know, maybe I should lose my job. You know, like, we don't know. We don't know
At the
yet.
end of the split,
Aha! Magic!
Hello.
Woo!
Just like that. The
That was-
moment we heard
that
about
was it.
Mark losing his job,
I was like, yeah.
oh, you're talking my language.
Well, I just loved how Spica was just targeting Mark and you slid under the radar.
Yeah.
Because Mark had them at 7, but you were the one who had them at 9.
Yeah, I did.
And Raz didn't get called out for it at all.
At the very end of the interview, he was like, I think it was Raz. I was like, don't let him know.
I think also too, this is just a lesson in like the power of perspective and like vocal persuasion, right? Because everybody has now been focused on Mark and not Raz in this.
Yeah.
But given the fact that Travis is so dedicated to following the story of Mark's job security, I had the team behind the scenes put in a little work. They crunched the numbers, and here we have a graph that shows the direct correlation between TSM's win percentage and Mark's job security. So as you can see, beginning of the split, as TSM is early losing games, hey, Mark's job security looking pretty good, right? They were 1 and 2 in the first week. That means 33% win percentage for TSM, still very healthy job security for Mark. But those two lines are converging quickly, Azale, and as we see,
a worrying trend.
the moment that they cross, it spells disaster for Mark.
Well, and the real question, and this is why I posted Travis, is, you know, do you really have to fire Mark? You know, do you have to wait until Spica just proves him to fire Mark?
That's a good
You know,
point.
is that a prerequisite here?
I really don't feel like that's the case.
You know, what's stopping us, really?
See, I like projections. Most corporations do layoffs based off projections. We should just...
It's a good point. So okay, so let me ask you this then. What is your projection for TSM? Does their line
Mark's
keep
job?
going up and to the right? And therefore, conversely, Mark's job. What's your prediction here? Should we just lay him off now? Is TSM going to continue winning?
Emily, I think you should answer this.
Oh, God. I don't want to be in charge of Mark's job, but
Well, TSM's in charge.
I think
You just tell me if they're going to win or not.
I think TSM are okay. They have the chance to be better. I think they're all right now.
Okay
It's
is a
the
passing
most,
grade.
The most
Very
lukewarm
couched.
take,
Yeah.
right? Like they're like 6.
I feel like they're going to keep winning more, right? Like
Yeah.
I think so.
I think that they are going to be a top 5 team. You know, that's like, I think I had them in my power rankings around 5th, and I think that that's around where they will get. To me, the biggest indicator of that has just been how well Spica, I think, has been playing individually, because I do think, you know, when he's in this level of form, he can get them a lot of wins, right? As the team starts to become more cohesive, can kind of work better with some of their players, I think they can look really good, because everything I've seen from Maple, especially in Champions Queue, like when he's moving around the map, he can be very, very successful. So if they can kind of unlock him, I think, to be moving around the map a little bit more in the LCS and working well with Spica, who's already playing incredibly well, I think this is a team that's going to be a threat.
Especially in the TL game, I think Mia really showed up on his Renata as well.
Yeah.
So just the players themselves are individually showing up as the weeks go on. So this team, 100%. After week 1, I was like, yeah, maybe I'm turning the 9 upside
Into
down
a
to 6.
6?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think 6th place.
You just rotate it
Exactly.
and move it up. Little
That's what it
Photoshop
was.
job.
Personally, that's my excuse.
I like
The
it.
Spider-Man meeting
That's
with
a
the
solid
glasses,
move.
you take off the glasses, you polish it up. You're like, that was a 6 the whole time.
The entire
Well,
time.
Either way, they're 2 and 3 now. We'll see if they can get those lines to touch by hitting at least 500 or better
Hope
with
they
the
can.
conclusion of this week 3. From there, we're moving on to the patch discussion. Week 3 means we jump to patch 12-12. This is a big one for a number of reasons. Obviously, Belveth is going to be the central focus, and we'll talk about Belveth rather in just a moment by handing things off to Azale. Before we talk about Belveth specifically, other things you want to take note of in this patch, Emily?
Seraphine got a buff, and she was already, let's just say, very strong in the current meta.
right
She
now.
busted.
Yeah. So that is kind of hilarious to me. And then additionally on this patch, I'd watch out for a Mumu. It's been played prior to this patch, actually, in other regions. Yeah. But I'm curious to see what people do with him, especially in the bot lane.
And against Zeri in particular, right? Because he has flat damage reduction and that like reduces all of the individual bullets that are coming out from Zeri. So I have seen it as kind of an answer. I've even seen instead of Senna TK, I've seen some Senna and Mumu popping up in some of those style of lanes, which I do think can be pretty effective. And Bel'Veth is super strong. So I think we're definitely going to see it at least banned a lot.
Yeah, and for specifically Viego getting a nerf, I don't think it's nearly enough for it to be unseat for being a first pick or like a response to the Wukong. But I do think we're seeing gradual hits to the champion again and again. This one of the biggest ones was the fact that you actually can't buffer your E with W for it to be invisible. So like things like this actually make it so it's harder to gank certain situations. So things like this just to watch out for the next few patches. Because if a champion just consistently gets beaten up, especially Lucian, I think it was the base damage on Lucian as well, then it's like, okay, at some point people are going to start seeing value in other champion and the jungle diversity is going to be larger.
I'm very sorry because this is a total tangent, but Azael, I'm getting flashbacks to our normal games last night in seeing the Yorick up there on that list.
Yorick.
And for all the buffs that Yorick got,
I was the Yorick. It wasn't a good game.
it wasn't a good game.
It was a very poor game.
I think last night,
fact.
Azael and I lost the 3 fastest normal games I
Yeah, they were all,
we
like,
surrendered.
instant FF.
We surrendered. We FF'd all of them as quickly as possible.
God.
They were
That's
no one was playing well.
Every game was a disaster.
Every game was a disaster. Most of them
We were all
was
terrible.
due to an Alawi on the other team absolutely
God.
Yeah.
murking all of us.
Yeah, those were some of the
pain.
worst games I've played.
Yeah. Sorry to bring
Wow.
that back. I just saw York and I was getting flashbacks to me trying to gank that Alawi and us just getting obliterated from the grave.
Yorick, I actually think unironically is a good pick and has been a good pick for a long time, but very situationally. But because we never see it, I don't talk about it anymore because I just don't think pros are really willing to put in the time because it's so niche. But Yorick has been a really good answer to Jace for like forever. It's actually a really strong matchup into Jace. It's a good matchup into GP as well. 2 common blind picks in pro, but that has not changed for years, and no one plays it. So, I mean, I would love, like, Dokla played Yorick back in the day when he
Way
was
back,
Optic.
yeah.
So I would love if someone like him were willing to actually crack it out in these situational matchups, because even if you bring it out once or twice, people cannot, like, just blind pick with reckless abandon against you.
Yeah, I'm looking at him or Bwippo maybe.
Bwippo could
Maybe to
definitely
pull
do
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
love to see
already
Pros all
played.
think Yorick sucks.
It was already played once in Academy. It was like a few weeks back. So like the fact that the champion is like willingly played by a top laner is already
Willingly. Well, we don't know what sort of
Alright, that's
coercion
true.
was going on there. The coach grabs his arm. You will pick Yorick. Click it. Click the button. It's like crying.
Oh, I can't believe I'm playing the champion as he's
Willingly.
stomping lane.
Now the biggest piece of the patch, and that, of course, is the introduction of Bel'Veth into the champion pool. Emily, I'm going to toss things over to you. There's a lot of questions about whether or not we'll even see Bel'Veth get played, let alone what to expect if and when she does hit the Rift.
Yeah, so I have a really cool, fun telestrator from Academy.
I feel like I need a real
And
big gangster lean here
it was funny because we were in our pre-show meetings. Raz and I had been talking about how OP Bel'Veth is specifically around Herald. So I actually want to bump it to Azael after this to go over the champion and kind of what she does. But with this, I'm going to be talking about how OP she is in competitive, especially around Rift. And we're going to be paying attention to what people are calling the fishies or her little minions. Because with Herald, she is absolutely bonkers. So Rosethorn, this is from the first Academy game she's played in. He's gonna proxy the wave here. They're setting up for a Herald take here. And basically, because she's able to go in, put down her fish in a minute, they're gonna be able to get a ton of damage on this turret. Her main power spikes, in my opinion, are specifically, there the fish go down, around Herald, and in particular, she makes second Herald specifically, in my opinion, so much more valuable than it was previously. I'm gonna pause it here because you're going to see again, she's gonna be able to put all of these fish down to take the turret, and she's gonna come past this second Herald take. They're gonna be able to siege all the way to the inhib turret. and a fight is about to happen, but that's not what I want you to look at. What I want you to look at is just how her fish and this minion wave are going to just chunk this turret down. Because the fight happens, it's whatever, they end up coming out ahead, even though Rosethorn is actually going to end up dying here. But look, this turret is just gonna end up going down. And her, with sieging turrets, with the fish, it gives so much stronger priority on that second Herald, which I think is really important to consider in competitive. And it was just funny because Raz and I were talking about this exact thing.
Yeah.
And then the first Academy game I tune into, she's locked in and they take Herald with her really well using the fish.
It kind of reminds me almost of old Mordekaiser, where you kill the dragon and you get the dragon.
Oh,
right?
God.
It's like you have to stop Belveth from getting these things. It's actually so crazy. And Baron with Belveth feels like just GG because you can actually Baron and power the little fish or some of the less PC words that people are using for them. But it's like
Little fish.
Yeah, little fish.
Use those, yeah.
The funny thing is too, I think a lot of people don't realize that they actually spawn from your minions dying and from minions that just die in the area around you. It doesn't have to be that you last hit them, because I've heard a lot of Belveth players, even that I've been playing with, like, let me get the last hits, we need to spawn these. It's like, even your minions are giving you these things. So you can have a friggin' huge army of them, Baron empowered, and just crushing.
I was gonna say, even forgetting the Rift Herald, which I realize is very powerful. I've had a couple games against Belveth alone where they're just arriving to my turret with an army of 10 of those things, right? And it's ridiculous how much pressure they can put on in a siege.
And so at the end of the day, for the opposing team, like, you need to defend these pushes, these sieges, and it's really difficult to do so because you are locked out from engaging, because not only is she now having an endless push of her Voidlings and of the Rift Herald itself, but she is stat boosted, like beyond like absurdity. And of course, the 70% damage reduction that exists for her makes it so if you ever try to engage upon her, you have to just be flatly stronger. Numbers advantage or like being number even or whatever it may be is not enough. And so it's really annoying. That's why I was really triggered by the idea of Belveth, or at least that interaction with Rift Herald, because yeah, you have to fight it, you have to contest it. The idea of playing away from it is going to put you behind early.
Yeah, second Herald in particular, I think gets way more prio, and that's just because for people that are wondering, typically second Herald isn't as high prio. You're not going to be getting turret plates off of it. You typically, in my opinion, you should be dropping it mid to set up for a Drake take, actually, most of the time to help push mid. But this just makes it so you can siege and inhib really early if you want to. And then additionally, on the flip side, I do think the one thing that people have said, one way to kind of like counter her is if you do pick like a super fast clearing jungler, like I believe we saw Udyr in Academy, and it was successful enough. But on blue side specifically, with the access you have, it's just, you have to shut her down at those points. Otherwise, she just takes over the game.
My vote, pick Malzahar and let the Voidlings figure it out.
And Yorick.
And Yorick, a whole bunch of minions. Imagine them all on the same team. Oh my God!
Like
You wouldn't even need a minion wave to siege a turret anymore if you had all three of those champions on the same.
If it's ready to evolve, they just stand around the ring, you know?
And while we're at
Pretty
it.
funny. Meet me at the Baron Pit. We're having a Pokemon battle. Here's the real question: is are we going to see her this week? We've already seen her in Academy, so you okay? Ban list is the only place you expect to see her.
I think people will play into it at least once.
Okay.
But now there's so much information already with Academy and
LEC.
like LEC.
So your bet is 1 play, 1 win, banned until nerfed?
I think so.
Okay.
And it takes, and I think the challenge will always be certain junglers disrespecting others with like, do you think that he is a master at this champion? Because it's been out in so short notice.
So the question is, which of our junglers has the biggest ego?
Yes. Or which
All
one?
of them.
Yes.
Any of them, quite literally. Okay, well, I, for one, hope we get to see it today before it spends 100% of its time on the ban list. Let's take a look at the standings of the league, see how the teams sit entering week 3 of the split. It's CLG, Evil Geniuses, and Team Liquid Honda all atop the table at 4-1. 100 Thieves, Soul Control, 4th place at 3-2. A whole bunch of teams 2-3. Hot in Pursuit, Dignitas, Immortals, Progressive bringing up the rear. That takes us rather to our schedule for the day. It's TSM versus EG to kick things off. FlyQuest versus Dignitas will follow that before 100 Thieves and Team Liquid Honda take to the stage. Golden Guardians, Immortals, Progressive in Game 4 of the day.
And the main
we
event
close things
of
out.
the evening.
You calling Game 5 the main event?
Hell yeah!
Dude,
Sick game.
today is got a sweet slate of games, if I do say
Yeah.
so myself. For me, in particular, games 1, 3, 5 are all spectacular, and then I think game number 2 of the day is a little bit of a sleeper OP as well.
Yes.
I just think the score lines is going to make you shy away from thinking it could be a good game, but I think that could be a particularly competitive one.
It's a great competitive start to the split was one I've noticed. There's no like perfect team right now, and a lot of the teams that have started really poorly at the beginning, especially pointing out to Dignitas, had a pretty good week just last week. Nearly beating Cloud9, they should have beat them. That was actually pretty heartbreaking for them. And then nearly perfect gaming Immortals. I'm really interested in how they'll do versus FlyQuest, because it's really sad to see that Dignitas, really it felt like they made an upgrade and is actually slipping in the rankings quite drastically. So I don't want them to lose the strength that they had as a team fighting team for the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, my big concern with Dignitas has just been, does the meta suit them, right? Because I think they needed River to get them ahead early last split a lot to be able to win most of their games, and I just think that's way harder to do in the current meta, you know, with the durability update, with the stronger towers. So I'm interested to see if any of their carries can step up. I know Blue had a really good game last week, and I think they're going to need more of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think now on Dignitas, it's kind of shifted more towards mid-jungle, right?
Yeah.
Like Blue almost actually carried them
game.
to a victory in the Azir game. That was nuts. And then he was also playing really well in the game that they did win. Also, River, I know he knows how strong Belveth is because we interviewed him behind the scenes for some
insider info?
on-air. Yeah, so he might bring it out.
Spoilers.
We'll see.
And I mean,
If
at
it
this
gets
point,
through.
everyone
If it
is
gets through,
playing.
yeah.
Everyone's
Yeah.
playing Belveth, and so like. One thing that's certain, I remember when we were talking about them last split, like there is the joke when we threw their champions in their player portraits, right? Because like, oh yes, for River it's J4, for the bot lane it's Caitlyn Lux.
Lux.
Because if they get their composition at the time, they are going to play it, and that's what they were best at. But with the meta changing drastically, like they do need time to kind of assimilate.
Well, they got to
what
find it
being
again,
named
right?
play.
Yeah. Those
style and
champions
everything.
aren't necessarily top the table anymore, so it's about finding their winning strategy.
100%.
That, of course, comes game 2 of the day. Quick reminder for those of you at home that there will be no LCS next weekend. We're taking the week off, so just wanted to make
Going
sure.
on vacation?
I'm hitting you with it. I mean, all of us
Vacation?
are.
Wait, what?
Vacation?
Everyone,
Talking
every
about
single one of us
vacation. Talking about vacation.
has some
I don't know what
vacation.
that
Fans
is.
at home have vacation as well. But that's just a quick reminder. That's going to be the end of Waiting Room. Azale, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem.
Appreciate
Came
it,
in
my
late,
friend.
leave early.
Hey, that is the way to do it.
Baby.
That's the way to
Last one in, first
game in
one
the
out.
system.
Yeah.
Go figure. All right, that's it for Waiting Room. Let's kick off week 3 of the LCS.
I want it all. I want the best and nothing at all. I want it all. Give me this, give me that, give me more.
It is 2 versus 3. They're pushing for the win. The flank around behind from Inspired. He's coming to cut them off. Connor's got to be safe. Body slam, though. And he finds one. Takes the body. This is it. CLG are going to get everything. Oh, hold on. We got to look here. We're going to look for the... Whoa, the hop into the kick flash. Really beautifully done.
I enjoy playing against Closer. I also feel like he's one of those people when it really matters, he'll step up. And I think you've seen that time and time again.
I think he's a good jungler, but he's kind of boring. He picks triangle that is annoying me a lot.
You got a problem with me?
Hopefully, we will play something more spicy.
And I understand closer things, those champions are boring. If that's how I'm going to beat you, that's how I'm going to beat you.
Santorin's turned up. Goomba stomps him.
Potentially, CLG is a top 2 team now. It's hard to think about it.
CLG end week 2 in first place.
I think C9 have been looking pretty shaky. There's definitely weaknesses in their gameplay that you can exploit.
Well, Blabber's going in now. They might have some problems.
I'm definitely looking forward to jungling against Blabber. He's still one of the best junglers in the league, but he also hasn't been looking too hot recently.
I think that CLG didn't get lucky, but they won't keep winning, and they will eventually go from first down to 5th, 6th, where they belong.
Welcome back to the LCS, where you guessed it, we got another empty chair. Damn right.
We've already fired
Oh,
him?
never mind.
No.
You found a replacement for us. Thank you, Raz.
But like, we're supposed to have Mark, and we were talking about basically
What is
firing him
going
based
on?
off projections.
I think he heard Azale's strategy of come late, leave early.
Yes.
And probably was
All
like,
right.
oh, I'm gonna take a page out of that playbook. Also gonna come late, leave early. We'll get Mark's thoughts. Oh, there he is. He's walking into the studio right now. He'll get mic'd up. While he does that, let's
Fair.
dive into game 1 of the day. There's a lot of history here to talk about, and specifically when we take a look at the top lane, Impact and Huni. While both of these guys came to the LCS from different regions, they now stand tall amongst others as 2 of the perennial top laners, 2 of the best top laners this league has ever seen.
Well, damn. I mean,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to solo kill leaders, historically, a lot of the times, like, yeah, they've been here for a while. But no, that's just their personality as well. They are so good in lanes historically that a lot of the times, even from last week when we were looking at Impact, yeah, solo kills will happen with these individuals. And it's just so fun being able to see the longevity of both of these players.
It's so, it's weird because I feel like people don't talk about Impact enough in terms of, like, his carry potential and his longevity. People are like,
Yes.
oh yeah, he's stable. He can play weak side. He can play like tanks and bruisers and all this other stuff. And when you're going through all of these statistics throughout the 10 years of LCS, Impact is on like almost every single positive stat you can think of for a top laner.
Yes.
He's on all of them.
He's number 1. He's number 1 on every single one.
Who let
Kill.
you in the building?
Kills,
crazy.
solo kills, wins, assists, games played, and fastest
he
to
wants to do it
10K in a game. Mark, welcome to the show.
Made it.
Looking good, my friend.
Yep.
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Speak was trying to body block me on the way in. I got through him though.
What the heck, Speaka?
Yeah.
He's just trying to gatekeep you in all aspects of life now.
He's just trying to get
no.
my head early. I gotta say, when we were digging around for these stats, LCS 10, we're obviously just like looking into historical stuff.
Yeah.
The fact that Impact is this high up on literally every category, just number 1 across the board, I think people don't appreciate his history enough because there's still the world champion, which people see as the peak of his career, that you kind of like look past, what has been actually the vast majority of his career in North America here, where he is unchallenged the best top laner in LCS history.
Yeah.
It's not even close looking at these.
I mean, it makes sense, right? That obviously the first accolade people are going to mention is the World Championship. Rightfully so. But
Right.
to your point, as much as we look at other roles within the LCS, we go like, Bjergsen and Jensen, like the goats
Sneaky
of
and
the mid
double
lane. Sneaky and double. There's very rarely throughout our history been that same kind of conversation around top laners. And maybe in part because very few top laners actually come close to the level of Impact in a number of these categories, where he almost does seem to be a class above. You're looking at things like Darshan, still 1,000 assists below. 1,000 assists below. Still far behind in games played. Sure, Huni,
Almost
we know him
100
as a solo
wins.
kill leader, but Impact still got 50 more. Yeah, the all-time wins is 100 more than the next. It's like, it's absolutely nutty how much this guy has accomplished.
Yes, and it's based off of their ability to develop as players based off when their metas are changing constantly or the team situations changing. For Impact, it was Team Impulse, Team Liquid. Of course, on Evil Geniuses, the circumstances change, and he changes with it, right? Same with Huni, who people will forget about the days, even slightly, about like the fact that he's on Immortals. Immortals would love him right now, right? But I'm just talking about in general, like what he brought Huni as a carry. throughout his history and one known as Fnatic as well, right? These players, they're here for a reason. Well, instead of Huni, he's at the facility for a reason. But they are here in the league for a reason, and they will continue to be in the league for a reason because of how talented they are and how unmoving they are.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing to point out about Huni is like community perception is the opposite, right? So like where Impact, we're like, oh, he's super stable.
Yeah.
He's a weak side player, right? Like Huni, everyone's like, he's a carry. He can take over a game. And that's so interesting to me because in my mind, Huni is someone who also just does everything he can for his team, sometimes to the detriment of his own like wave and lane in topside. It used to be a huge problem for him early in his career, and he's evolved as a player. So he's still this kind of person who will try to do everything he can for his team. He works super well with Spica recently, and I think he, along with Speaker, kind of the two like rocks of TSM right now.
I also think he's the only person who can possibly catch Impact at all in the contention for top LCS player all time. I mean, Hanser and Darshan are obviously in that conversation as well, but Huni's still active, and he also took a lot of steps away from the North American scene where other people were playing here. He was in Europe initially, came to NA, went back to Korea, then came back to NA. So he's a world-traveling top laner who all of his stats, when you combine them across leagues, would actually put him in this contention. But this is just LCS stats. So he is hampered a little bit in these categories by how wide-traveled he is.
Well, both have absolutely stellar and storied careers, but today they go up against each other, and only one of them can get the dub. So the question remains, who will it be? Is it going to be TSM continuing to climb up and to the right and pushing Mark's job security down and to the right? Or is it going to be the other side of things here?
Show us the 3 EGs, please.
Yeah.
Really? Is that what you think?
We all know.
All right, Mark. By the way,
it
they
out.
don't know what each other's predictions are, but I'm curious. Show them all at once.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
we
Is
all
Mark
know.
correct?
We
Are
all
all of
know.
them going
1, 2,
to
3.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, wow.
Ah,
No
come
surprises
on. I was all
We are
excited.
boring.
Normally when they say, like, go to predictions, it means maybe there's something a little...
You think I'm
Well,
a high roller?
Now Spica can flame all of us
That's true.
together.
When they win?
That's true.
Yeah.
All
We're
right.
just setting up the
I'm on
story.
Spica's side. It seems like he has an undue amount of sway when it comes to us keeping our jobs at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and say TSM's going to take this one. As we head out to the arena, Global Vet Maple tells us which LCS laners he's got his eyes on. Check it out.
目前来说还没有全部的队伍都打过一轮嘛，所以还不清楚某些队的实力。但是目前来看的话，像比尔森啊、健身，还有99，他们的表现依旧很好，就是希望能够对到他们的时候，我也有出色的表现。
Hello and welcome for the opening day here of the next week of the LCS. I am Freak, that is Azael.
True.
What are we?
Good girl. I'll give you one.
Thank you very
Since
much.
we're going on vacation next week, I want to send you off.
I'll give you a break in week 4, don't worry about it. I think I got with Kobe tomorrow, so it's fine. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. Singed, unfortunately, you picked the wrong day for that message. He just got nerfed.
I feel like
every other week I'd have been down.
I feel like last time Impact played Singed was when he was on Cloud 9.
I think
for that reason also.
It was an Ornn counter pick.
Yeah.
Because the goop prevents Ornn's R2. And it was a really, really cool thing. We are out of the draft right now.
Impact's playing Sejuani, which is not what you wanted.
No, that is, those still, yeah, no, there's not really a lot similar there.
Slows stuff.
It does slow stuff. You got, if he goes Riley, she's already from the Freljord. Yeah, it's not really there. Lush Nami, of course, a incredibly premier pick. Seraphine, I would say, is the strongest champion in the game right now. Was banned away, I think intelligently so. Really only CLG had done that scouting. Almost every other team in the world was late on the Seraphine train. Now she's even stronger. People have caught up. She's going to be gone. Bel'Veth has been left open. Has been played a lot in LCS Academy, so we may see that in the draft later on.
It's also popping on my Champions queue a lot. I was actually expecting to get banned a ton because at least in Champions queue, you get to hear pros comms. They all seem to think it's pretty OP. Almost every single game, someone was like, "Come on, gotta ban Bel'Veth."
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see if it does actually come out. Of course, competitive is a different beast than Champions queue.
I didn't notice. Yeah, so Vulcan. Shout out to G2 who writes, yeah. I would like to point out, I saw Vulcan earlier today. I was coming through the kitchen, he came out of the bathroom, and I said hi, and he just walked past me. That's it. He didn't say hi back.
That's the story.
He said hello to me when I said hi to him today.
Yeah, well, he likes Canadians more than
We're
Americans.
both Canadian.
apparently.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen that he actually ratios literally 100% of Double O's tweets now? Anytime Double O tweets,
Oh, really?
he just ratios him, and it's just become this thing that like no matter what Double O tweets, Vulcan is there with the ratio.
This is ratio.
So now maybe Double O's just watching LCS today. He's even getting ratioed with the stream he's watching.
Yeah, go over here to the LCS.
There's no escape.
Stream. Yeah, you don't have to watch Double Lift anymore. All right, well, draft continues on through. Jinx at the table now as well. Evil Geniuses, by the way, have not played a Senna support game all year long. Spring Split, Summer Split, MSI hasn't happened here for Danny, so they're the ones who banned it out much earlier on. Aphelios at the table, just, 3 marksman ban, the Seraphine as well, which of course is very, very strong. EG do need a bot lane. Ezreal gone. We may see more like a Sivir or something as the Yuumi pairing.
Yeah, interesting. Jhin is another one that I always think of that has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. Zeri's gone, Ezreal's gone. Those are the two most obvious pairings. Can go a really different direction if they did want. As last pick, AD is very atypical, so it feels like they're doing something situational here. Trying to wait to see the entire draft before they do lock it in. Of course, a couple of top lane bans there to protect Impact Sejuani, banning out the Rumble, the GP. Those are the two, I think, biggest signature picks there for Huni. But it's looking like TSM is just going for a team fight, right? You have this hyperscaling mid laner, you have a dominant 2v2 bot, you're drafting a hyper tank up in that top lane. Lee Sin would be interesting, has fallen out of favor, I think, a fair bit recently, but it's always a staple in competitive play and does give them a little bit of power there in the earlier stages here to be able to scrap with someone like Viego, to be able to potentially attack bot side, and we maybe are going to get the Comet Leandry's MF again, because he brought out MF last week, I think it was, with the Comet, did the MF as the Mythic build, which I was a pretty big fan of.
Yeah, I think the only problem with this one would be you'd be very light on physical damage. May not want that with the Leandry's or the Luden's Corki, but I like this. So the Lee Sin, I think, says, okay, we're going to really, really turbo play through bottom side. Lucian Nami, one of the most premier bottom lanes out there. I feel like you're guaranteed to start the dragon stacking. And you get first 2 dragons, you are then given a license to AFK the game until you get to level 16 or in a Nazir. So that style I can see. Crush bot lane, shield top and mid somewhat, and we'll see if EG can attack that.
Yeah, it'll be a really interesting one. Mid feels pretty even. I do like the scaling on TSM side more for top lane. Bot, I do think, Yuumi is going to scale a lot better than the Nami. But it'll be interesting to see how that 2v2 does interact because, I agree, hey, if you go for the AP style, then maybe they're going to be low on physical damage, and maybe the Ornn is going to be too kind of difficult to deal with. Leandry's plus lethality is not going to punch through, a 3,000-4,000 HP Ornn very quickly, but maybe they feel that they can do enough as far as the poking and to really kind of dominate in that 2v2. And if you can beat the Lucian Nami 2v2 and you're the one stacking dragons, things can start to look really good for EG. So it will be very interesting, but that is already off the table. It is PTA, so I think he is just going to be going crit build, which is kind of, I think, makes a lot of sense going up against the Ornn.
Yeah, interesting to see. Obviously, Yuumi loves to be paired with champions who actually want to stack a core stat. If you're stacking attack damage or ability power as like your primary offensive output, because she gives you % more of the stat, right? So, Corki is kind of guy I was like, well, it's really just kind of about Luden's pop. It's more about the magic pen. Like, he's not really stacking a lot of raw AP or AD.
Yeah.
Misfortunately, if you're going for lethality build, that is kind of the look where you're actually just getting a lot of raw stats there. But we are on the Rift, and we'll see what the pairings end up looking like. TSM on the blue, Evil Geniuses on the red. EG hadn't dropped a game in 88 days, something around then. Dropped to CLG on Sunday. TSM hoping to live up to that mark and see if they can do it as well.
The butt wiggle on that Corki skin.
Great.
That's worth the price of admission right there.
It is. Thank you so much.
It's gonna be an interesting game. I do think most of the early game is just gonna be based around bot. There is the potential to go top anytime you have Sejuani paired with a melee. There is kill potential there. Easy to stack up the passive, so Huni will have to play with a little bit of respect. But I think it's more likely to just see farming mid, farming bot, rather farming mid, farming top, and then looking towards bot for more of that pressure.
I was about to malign Impact for not dancing with Huni, who kept jumping in and out of the brush like, hey man, come on, emo spam with me. Like, what's up, bud? And Impact's like, I'm gonna hide back. He's intimidated. That's what it is, okay? Bristle doesn't do well with Forge Gods kind of twerking out at her, so, Impact kind of backs off into the brushes. Don't worry about it. We're not having to deal with this one too much. We are into the lane. No leash bot side. Both junglers probably something like red Raptors and then downwards. And yeah, I think bot is still going to be a lot of attention.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note that EG is doing double exhaust. I've seen this more lately against Lucian lanes because Lucian is almost always going cleanse when they're expecting exhaust. They cleanse off one exhaust, then you can use the second one to just kind of instantly exhaust. because it is very much about these really aggressive trades, dashing in. And if Lucian dashes in aggressively, gets exhausted, cleanses, gets exhausted again, you're kind of stuck in. You can't get the E reset, you can't win that all in. Things can get pretty rough from there. As we see Jojo Pian taking a nice trade. Ignore the CS. The CS is bugged. Has been a lot of issues with the client lately, it feels like. But I'm sure that'll be able to get updated pretty soon.
Yeah, at least trade bugs gone.
Yeah,
as far as we can
that
tell.
is a plus.
That is a big plus. We don't
At
have
least today.
the 10-minute podcast while waiting on. Sadly, though, that means fewer audience games. Stay tuned. But, for now, nice sidestepping by Tactical. It's all looking good. But yeah, Corki's E at level 1 is pretty much the highest base damage skill, not named Flame Spitter. You just kind of auto-win every trade with that one. So.
As long as you can get the full thing out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But yeah, the theoretical damage there is quite high. Gonna look really good. And so we're trading back and forth, of course, until Ornn is level 3. Don't worry about that.
Fired early bot. They're not going to expect
this. Yeah, they got
this.
speed exhausted on me. He does not have the cleanse. Second exhaust for more slow. Straight up 2-on-2 kill. Tactical. No, not going to go for the flash follow, but 2-on-2, they just chunk Mia. And down goes the support. EG gets first blood.
So much credit deserved, by EG for the setup there, and also for Inspired doing something pretty atypical, because in this meta, it's been so much about 6-clamp clear, into scuttle, reset. No one is paying any respect to junglers these days, it feels like, at the pro level. So just bucking the trend there a little bit. He skips a couple camps. It's just a 3-camp gank, very fast down towards bot. He did Raptors, Red, Gromp, straight down to bot, skips 3 camps, and is able to get first blood for his MF.
I mean, it's the best thing about a Red Raptors Gromp to your strong side start. No one invades your Krugs that early. You're pretty much never going to reach there in time. And if he tries to go for your blue and wolves that are up, your strong side bot, the jungler just dies if he tries. So you get to cover everything. Yes, he's a camp behind. Oh no, but covers the engage really well. It's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mia could have potentially just flashed out, right? Or at the very least burned a flash, if Inspired was not here. Inspired, though, gets the flash off Tactical, allows them to get that kill onto Nami. Really nicely done. And they also knew that Lucian and Nami were not leashing, so Lee Sin is starting topside, which further reinforces the fact that you're not going to lose your Krugs for this, right? Lee Sin is clearing top to bot, so he's not going to be up there to actually take those Krugs away. And first blood that early on the MF, plus Summoner down for Tactical, is really concerning, because Lucian and Nami need to be able to play aggressive. That is the point of this. You talked about picking this lane to be able to stack dragons. So if Tactical has to play on the back foot now, well, it's going to change things up for TSM.
Yeah, it means they're going to have maybe a lack of pressure elsewhere. Now, topside is actually going to end up being plus CS for Huni. Has the, I would say, more scaling champion, and though he's down 2, there's 8 to farm. So Huni is comfortable with his lane right now, already forged his tier, so that'll be fun. He's actually going for a very much sit in lane forever kind of build. Enough mana to spam basically forever. Maple, despite the bad early trade, is holding on just fine, has to use back to lane, has gotten his first couple of items. And we get to watch the bot lane spike yet again. Now, TSM, of course, do have 3 summoners to the 1 of EG, so items have to do the heavy lifting here as Spica is around.
Yeah, just need to get that in, and once that actually gets to the tower, they're going to back off very likely. Look for a ward here. We'll see if they do place that down. So it's a pink over in the river, but you can tell that they're aware that there could be someone around, and Mia going to pop the sweeper here. So they're going to be able to clear out the pink, but this should give up the info that they could be in danger. But will they back off early enough?
Yeah, the ward is turned around. Looks like MF is going to be running away. Does have flash anyway. Top lane, good skirmish here by Impact. Huni actually out of health and mana right now. May have to burn his first teleport as, ooh, that's going to be a freeze maybe for Impact. I think it's going to crash the turret. So Impact, oh no, actually has it really well. So on the mini-map, that's going to look really good. They're nice. A 10th by Maple. Good reflex by Jojo, but still, good aggression by Maple. Nearly finds himself a kill.
Yeah, good read from Jojo, though. If you flash late there, you are dead. You can't flash after that. Spica would be in. You're going to be going down. I mean, Impact pushing out Huni, but of course he had TP'd back first, so not too big of a deal. Does get a little freeze. You can see the 3 melees from Red are dead, so just the grouping of the minions there denies 3 from Huni. We'll see if Impact wants to go aggressive, because he is ult right now.
Gonna find the first stun, good chunk right there. Could, yeah, all it would be like 500 more damage to ult auto.
It'd just be trying to get him back to base, basically.
Yeah.
Would be if you think it's worth that, right?
Yeah, but the guy has 2 stacks that are refillable, and ultimately, yeah, I wouldn't expect it to do much. So, still a decent trade, and good job. First Dragon actually belongs to EG. Not only do they initially win the lane against Lucian Nami, they get first blood, they get first Drake as well. We'll see how much more pressure comes out of the Misfortune lane, because, hey, Pickaxe and Ayumi feeling pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be interesting to see where he's going. Generally, when I see crit MF, it is Gale Force. It would be interesting to see if he'd go Kraken or anything like that, because it is beefier frontline with the Ornn. If he feels that he needs that additional stand and fire DPS, But I am expecting it to just be Gale Force because that seems to be kind of the tried and true that a lot of players are going for.
Yeah, I think there was a real choice here because on the one hand, yeah, okay, Ornn engage. You have no native ways getting out from Azir as well without burning your own flash, so there's a lot of reasons to have the dash. But you're still the guy killing the Ornn, and Kraken Slayer, like, nothing beats that item for that job, so it really depends. And he's like, no, I'm going to be safe, don't worry about it. I know I can play far enough back. Then DPS optimal is definitely Kraken, so I think it is a real choice. We'll see where he goes. If he gets a nice invade, that's well done. And that's going to be red steal.
It is always really interesting, right? Because there's multiple schools of thought. Oh, nice collapse here. Impact's waiting.
Initial stun is there, level 5. Speaking going to get hit up for a bit, and they're going to just chunk down Mia already. Knock up from 1, but Huni's going to get nothing else done with this one. Inspired. Of course, level 6 could almost find himself a kill. Won't be enough to kill off Speak, but still trading in with Huni pretty well. Goes for the ulti, decent damage. Stun not in range for Impact. It's so short range. And ultimately, yes, Huni will live.
Really good read from EG, though. It was a nice invade from Spica and Mia getting over there, but Impact was just waiting in the pit, knowing that they were actually going to come around. And there with the punish, the additional members get out, but they get a kill back, which is obviously very positive. And now going to go in here, try to look for a little bit more damage. Mia straight back to top was not expected.
Yeah, 3v1, so yeah, gonna flash away because Spica's E slow might have been enough to follow up with maybe a Q and a Q, like Warthog, a kick back, that would have been a kill, so Inspired forced to flash away to stay safe, but it is 1,000 gold lead still.
And Tactical is going to be losing on the bot side, right? They can actually potentially threaten to zone him off this a little bit. We'll see if they can deny any of the CS, because Mia went top, died, and then ran straight back top. Doesn't feel like they're comfortable to look for anything. If they were 6, I think they would actually try to potentially pull off a dive, but because they are not, they are going to play this a little bit more safely, but still some of that farm will be denied. You can see about a 10 CS advantage there, 11 at the end of things prior to this wave being soaked up. Right. So nice little edge for Danny on the bot side, plus the first blood means he's going to be a significant amount of gold up.
Speaking of Danny, I want to point out good little mechanics here. So when you're trying to attack someone under the turret, right? Tactical's on the turret, and turret has like 200 more range than pretty much any champion. Obviously more if you're melee, but turret has like a second and a half between shots. So if you wait until it just shoots a minion, you can auto Q and then drop aggro for the next shot comes in. Because you saw Danny did like 200 damage and then just didn't take a turret shot back. And that is timing the actual turret shot, saying, okay, here's my window, okay, back out. And you can do that every turret shot if you're paying attention, and that was good play. As a pro, yeah, you expect it, but for you at home as well, again, time it between the turret shots. As soon as it fires a minion, take your shot, walk back out, no repercussions.
Absolutely, and he's playing right on the edge, and the tower will kind of like acquire aggro on you. You get that little highlight, the little warning sound, but you can step right back out, as you say. Playing that very well, just trying to pressure as much as they can, as JoJo looks like he's going to get his first blue buff of the game. Mid lane, just kind of farming it out pretty easy. Early Hex Shrinker has become very standard for Corki. Some people do try to just skip it, go a little bit more greedy, and just try to rush towards Muramana and Manamune a little bit more fast. But I think because his flash was burned earlier, maybe felt, hey, I need to pay some respect over and still get this early Hex Shrinker.
Yeah, because the only real magic damage threat is the Azir, and Azir's not exactly lane bully, so I think there was credence to going for greed, but not a problem to say, no, we're going to make sure I don't get traded back.
And I will say later on, I do find Lucian Nami, like the burst, has a decent amount of magic damage with the Imperial Mandate and the Electrocute and the E-proc, so like there is going to be some value, you know, Ornn, etc. But definitely it's the vast majority of it is just
shots there, turning the blows back and forth. Keep in mind, of course, Yuumi has some passive health regen, so happy to take a few cooling shots there. Again, Danny gets the auto, drops aggro, no problem there. Again to Mia. And of course, MF has so much move speed, makes it even easier, and still just finding the shots in. 2 turret plates down to the bottom side. They did have Inspired waiting for a second. Wanted the root into the ulti. Could have meant the kill. Mia able to drop that one, but they could have more. Low health bars. Inspired does not go for an ulti kill. No flash. Could not find that one on Mia anyway. Nearly finding kills with the tower, but TSM survived.
Yeah, they do survive, but again, it's just slowly expanding this CS advantage. It was about 10, 11 earlier. Now it's, you know, another 4 or 5 in their favor. So looking pretty good down on that bot side, just trying to pressure them as much as possible. If you get a kill, it's a huge win. But even just the 9th of that farm is going to be nice.
Ornn! Tries his best. I'm just so glad to have y'all back. Thank you so much, by the way, tuning up. You sold all the tickets today and tomorrow, and I appreciate y'all. I want you to know that. But Ornn chants every time, all right? I want to hear it loud and proud next time we get the Ornn horn.
The Ornn horn is definitely one of the best sounds in the game. I really enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's very iconic. I feel like that was more like a walrus.
That's I'm not a voice actor or a special effects artist or a Foley artist.
True.
Yeah. Bam!
Not much of a caster on.
You know, on the list, casting's the best of them. The bar is set low. Second dragon claimed, the Inferno blazes, and Jojo Pyun just calmly walks back to the mid lane as he sees Maple. By the way, do you have an affinity for Maple just because you're Canadian?
Can't say. I haven't really thought about it too much.
Me either until exactly this moment.
Yeah.
But I'm like, while we're off topic.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Maple?
I mean, I think he's a fun player.
Great.
I feel like I have more of an aversion to him because of all the times he's beat us internationally than really positive because of his name.
Fair enough. All right, well, Midwave takes a bit of damage. Good job by TSM getting the first Herald. That is going to be an easy kill on tower if they get second Herald. Otherwise, honestly, a decent look later on.
Impact.
Oh, Impact goes for the flash stun. Oh, it's going to land for a bit more. Will they follow through? They don't want to go into Maple. He's a bit too tanky. Has ult, has flash. And Inspired would get a one-way trip into the turret and the ground. So stays back for now. Maple even saving his own flash, able to jump over.
Danny just didn't quite have his ultimate as well. So they will lose a plate for the roam. Nice little attempt there, though, from Impact. I like that he is being active with the ultimate. The first move over, intercepting Spica after his invade. Spica trying to get aggressive now. I'm not sure if Inspired actually saw that ward go down or not, but could have an idea that he's in the area. And Mia, again, being pretty active. Was quite active for them last week. Not someone that you expect to be as active when they're playing the Nami, though. Generally that pairing is all about the lane bullying. But I think because the early lane went bad, they no longer thought they could win 2v2. So they're saying, all right, you have a Yuumi. I'm just going to move around the map, and we'll try to get things done over there.
Yeah, I mean, they've at least seen, right? They still have a power point to play around, so it's not Lucian. They have a second champion, and yeah, I think it was really wise. I think it was very smart. Didn't amount to a ton, but it did mean that Herald, which obviously brought the gold lead down a little bit here. We move on 3 minutes. The next Drake shows up. EG actually stacking them relatively quickly. It'll be, 17 minutes and then 22 if they want to rush like a Dragon Soul. That is very, very fast. I think sub 25 is always just breakneck pace.
Yeah, and I think Infernal is really nice with their comp. They have a couple of easy ways to proc it. Obviously, the Corki rockets, the MFE, Vulcan playing the Yuumi. That's really easy with Prowling Projectile. So I do think they have a fair bit of poke that they can actually make use of that with. So I do expect TSM to try to fight at this next Dragon. They've all got their Mythics now except for support, which is kind of expected. So I'm going to be interested to see what the setup will look like. Also, I think JoJo's package won't be available because I do think he had it a little bit too close to this Dragon. So it should be a pretty good setup for TSM, all things considered.
All right, we'll see if it comes through then. Leandry's, of course, done. As we check the Mythics, it is double Kraken Slayer actually on both sides. There are some very tanky frontliners, and though Azir certainly has good single target sustained damage, it is still tactical going for the best auto attack damage you can go for here, less so for the assassination. That one, a little bit more surprising for me, just based compositionally, but again, still has a lot of value if he wants to, punch through the front line.
I feel like maybe he's going to think he has to kite back, right? He can't run through this Sejuani and the Viego. And if that's kind of your read, that, hey, I can't walk forward into Yuumi ult and MF ult and all this sort of stuff, I'm just going to hit front line anyway, then I think it does make some sense. And I did check in, Jojo Pyun's going to be about 30 seconds away from package when the Dragon does spawn, so should not have it for this fight unless for some reason it's very, very delayed. But both teams already getting quite active around the river here, trying to set up their vision. It is EG that has the vision advantage for now in that bottom side river. But Spica waiting around in the wings. You can see the little exclamation point appears over Inspired's head, so he knows that he is on vision in that side brush and not feeling confident to clear it out just yet.
Indeed. Minute 18 to go on the Drake. I want to shout out Maple. We had the FTX total gold graph a second ago. Second place in gold despite being against a first blood misfortune. He's actually farmed up incredibly well. Yes, was donated a turret plate thanks to the Herald charge from earlier, but has done a really, really good job of getting great numbers overall. And I mean, Azir is going to be the guy who wants gold the most on his team, so he's farmed really well. That's actually an incredibly important metric for TSM success in the mid game.
I mean, both the mid laners have a really fast clip of farm. I think we've just kind of gotten a little bit numb to how good people are at farming, because it's like, it's not 16 minutes, and by 16 minutes, both mid laners are going to have about 170 farm, right? So they're already well above the 10 CS per minute benchmark, which used to be considered very impressive. So farming really, really well here. Managing of camps, gonna be able to grab that first tower though. Solo gold for Jojo Pyun is a big deal.
Not quite good at back though, actually. Even the Corki was spotted down. Of course, the Zero's in the same spot. The 3-on-3 just dangerous enough. They will not knock down this turret. Top actually very low as well. I want to point out that Impact has gotten a decent amount done there. You can see in the minimap, it's the below 1/3 icon. Turrets do in fact tell you how low they are. Via minimap icon, 148 CS for both top laners. They spent more time scrapping. Second Herald is summoned. You hope you can kill it with auto attacks first. That way, Shelly will not hurt herself, but They're gonna say, you know what, screw it. Oh no, it's actually still stuck in the minions. They're gonna get nothing off the Herald. The Smite claims it. You hope he gets a second charge, or a second, charge of the Smite, and he should.
And it even kind of delayed them because TSM were trying to escort it in. So now they're starting up the Dragon, but they are a little bit late, and EG will have an opportunity to fight this. Oh, nice buffer.
Yeah, good W. It's gonna be flashback for Huni. There's a tidal wave for a little bit, and they claim the first Drake. Well done, TSM. Pretty well able to disengage, be able to shove him back as well. Well done again, TSM. Sure they lose Herald, but they get that Dragon off the map. And what about the mid lane, though, if they can answer it in time?
Yeah, EG just not able to find a way in. Inspired trying to zone them out a bit, but you can tell they're not actually going to commit towards that mid tower. They're sending JoJo up towards top to push that in, potentially look to attack that top lane tier 1. But a pretty good job for TSM. The Herald not getting a charge, which is unfortunate. Should have been a free tower for them. But at the very least, it does get them the inside track, and they're able to just burn down that Dragon very, very quickly. Stop the stacking there from EG.
Yep, and as soon as the objective is gone, Jojo Pin's like, all right, back up side, then I go. As you mentioned, package not available. It's probably one of their best ways in.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Sejuani is the only hard engage on this team, and Huni just did his job of like, I walk up, I press W, you stunned me, that's cool, flash safety, we're good. And outside of stunning and trying to actually punch through an armor stacking Ornn, there wasn't an engage. And it's like, well, package would be the other way to kind of separate that and make something kind of spicy happen, but as you mentioned, it was down.
Yeah, and I think it's also really important, you know, as these style of competitions, be first their own nice kick flash.
Forward hop kick flash, but will not land. And so flash safety is going to be enough. Even the red buff claim goes right back in. Danny, he's going to live, and Spica will not. 7th place may be your destiny after all. Inspired not going to find the target, though. Be careful. Gets right back in on Delusion, and it's going to continue on. Sejuani knocks down Mia, and Jojo Pen has a stopwatch for a minute. Will it be enough, though? Maybe going to come back in and flash of safety. Soldier's not going to have it happen, and TSM wanted the play. Spica almost got it, and they're going to get nothing. A 5-for-0 final at ace to EG.
EG's team fighting is too damn good. None of them go down. Clean ace there. Danny stayed around that whole time with no health, even waiting for the perfect moment there to go back in and help to kill off Maple. 1 exhaust is good, but 2 exhausts are better. Spica going back in, got baited by the exhaust, couldn't get the initial kill. And EG slink out of there with low health bars, but a massive gold advantage. They're going to be able to take this tower down. That puts the FTX gold advantage up to about 6K. And we have not yet crested the 20-minute mark. EG, man, their team fighting is just next level.
Yeah, oh man, what a really good fight. So let's watch this again. So close on the bubble from Mia.
Yeah.
He was able to flash, it doesn't matter where it was aimed, he could always have flashed that.
Yep, so he takes the Q back in, but the exhaust is there. Inspired is in the area. The ulti comes through. Look at this culling from Tactical, just barely misses the last bullet. Then Danny sidestepping the ulti on the top side. Tactical has gone very aggressive here. He flashed in, he already used the cleanse, so JoJo comes in, does get the kill. The Hex Trigger, though, and the perfect timing stopwatch, which was available, buys the time to get him out. He flashes over the wall. Vulcan is there with the heal, as Maple's committing to try to kill JoJo. Danny stayed around the entire time, biding his time, waiting for that moment to rejoin the fight. He comes in, helps to finish it off. You know, EG just playing to the very nice edge in that fight. You know, these players know their limits, and are using their cooldowns perfectly, and it's just got to be so frustrating for TSM. Both the EG carries a couple hit points away from dying. Could have meant such a difference in that fight. I mean, if Danny gets hit by one more tick of that culling and dies early, then maybe Maple can take over the end of the fight. Doesn't get killed off by Danny.
Right.
So it's such a big swing in fights like this, but now you look over, and Danny has 2 completed items. The Essence Reaver and this Kraken that early on is really, really frightening.
They're going to find mid-tier 2, so gold lead will grow back above 6,000 gold right here. Yeah, 6.2, and we know 115 till the Dragon comes up. I believe Jojo Pyun held on the package the whole time. Nice torch credit back, though. Bounty's rightfully on for this one, probably for several minutes. But question is, are TSM willing?
No.
And you can see, yeah, there's the on the way ping of top outer. I think TSM, in all cases, should always try to trade for top outer, and if EG play greedy, top tier 2 for a Dragon.
I mean, this is what I always think about, right? You just look at item completions, right? And you start looking at these kind of like key members. You know, even across the board here, you know, mid lane, of course, that is more at parity. But the item advantages are pretty significant across the board. It does become really, really problematic when the gold lead is showing itself in an extra completed item. That is where you are really kind of at your biggest deficit. So I don't think we're going to see them fight for it at all. We know that package is going to be available here for JoJo, so that's going to further reinforce the fact that they won't want to go for it. Also really do like this style of build when you are kind of the sole engage, as Sejuani is this game, where he's very high on CDR. The Frozen Heart, Lucidity Boots is going to have a relatively low cooldown on that ultimate. It's already down to 60 seconds, so you can definitely be pretty aggressive with it.
Oh, this is smart by EG, though. Actually, the incredible extra pressure on mid lane to say, hey, do you really want to react to losing an inhibitor? Because that could be the possibility here.
They're flanking. Look at the minimap. They're actually coming up.
Yeah, they're going for this play on a Maple, saying, you know, maybe not the people to control this one. A ward in the brush, and the blast looking for safety. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and stop everything possible. TSM wanted the cross map, EG park, and say, well, get Dragon when we want it. They're going to knock down Maple instead. Package for good nature.
They're going to go Baron.
The bounty. And yeah, actually, they can lose a Drake. Okay, cool. Hey, bounty still acquired. TSM, it was a bait and switch, but yes, the Baron claim is going to look even better.
Yeah, we'll see if TSM can do anything about it. The objective bounty is claimed. They do grab a second dragon. Looks like TSM is not even going to try to challenge here because they know JoJo didn't even spend the package. I think that is actually timed out, though.
No, he used it to kill
he used it. Oh, excuse
yeah, he
me.
did burn it.
So, you know, still paying respect, I guess, to all the other cooldowns that are remaining. You know, the ultimate from Yuumi, the ultimate from MF. They are going to give that up. TSM closing the gold lead a little bit because they do get the bounty, but of course the Baron is going to be very problematic and really help EG to push this game forward.
It's going to look pretty good. So unfortunate for TSM, but looks like it's not going their way. Evil Geniuses, the defending LCS champions, they got the Red Bull Baron buff. They're going to look for the power play here. It's probably going to be an inhibitor or more. Nothing else to take but the TSM base, so this question is how much the siege is going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they do have pretty good poke. They do have pretty good setup. You know, I don't think they're really looking at Dragon Soul as their win condition any longer. They are just kind of looking to continue to extend this gold advantage, push in, poke with the Corki, who now has that Luden's completed. Yuumi strapped onto him. Yes, you know, you're maybe not getting as much of an amp as some of the other champions do, but I still think Yuumi plus Corki is an incredibly strong combo because it allows Corki to position a lot more aggressively, knowing that he has the safety of the Yuumi attached to him, the speed up, the slowdown from the prowling projectile allows you to really chase people down, and if they try to engage, of course, you have the exhaust, you have the ulti for feel, so it just allows JoJo to really kind of push to the maximum here as far as the amount of poke, the amount of damage you can get out.
It'll be painful. Bot lane tier 2 under a bit of fire. So far not able to get up for,
oh my God.
Man. Yep, number 2, number 3, that's a dash backwards. I believe it wasn't a big one. Actually, I think it was. He can get away regardless. Gonna look pretty solid there. Bot lane tier 2 is gone. And we've got the push still going. Impact took over the mid lane. They're gonna shepherd the minions in. Pretty tanky thanks to the Baron buff. And well, still a minute 20 to go. 3,500 on the power play. Gonna keep that one going if they can.
Yeah, looking good so far. I mean, TSM are going to have to bring all their members down towards bot, but the tower is going down here pretty quickly, and in fact, just kind of playing bodyguard to these two carries.
The only unfortunate thing is you've got Danny relying on his flash as the disengage tool because he's 550 range, doesn't have really long-range turret shots or anything, so can only do so much in the face of an Azir.
Yep, and we'll see if they can sync up the waves. That's what they're really going to try to look for here, is try to have these two waves crashing at about the same time.
Yeah,
it is pretty close.
You see Impact's not hitting, everyone else is. They got the Ornhorn, and we're going to have a fight. Mean absolutely nothing, no stuns. Tactical cleanses, gets away, stays alive, back into the base. Mia a bit low, has to flash away, as he might have died to a bullet time, but here comes the rest of the push. Inspired dives, they're gonna look for one, and yes, then is Azir going down. A stopwatch for a second, Impact flash into safety. Turret back onto the cannon means that will fall without much issue. Elite Sin drops a 2 for 0. Tactical kills the wave and dies himself. 4 picked up, and Huni is on the run. It turns out TSM indeed will not end up anything like CLG. They cannot beat Evil Geniuses. EG continue the march. 26 minutes in. TSM may have claimed a Drake, they may have claimed 2, a Herald, a second, but not a single kill. No one on EG will fall. The turrets drop. TSM 2-4. Evil Geniuses temporarily alone in first place.
EG crushing today, looking so dominant, which with a comp that could have been this slow, methodical, late game style composition, they come out, they get aggressive here, closing it out in under 26 minutes here against TSM. EG bouncing back after the loss last week, looking so damn good here today. Really love the killer instinct to be able to kind of push the pace of the game, to be able to close that one out. Ratio on the forehead there for Vulcan is absolutely hilarious. But it really all came down to that one big team fight over by EG's jungle, by the Raptor Pit. EG again showcasing their skirmishing power. how good they are at coordinating as a team in these 5v5s, in these 3v3s. I think that is really where EG is head and shoulders above the rest of the league, is their team fights, is their skirmishes. They're able to showcase some real brilliance with that here today.
And the one unfortunate thing, a bit of an improper ratio, 12-0, does not really compute. Try it. Can't divide by that number. Still, though, pretty much immaculate for EG. Every objective they dropped was basically a trade. I would say first Dragon, that was just well played by TSM. I think they outplayed the setup from a deficit. Well done. They got the Herald setups. Those are good roams by Mia. Like, there were some glimmers of some good plays by TSM, but every single fight, far better on the EG side. Danny playing to the edge, right? Went for a more aggressive build like the Kraken Slayer. Had enough heal, the double exhaust. Sorry, couldn't quite finish the kill off. And yeah, every single team fight, just a complete, 100-0.
And it felt like the wheels kind of fall off pretty early. I think the pathing was really smart from Inspired. They take advantage of that early. As soon as MF got first blood, it felt like TSM kind of just bailed out of the 2v2 and Mia started to roam. And I think if you're going to draft Lucian Nami and you can't actually control bot side, then that was kind of TSM's plan for the early game, right? Like, I think that was basically their whole plan. You have Ornn and Azir, you're not planning on playing aggressively through them. So Lucian Nami are supposed to dominate, supposed to help you stack dragons. When that goes awry, TSM looked a little bit directionless. Wasn't a perfect game, but it was a shutout, a no-hitter, whatever you want to call it. Like, they got stomped.
Yeah, they got stomped. Nice try on the Heralds again. I think there was at least an okay pivot, but yeah, not nearly good enough, obviously. So we're going to be joining Emily and Danny for a Rising post-game interview. Check it out.
Hello, I am joined by the victorious Danny of Evil Geniuses. Thank you for joining me. One thing I really want to start in that, kind of obliteration of TSM that you guys just had was the bot lane focus, right? Because you had a really early gank from Inspired, and one thing that he had talked about is having better jungle to lane communication going into the split. So how's that been going, and how was that set up?
We've been working a lot on, I've been working a lot on my communication, specifically with Inspired and Vulcan, because for obvious reasons, they are the ones that interact with us the most. And I think because they play Lucian Nami, which is such a early game focused bot lane, like, it's really important to have like that communication skill and make sure that they don't just run away with the game because, they're playing Lucian Nami.
So as a also an MF enthusiast, I guess, you've brought out a few different builds in a few different situations. If you'd like to explain to people, I guess, when they should use which build and why.
Right. So I debuted my first MF game in LCS with a Comet build, Leandries. It was into a team that I couldn't really auto-attack as much, and that's why crit or lethality might have not been like the best option. So I chose to go for like a longer range E-poke build, and in this game I can actually hit them because they have Lucian, Ornn, and Lee Sin, which are mainly like melee kind of focused, and we also had Corki, which was nice to deal with the Azir. So just depends if you can auto-attack or not.
Nice. Absolutely makes sense. And then lastly, I think you specifically have talked about this, I guess on Twitter, your team has talked about it, in terms of having a slow ramp up through summer. Obviously that hasn't happened because you guys have been crushing it. So I guess just generally, how has the team still been recovering, having returned from MSI with such a tough schedule? And then what has been behind your overwhelming success?
For me, I think most of my success just came from trying to ease up my own schedule a little bit. I don't like grind a whole lot of League lately, but looking forward to like changing that after the break, the 1 week break that we get. It's just really nice to ease out after like such a strenuous schedule like MSI. So,
anything cool planned for the break?
Going home with my family.
Oh, awesome! Congrats, that's cool. Well, have a great time, seriously. Enjoy your time off. Thank you so much for joining me, your substitute interviewer for today. And on the other half of the break, we'll be back with the State Farm Analyst Desk to preview FlyQuest versus Dignitas.
What's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm. But these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. In this edition, we're going to be talking about shells. This was a concept that Skara and I of Players Fame always used to talk about back in the day, and it's a micro synergy within your team comp with 2 to 3 champions that gives you something to do in the game. So a really classic example is Renekton Elise in the top lane. It's super obnoxious. You have split damage types, so it's hard to itemize against. You can always get the shove. Your W from the Renekton sets up the Elise. They can also disjoint turret shots. There's so many little tools in this toolkit that allows them to make this dive happen. Now, what separates a shell from a team comp is it's not really defining how you're going to play out the entire game. They still have Ori and Vayne in this team composition, so it's more of a late game scaling team fight comp. But this allows you to have a proactive play in the early mid game that's going to define some of your strategy. And it fits around your team comp, hence the term shell. Classic other ones were like Rengar Orianna. The Rengar can always gank mid by stealthing in with the ball to deliver it to the rest of the team. You get to get these ganks off mid, blow flashes, and do stuff. So that brings me to today, and I want to talk about FlyQuest and one of the shells that they've kind of been abusing early on in the split. They have been incredible with Twitch and Yuumi. They were using that combination to get a submarine shell is what they were often called. You would have an Evelynn Shen, and one person would abuse the invisibility of the other. And that's kind of what the Yuumi does, able to ride the Twitch to set up some roots while the Twitch spray and prays, and you get all these pickoffs. And so Team Liquid identified that, watching how FlyQuest beat CLG the day before, and they're gonna ban out the Yuumi and say, haha, we've defeated your shell. But FlyQuest is not deterred, because there was another part of this composition that I think myself, Team Liquid, a lot of people were overlooking, which is the Wukong. And what this actually becomes is a double stealth pick-off composition. And it's very hard to play against because you never know when you're gonna be safe. So when you look at how it actually played out in the game, they were able to tear Team Liquid apart time and time again by making them think they're safer than they are. Here, Twitch is gonna come out of stealth, Han's gonna see him, he's gonna think, okay, I can walk up to the wave, Rakan is showing in the top brush, I will be able to be safe here. But flying out of the bottom corner comes a stealthed up Jose Diodo on Wukong, they get this knock up, they get the kill, Hans Sama gets obliterated because he was lulled into a false sense of security by seeing one of the invisible people. Next time around, you're gonna see it's a similar situation but reverse. Wukong is gonna show on this top ward right here, clearing out some vision. During this time, Hansan was like, okay, maybe I can think about walking up to this wave. Maybe I'll be safe. But this is when the other invisibility comes through. Twitch is gonna pop out way before he even gets close to the wave, start trying to murder him. Hans thinks he has a good escape, but it's gonna go right into the waiting arms of Wukong, who gets the second knockup. You saw Hans kind of trying to shoot, guessing where the invisible guy was, couldn't quite hit him, gets taken down. This was used by FlyQuest to find pickoff after pickoff after pickoff in this game. And while they didn't end up winning it, it showed some really heads-up drafting and how they can use this double stealth shell to tear teams apart. And hopefully we can get to see some more of that. Now, it's not just me who loves seeing Johnson on the Twitch. Afro had that thought as well. Let's go to him.
The Twitch pick? Yeah, it's just, good pick. A lot of teams picking into Zeri. You see it in LCK and stuff like that. Twitch just scales better. Longer range, as soon as he gets those items, like he's literally melting everybody. You saw in those fights, like everybody's just dying, And Johnson's, pretty confident on it. He loves playing that kind of stuff. He's like, the variety kind of player, wants to play a little bit of everything. And he has a lot more in store, just besides Twitch, but, Twitch just right now pretty broken, so.
I love how casual Afromu is about the threat that Twitch poses to all the rest of the teams, because he's not lying when he talks about hitting max items on that champion and how you just start kind of melting opposing team comps. But then to your point, Mark, I think it's very cool to kind of we all know that Twitch is capable of being a late game 6-item carry. That's the part we know. I think the part that's catching people off guard right now is, as you mentioned, the use of the stealth along with a couple other champion picks, and that's really catching teams off guard. And so far, FlyQuest, much like they were able to do in spring with the Jan at top, have found a little bit of a niche that's getting them victories.
It's also really cool to hear Afro talk about Johnson, just because, Johnson was one of the people who's like, I want Afro back on my team. They seem to get along really well together. They're both very trolly together. Yeah. If you ever listen to like Champ Q comms or anything like that. So it's really cool to see how well they're working together with these compositions, in particular the Twitch.
100%. And I mean, just like the point that you had mentioned, and the fact that you tied it into just the history of compositions in Season 3, Season 2, all that, where it's the same core identity, a lot of these comps that just live throughout. And so the fact that FlyQuest have found their core identity that is going to get banned now. We're going to have you. So like, good luck with that. As Johnson's is ripping through people on the Twitch, he's not going to have his hands on that.
I hope they don't get rid of it, because you can make the case he's the best Twitch in the LCS right now. I think he's not everyone's playing it, but in his hands, when he got ahead in that game, you could see him just all over the map, getting a bigger and bigger lead. And then when he falls behind, he's like, fine, I'll scale, I'll chill.
Well, and it's also been just kind of interesting to see one team, as you pointed out with Team Liquid, already trying to tack it to a degree. Yes, they got rid of the Yuumi and left a couple other things up. But I'm curious to see the evolution of how teams deal with the draft against FlyQuest specifically. We've got the game coming up in just a moment, so I do want to quickly touch on the Dignitas side of things, because they came alive just last week, finding their first win. Almost found 2, Raz, but the win that they did get came off the back of their mid laner in blue.
Yeah, that's why I don't want people sleeping on this play right here in blue, and also on Dignitas, because it was a 1-1 week on paper, but the way they had done that, going up against C9 and destroying them and then losing on the back half. It was a destruction up until they lost. The Coast Classic You know?
Did Scar just make another
Oh,
two
no.
Scar appearances in one
already
segment?
over.
It really
Exactly.
is.
He's getting too
10-year
much
history
airtime. F that
celebration
Scar
today.
dude.
Exactly. I love it.
Sorry, if anyone hasn't seen Players, that made no sense to you. Go watch Players, and that will
Anyway.
make that will make
Oh,
sense
yeah,
to you.
Don't watch it just for the shade. Anyways, and then of course the second game, that they near perfect game Immortals. So they are developing as a team very realistically. So this game is a lot more competitive in my mind than I would have expected coming into this week.
And it's a slight small shift from what we saw. This is a lot more mid-jungle focus than kind of the bot lane focus that we've been talking about previously with Dignitas. So now going forward, I hope that they continue that into more victories.
Yeah, both teams here hungry for wins heading into week number 3. Dignitas' Neo and Mabry, though, are more than ready for their opponents in week 3. Check it out.
Hey, I'm Mabry, the strategic coach for the Dignitas LCS team.
Hello guys, my name is Neo. I'm an ADC for Dignitas.
Well, Neo, you were playing the game, so why don't you tell us?
It's just the game is so easy for us now. The job is so easy. It's just farming, chilling in team fight, just win.
There you heard it, guys.
Again, next week, we against likewise the TSM. I think it should be easy for 2-0, easy down.
I think both games are winnable. I don't think we actually were able to beat FlyQuest last split, but we should definitely be able to do that. And versus TSM, I mean, Rivers versus Maple. We're also playing versus Pika, who's a good friend of mine, so it's always nice to win versus your friends.
Thank you guys for supporting us. I love you guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are still the Doug Duo. This hasn't changed. I want to point out Mabry used to play Academy level as Impactful, if any of you were watching the B-Leagues 6 years ago. That's who he was, AD carry player. Pretty good player overall, actually. But good to see him still around here. Strategic coach for Dignitas, and they're saying it's going to be a 2-0 week. All right, FlyQuest, the team they're looking to defeat here, 2-4. They would tie in the standings. See if they can happen, because, yeah, it was a stomp when we saw them last. On Sunday, they completely stomped Immortals, and so if that is the level of play, which I want to see out of this team, I think that is their ceiling, is like, I think they can play like a top 6 team, then, you know, I want to see them then beat FlyQuest.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, FlyQuest also had a good week last week, though. They took down CLG, you know, who was coming into this week tied for first, and they had a very long game against CL, which was pretty back and forth, so they were competitive against 2 of the best teams in the league. And they are going to be looking to continue that success here against Dignitas as well, who overall has had much more of a struggle. I was really impressed by Blue, not just in their win, but even in their loss last week, his Azir game. He like almost 1v9 that game. It was against C9, I want to say.
Yeah.
So really did step up big time. And I think Dignitas is going to need that. They have to have someone who's truly a threat and can create their own advantages because the meta is just not really lending itself towards a lot of early jungle action. And it was really them last split that were relying on River to kind of create advantages for their lanes, and then their lanes would be able to slam home the win. It was really very rare that we saw Dignitas kind of creating their own leads independent of their jungler. So in this new slower meta, that is more difficult to do. So either River needs to kind of buck the trend and try to go aggressive anyway to make something happen, or Dignitas has got to be able to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, so far leaving Gamston Island tends to not work too well for him. We get Corki hovered right away. Takui, I believe, hasn't played the champion yet this split. Year long, though, 4. So it would actually be it's actually currently his 4th most played champ of the year. So certainly well in his wheelhouse. Philip saying, this is what you want? It is? Okay, cool. And he's going to lock in Corki for his mid laner.
Yeah, not really showing their hand whatsoever. A lot of marksmen are up. You know, Lucian not banned out, Senna not banned out. 2 that are almost always taken off the table alongside the Zeri as well as the Kalista. Lucianami could be the option here for Bio and Neo. Seems like it would fit the style that they want to go towards. Ezreal Karma also up, so a lot of the premier duos are available, and will be interesting to see if we're going to get something, you know, like a Senna TK or a Zeri Yuumi to be able to answer. Twitch is also available, but I don't think you're going to want to play Twitch, you know, into the Lucian Nami. We heard Afro talking about it as kind of like, you know, it's an answer for them into the Zeri. A lot of pros just consider the Zeri Twitch lane to be a farm lane, where the Twitch lane just outscales.
Yeah.
Looking like it's likely to be Senna TK. I do think that there are some picks that are better than the TK at times, but we're not really seeing them. Most people are kind of defaulting towards that Tom.
Ooh! I actually would have liked to see it. Honestly, I think, as you mentioned, there are so many good other pairings with Senna. I think you can't ban them all as long as you're practiced as Afromu, but it is Senna TK here. Going to be their second play of this duo. so far this year. Split long, it'll be their first, but again, very, very powerful. And generally speaking, Tahm Kench can withstand that damage pretty well, and Zeta should be out of reach. So I actually like this lane as an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is quite strong. And if you draft Jarvan into the Tahm Kench, that kind of feels bad in my opinion. You know, you're looking to actually dunk and isolate someone. They are going to lock it in. This was kind of the River special in spring, where he was able to really run teams over with the Jarvan. That's why they got so many of the early wins, and then Jarvan just started getting banned against them all the time because he pretty much always won when he played it. We'll see if he's able to find that success here, but again, I mean, you ult onto the Senna, he's going to get devoured out of that by the Tahm Kench ultimate. Yep. You go onto the Corki, Corki's going to Valkyrie out of there. So we'll see what sort of action he is going to make happen. But so much of the Senna TK lanes to me is just the accuracy with Senna with the Q. If you can get those pass-through Qs that are both healing the Tahm Kench and consistently hitting your enemies, you can kind of stabilize or even win almost any matchup. So it really is up to Neo and Biofrost to avoid a lot of those so they can continue to stay aggressive and punish the TK every time he tries to step forward to farm.
The one time I remember seeing this lane matchup was week 2, day 1 of the LCS. Cloud9, Sven was actually ahead of the Lucian in CS, as like without lane intervention, it was just like their 2-on-2 was literally just better. And I would say they outscaled pretty hard because just like the best scaling support, close with Yuumi, but regardless, again, very, very good late game. And so you're happy with that one no matter what. So yeah, do you want to see what the lane looks like? This is, by the way, 6 unique champions in 6 games for blue. So is still going down the list right here. But yeah, largely aiming toward the early game, reminiscent of the TSM draft, right? Where it was this 1-2-3 with a Lee Sin, and it's all about early pressure. Vi off the table now.
And a lot of teams that actually do play that sort of style have been playing more early game or mid game, are going towards the Ahri. So I'd be interested to see if Ahri, is going to be a pick here for blue, or if they're going to be leaving that pick for last here and just blinding Gamsu. That has been what they've been doing, is mostly just blinding Gamsu and kind of leaving it on island, which I think fits the bill of what people were expecting from Gamsu, is that he's supposed to be Mr. Weak Side. But at the same time, I still think you need to give him some help, and I feel like Dignitas have really kind of bailed on him a little bit too hard at times.
Sure.
I think back to especially to their TL game where, very early stages, but he was doing fine in the 1v1 against Whippo, and he was just getting gank after gank after gank, and not even getting his wave reset, or a little help from that from River, which does make things very hard.
Interesting.
It is going to be blinding, well, no, not answering the mid, and then they're going to have 5th pick top here, which of course makes sense because Corki's already locked in, so you don't need to save your mid for last.
Yeah.
Feels like a little bit disjointed from what the rest of the team is.
Yeah, so you mentioned the early game. I looked at their drafts from last week where they looked a lot better than over in week 1, and it's like, okay, when they went against Immortals, Yasuo mid, he's like a 2-item spike champion.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of goes down from there, but like you're really happy on like Zeal, and you're really happy on 2 items, and like Gnar is like a pretty solid top lane over there, and like, yeah, you got a lot of early pressure, and they won really fast, right? The Cloud9 game, Gangplank, Volibear, Lucian Nami, like a lot of pretty early stuff there as well, so this is Dignitas taking a bit of a step back. Obviously, we'll see what pick number 5 is going to be. If it's going to be like an Ornn or something, they're really going to go full late. But yeah, Lucian, Nami, Jarvan is 3 points of early pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Xin on the other side, kind of answering some of that early aggression here.
Oh, this is really good.
Camille coming out from Philip.
Mordekaiser claps Camille, by the way. This is a great 1v1. And if she ever like ults someone else, you just like grab her and like turn off the ulti, basically.
Yeah, it's also a pretty nice interaction against Tahm Kench because Tahm Kench obviously cannot ult people out of that. So there are possibilities to go really well with that. But we'll see, how Philip is actually able to play this out against Gamsu. Gamsu has not been having the best time. Philip has not been the most dominant laner, but I will say, for this 19-year-old player, he's doing a lot better than I expected. A lot of people, I think, had very low expectations for him coming out of Academy because he was, rough, especially in lane in Academy. But he's been playing with quite a bit of confidence on the LCS stage, so I've been pleased to see that, and it's going to be fun to continue tracking his development. Right now, he is on Ignite TP, which does give you the ability to sometimes win out in these 1v1s, and Camille sometimes can go towards a little bit of MR, go towards Hex Shrinker, things like that, if you want to try to really prioritize the 1v1. But so much, I feel like, of these early matchups is, are you able to play well around your passive on Camille, and how many of the outer rings of the tactical sweep can you hit to be able to get the bonus damage and the healing on the return?
Right.
Because I agree, it requires kind of outplay and finesse from Camille to win out in this 1v1, where more just kind of is looking to walk you down.
Yeah, he's going to look really good. And I think he has so many good targets. The Xin Zhao can ult, and he's like, I'm immune to auto attacks outside the circle. It's like, that's cute. You're in the death realm. We're just going to go hit your front line now. Bye. And Mord wins that 1v1. Like, every single 1v1 in this one, he's gonna win. He'll beat Kench 1v1, he'll beat Senna on support 1v1, he'll beat Camille, he'll beat Xin Zhao. Corki maybe kites him with like a package or something, but every Mord ult is a good Mord ult and meaningfully affects the FlyQuest team. I think it's actually maybe the best 10th pick they could have gone for in this draft. I love it here. I think Gamsu is the player of the match for me. I think it'll be really exciting to see what he can do with it. We are, of course, on to the Rift, and we'll see if FlyQuest move up to 500 if they can beat Dignitas, or if Zig manages to tie around 6th place for the winner of Fly.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. You know, Mord, I've found in competitive can be pretty hit or miss. You know, Mord from ahead is really dominant. Mord from behind starts feeling really useless at times because, you know, if you can't win out in the Death Realm, then there's not a lot going for you.
I have fed a lot of Mordekaiser games. There's always someone you can 1v1. I mean, if you're having a really tragic game, okay, you can't, but it's like,
yeah,
I think I can fight Tom Kench.
I mean, you're not going to die to Tom Kench, but this is a farming Tom Kench. So I actually think if you're having a bad game, you just don't kill him during the Death Realm. Yeah. He's not going to kill you. You're just not going to kill him either.
At least you turn off his ulti. I'm not saying it's great, but at least you can do something.
Yeah, there's always something, of course, that you can do.
But yeah, you're right. You're a fighter. Without gold, you don't do your job very well.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that laning phase does go. You know, and if they want to play more towards him, right? If you're going to actually 5th pick this on red side, if you're going to try to get this matchup that you're feeling pretty comfortable with, we'll see how effectively River can play towards it, or if he doesn't want to anyway. You know, maybe they just leave him on an island and he just sits under his tower even with the Mordekaiser, right? Because they do have Lucian Nami on the other side of the map, which is generally where you're going to want to be playing towards. Neo and Biofrost are not leashing. River, of course, going to be starting his blue by himself, where Jose did get a leash there from the Senna TK. So we'll see if Neo and Bio can get an advantage in the 2v2 as a result of that.
Yeah, interesting. Jose Dieto actually didn't smite his red buff, actually just autoed it all the way down. I think that's generally incorrect. We saw from River, if your second camp is up, burn your smite. Level 1 is your lowest DPS point, so then smite doesn't scale in damage, right? So as a jungler, if your next camp is already alive, smite and get level 2, your DPS goes higher from there. He's smiting chickens, which, again, you know, not exactly as high DPS, but whatever. We check out the next part of this one is, yes, we get the T-tours of, you know, mid lane trading, top lane trading. Gamsu obviously does take the swipe back, but, you know, as long as he waits out Phil's passive, generally going to have pressure here.
Yep. But the wave is a little bit awkward for him, right? And he knows that Jose got leashed on bot side. So you know that Xin is actually clearing bot to top, which does make you a little bit nervous in this sort of situation where the wave is getting stalled out. Philip did actually a really good job as well of hitting all the tack sweeps. So he was, you know, holding that wave, cannot really fight for the push. But Jose not heading up there, and River is there to cover. So this is a nice little adjustment, not anything too complicated, but this is something that I've felt Dignitas has really failed to do, even just covering the minion wave reset, which can turn your lane from going really well into pretty much unplayable at times if you don't get the help you need from your jungler.
It looks like, actually, since River cut out Raptors from his camp, basically kind of sitting around, he's going to be a camp behind. They still may meet for this scuttle, and indeed they will, but Mordekaiser should have pressure. But there's still going to be a fight here. Smite is up for Jose. It's not for River. I'm surprised he even wanted to try. Tukui, yeah, I mean, this is always smited. I'm not sure what they're accomplishing. Is going to go jump in, get a slow, but River lost a ton of time. I understand covering top, but he's also just down 2 camps now.
Yeah, because he actually skipped the camp.
Oh, huge damage. Oh, he's almost dead.
Man, they didn't use the Ignite. That is definitely a mistake there. Bio did not use the Ignite. I'm not sure if he was actually not ever in range, but it feels like that should have been a kill there onto Aframu. Nearly was, but they don't get it, and he's just going to be able to TP back.
And the wave goes down, at least TP, yeah, keeps him safe, but that is the scary part about running teleport. We have seen it more and more, just like, I'll just run TP, it's fine, but that lack of a combat summoner really can matter. An exhaust, a cleanse, you know, a barrier, things like that can change the math. And yeah, if Bio had walked up for an Ignite, even a Flash Ignite, which, yeah, it feels weird, but that's just First Blood.
I mean, First Blood is just always worth it when you're playing in this sort of an aggressive lane as well. With the wave at the tower, it would mean Afro would miss out on all of that. They still do create a significant CS advantage, right? You know, they had a 2-wave advantage here on their first base. It means that the only buy for Afro is a Ruby Crystal and a health bot. Like, that is not a happy buy that he got there. On the other side, going to be feeling much better about what Neo is coming back with, and we'll see if they can kind of continue to put on that pressure here. If you can chunk him out one more time now with a TP missing, that is going to mean big things for the 2v2.
The wave getting pushed in. Nice little trades by Blue. Obviously wants to get his first strike on as often as possible. I think generally speaking, Victor has an easier time triggering that rune, and when you deal damage, you turn off your opponent's first strike. So
yeah,
may actually well be ahead. I'm gonna check actually first strike gold income so far, just because I'm very curious.
I mean,
Give me a second.
the laser is definitely a lot easier,
Yeah.
right? Corki generally is going to try to walk forward and just proc it with the Gatling gun, because even if you just get one tick of the Gatling gun on them, then yours is active and you can kind of try to trade back a little bit into it.
Interestingly, Corki's ahead. So 54 gold earned for the victor, 69. Nice for Tukui. It's low-hanging fruit. What do you want me to do? The number was there. I can't choose. Maybe the gold lead will grow by 200. We'll get the 2-hit. But yeah, Blue. Yeah, the recall is far enough away that Blue would take a full turret shot, maybe almost 2 if he wanted to stop the recall.
Yeah,
So,
and Tukui was never going to base anyway. That's why he doesn't actually go for it. Tukui has no TP, right? So there's no shot you base with like 3 waves right at your tower against a pre-6 Victor who has no items. I think if Blue thought it was a real base, you're willing to actually take a tower shot, right? If he's at like 20% HP or something, and you're like, you need this recall. But in that case, I think correct decision there from Blue to not step forward. But doing a good job just kind of harassing at the tower. Tukui, dead even in farm here, up just 1 CS. But Jose has the wraparound, and Blue could be in trouble because he has not been spotted.
Okay. But yeah, ultimately...
Reset. They don't know where J4 is.
Okay, shoving the wave, not a problem. This will be a pretty safe one. So Blue, how long are you willing to take this? Of course, Squid isn't more than enough, so you can always, Q and get a shield for a bit. The more you kite the melees, less they hit you. He's actually kind of letting melees hit him kind of at all times. But trims it down to about 3 minions. Should be able to recall off this. It's going to be pretty tight, but I believe he'll be okay with it.
Man, CS in bot lane is really concerning. TK against Lucian already is a pretty big gap. And we'll see how much they can actually harass him on these range minions. Up to top side, though, you're seeing fairly even overall. The Bramblevest rush, I think, is just kind of a nod towards the fact that it is both Jose and Philip, but I don't love the build. I don't actually think that the healing reduction is very useful whatsoever against Emil. It's like, what are you cutting? Tack sweep?
You're cutting Grasp.
Well, yeah.
And eventually Divine Sunder, which is always the build.
But like, who cares at this point in the game, right? I actually think like early Rylai's or rush towards Leeching Leer is way more powerful for your laning phase. So it does feel very defensive, but if his job is to just play weak side and he says, hey, I'm going to need this later on, then maybe I can understand the argument. But definitely not a fan. I'd even way prefer Tabbies, because I think Tabbies is super effective against the physical damage topside and also has use against Corki because it cuts a percentage of the auto attack damage.
Right, it'll work on his passive.
Exactly. So it's like Tabbies are just a really strong item in this game. Move speed is super important for Mord, and it would help keep you safe. But neither here nor there. It doesn't really affect too much, as Neo and Biofrost just going to sit back, knowing Jose wasn't that one side.
Huge damage. Blue gonna have to flash. Rocket's still on cooldown, but that was huge. Really well done by the FlyQuest mid laner. Blue forced out. Does not have TP, so yeah, shoving this wave ASAP, deny the farm.
Yeah, going to be able to deny at least a little bit. We'll see how much. If it's on a cannon wave, they won't be as bad for Blue. Nice little sidestep, though, from Philip. That's kind of how you have to play it. You really want to try to dodge as many of those claws as possible. That is where you really get punished if you get pulled back in, especially on your hook shot.
Yeah, so no cannon, so pretty much the entire wave will die to the tower. You save like 7 turret shots. If it is a cannon, you basically lose nothing. They're going to have some of it drop. I think most melees are gone, but it also gives them pressure with top lane pushed in. They still see Mord on the wave. This will be first Herald pretty much on the timer. A lot of that earned by the great trading out of the FlyQuest mid laner, but also just, solid winning out of Philip here as well. So FJ still gold, solid 200 lead for the Corki. Smart by Dig. They do have infinite bot lane pressure. They're able to trade back for a Drake. Probably still favors FlyQuest because one of these turrets has got to be getting low and will be a very meaningful crash from Shelly.
Does feel like the bot lane for FlyQuest has stabilized a little bit. The lead is not getting any worse at the very least there for Afro. It was up to about 50 CS. We'll see how many minions there are actually to collect. It looks like it's about even, so yeah, this is the real CS advantage right now. Watch this one more time. Just straight in. It's just Blue is out of mana. He's trying to reset the wave and just kind of gets caught and punished for that. When you're low on mana, you push out that wave so incredibly slow. It just means really a poor base timing generally from him. The wave state was not where he needed it to be, and rightfully so. Tukui goes right in on top of him, knowing there's no recourse for Blue, who now has no flash, could be in trouble.
Oh. Yeah, that could have been a lot of damage. Maybe a kill, I don't know, but yeah, close one all the same, able to sidestep. And we still sit at this very tight game. Gold nearly equal now. A huge farm lead momentarily, at least for the Mordekaiser. Still pretty solid for Lucian. The wave meets again with plus 19. Top lane, similar vote, but I believe there is still farm.
A massive wave.
Yeah, okay.
Massive wave for Philip. So we'll see,
It'll be like 6.
Yeah, well, or, if he can harass him on a lot of it and actually deny it, then it could be a pretty big deal. But is a good, I don't know, 12, 14 minions or whatever there, something like that, for him to collect. So should be able to trim that lead quite a bit. But was having to play pretty defensive, it felt like, for the last minute or two. Prior to that, have been just about dead even.
Oh, nice little trade right there. Johnson, of course, next time he cues anything, is going to get that all right back. Also very typical for Fleet to be the option, which is also some more sustain. If you get everyone in the auto, you get the full value of the heal. Jose walking through defensive wards. An aggressive one here, we'll see him, so now that's known. Nice double Q, that's a slow into a tongue lash. Jumps away from the eventual route, so no gank.
Yeah, good trading though, and I have to say, thus far, J4 not really been able to find much of anything in this early game, right? And if you're drafting Jarvan just to farm, I do like how the Zen scales a lot more. They do have the wraparound here. We'll see if they can find a play.
Gonna get much here after move. Gonna go for the W. He's not
nice.
done so. He chose to grieve for that escape, but that means no way out. First blood finally claimed in the 11th minute of the game.
Yeah, well played there. They get down to that bottom side. They do get the kill on Afro. You don't need to expend the ulti because from that situation, if he flashes, then you use the J4 ulti to follow, and that kill is pretty much guaranteed. Unfortunate, the first blood did not go to Neo, but still a good play here. And we'll see how much they can actually pressure back around mid lane as FlyQuest is closing in here on blue, wanting to put on a little bit of pressure. They're just going to crash the Herald here, get a bit of gold down as they have no minion wave.
Timed enough, though, that it will get stopped by the minions. It will actually charge him right away. Quirky, yeah, too much health to go for plate number 3. Would have loved to. It's always really nice when because Herald almost always does a little bit over 2,000. That's the minimum is 200, is 2,000 itself. So like, if you can get most way to the next plate, do an auto and then solo kill like plate number 3, you end up getting actually a lot of value that way. It's 320 to the mid laner in that case. Not the case here, though. And as the wave gets cleared back and forth, it is still that very small FlyQuest lead. The Herald crash basically making up for the first blood in bottom lane.
Yep. And we'll see where they're going to try to look to fight because for now, both teams pretty happy to play this early passive game. Lucian and Nami are expecting to continue to stack those dragons. They didn't take like a super fast first dragon by any means. Second one will be around 14 minutes. I'm expecting FlyQuest to probably look to challenge at dragon number 3. And if both teams are just continuing to play kind of at this sort of pace, that may be where we're going to look for that next big contest. Unless Dignitas can find more plays. Because I think it's beneficial for River with the early Mythic, just continue to look for ganks, to continue to try to look for those sort of plays. There's aren't that many to be found as, Quirky, Victor, there's not really a lot of gank setup from the Victor. On the bottom side, it's Johnson and Afro kind of playing mostly under their towers, and a dive is very difficult against that lane. So not a ton of options for him unless Camille's like really overextended or Tukoi's really overextended.
So wave goes down again to the bottom lane, 1 plate taken, and we still wait for the next big aggressive play, thankfully for Dignitas. The second Drake comes up soon. It feels like one with all the bot pressure should feel pretty good. Mythic is in for the Victor, which should even help that one. It feels like this should be pretty comfy. Leeching Lear still on a Divine Sunderer. And as the recalls come in, it is not Unleash Teleport. It'll be 20 seconds after the Drake spawns if they're looking for a ward TP. If the game can be delayed, Gamsu and Philip can TP in really spicy spots.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't really touch on with Mordekaiser is that it's really nice for objective takes. You just ult away the jungler. Your jungler finishes off that dragon. Makes it pretty much impossible to contest unless Jose builds a QSS, which I don't see him doing anytime soon whatsoever. So it is something to really keep in mind. That is going to make that a lot more complex. If FlyQuest do give up the first couple dragons, then start to challenge at 3. If Gamsu's there every time, well, that fight becomes a lot harder.
Well, looking though, you can see Philip has actually walked to mid lane. Of course, you can always TP back to top to take a wave as, yeah, Philip is here. He's getting rid of wards right now. Jose Dito spotting. So it is FlyQuest with all 5 in this river package on inventory. And they say, yep, you're giving it to us, right? This is ours. We don't care that we're on Scuttle right now. TP burned by the Camille, which
now
might mean
this.
That's too early then. Wait,
yeah.
Okay, that is such a disjoint. If they think they own it, just stick around, lose 100 gold, take a dragon. That is always worthwhile. So Philip, I don't know if the call was, never mind, we can't do it. I don't know, that felt weird.
No,
the ward was in base, he TPs away and they give up Drake.
No, they absolutely wanted to actually do that, for sure. Because Tukoi even picks up package, right? And they're first to make the move. They're first to actually release the dragon. But as soon as Camille TP's top and shows, they know that Gamsu can TP down and they have a 5v4 and they will lose that fight. So All of FlyQuest has to bail out. Takoi,
almost. Still really good damage. That package lands, that's Flash Force every time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the slow alone makes it just guaranteed that you're hitting the skill shots. The slow is so significant, plus the burn damage. But definitely a disjoint on the TPs. And that is something that I think Philip is going to have to work on, that I think he has struggled with over these last couple of weeks, is that his TPs are often late or not really on the same page with the rest of the team. I do think when you're coming to that LCS level, that's something that's going to get punished every single time. And it felt like, FlyQuest knew it as soon as he shows going top. Just didn't really have any opportunity to try to push for it.
Yeah, I understand maximizing, right? Trying to maximize income. Like, okay, cool, like, we still see more top. It's not unleashed yet. Like, that's okay. Like, he can't show up in time. And it's just like, yeah, the whole thing is just like, not quite there. 5 seconds difference, and they're fine. But yeah, definitely a mistake. Too bad. 2 Drakes now for Dignitas, as we have a relatively slow game. Just the 1 kill on the board. Second Herald up soon. The first one was killed basically on, oh, sorry, yeah, in inventory already. Sorry, Jose, I just watched him kill it. So second will be summoned soon. It will always kill mid turret. And the other turret's actually very low, so mid most likely the direction it goes.
Nice little sidesteps there from Philip. His movement has been pretty good, dodging out on a lot of these Qs and Es, as you definitely have to in this sort of a matchup. But Gamsu not willing to pull the trigger yet on the ultimate. Down on this bottom side is just Afro by himself. Johnson trying to get back up here, but with turret plates falling, this tower is just going down very, very quickly. I think they can just finish it, to be honest.
Yeah, they know Camille has no TP. I guess they don't see her. No, she's actually fighting with Mordecai, so yes, that's going to be 1. Then we've on a 2, a quick chomp for Afro to maybe spin him back out, gets some move speed. Lets him get away from the range, but yes, first turret claim. Gamsu actually takes the solo kill onto Philip.
Oh.
They knew top couldn't show, they knew mid was locked in, they go for the turret, they go for the kill. Meanwhile, Gamsu is crushing it up there.
Yeah, Dignitas winning out on both sides. They get that first tower bot. They get the solo kill top. We'll have to see exactly what went down with that. The ultimate on cooldown, so assuming he just uses hook shot, and then you ult him in and just try to run him down. Riftmaker complete with that. Gamsu is now going to be really, really strong. Has the tier 2 boots and the Bramble Vest above what Philip has, as they both have their mythics completed. So Dignitas cruising thus far, but the gold's still very, very even. Takoi has been outlaning blue, up a good 20 CS almost at this point. I mean, Takoi is farming ridiculously fast. He's going to hit 200 CS here right around 17 minutes.
Right. There's not enough minions, unfortunately, so it's going to be 199 at best, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
Not before 17. I mean, why even try?
What's the point?
Yeah, all my homies get 200 CS at 17 minutes, so. Sorry, Tafu,
yeah, all your homies combined. I've played.
Yeah, exactly. we got the 3 and 17 TF who's got 12. There's the ulti, just like, and you got nowhere to go.
Yeah, just kind of wanted to reset the wave. Very far up there. Gamsu just flashing in, finishing him off. Just nowhere to go, and that is the weakness of when you're not playing Flash on the Camille. Did not have the Flash for the mobility after that. The hookshot was used early. Trying again to reset this wave, but it's just such an awkward position for Philip to be in, and that's why Jose is up here.
Well, it goes for the dunk yet again. Gamsu should have the shield, as long as he can, but isn't enough damage. Oh, he pulls one in, but yes! Philip gets the kill. Jose drops Dagger with a flash at the end. A 2-for-1 kill topside.
Nice punish on the fact that the ultimate is down there from Gamsu, using Johnson's ult to help facilitate that dive. Now Gamsu, on his own, does get taken down. We'll see if Dignitas can get anything done on the other side of the map. For now, it just looks like it's going to be a little bit of push down on the bottom side. And Johnson not being answered right now, so he's just shoving this in. And they're trying to establish some line of vision here. You can see just moving in, getting a shallow line of vision there on the minimap, trying to potentially contest here at this red buff. As River has a smite, is in the area.
And if the red buff goes in, ooh, really close. Smite fight. I saw 92 health in that one, but it goes to Jose Diodo. No smite burned by River, but that is at least a buff secured. Gold very close between these teams. 2 Drakes, third one up soon. And Dignitas ready for that one here as well. Again, on pace for a sub 25-minute Dragon Soul. Package should be available.
But there's no vision at all for FlyQuest, right? Like, establishing their vision is such an important part of this. Philip does have TP. He's topside. Jose's going topside for a Scuttle. I'm not sure if they're actually going to contest. I kind of feel like they're not, given that Takoi looks like he does not have package yet. So Takoi is not sitting on his package. Philip's topside. I think they're just giving this one up. which feels a little bit surprising when they were willing to fight at second, but are not willing to fight at third. They will be able to trade that mid-tier 1 for sure for this because they're dropping Herald. And maybe take away some camps on top side, maybe try to then move up towards that top lane tier 1 and try to get 2 towers for the trade. But that is sole point here at 19 minutes for Dig.
So we'll go to the Corki though, plus 300 out of him now as we get to see the mid lane go in. Quick engage, they're in the front line. Ulti out of Jose Diodo, still buying a lot of time there. In goes Jarvan, Victor stunned for a second, but now Aftermove grabs him to safety. He's gonna be just fine. No engage, really, no kills to be found. Mid lane wave, and they're gonna cut off most of FlyQuest, so they get some load time with this turret. Philip, I mean, looking around the flank, but as long as Gamsu's holding ult, any flanker is immediately not threatening anymore, and that's gonna be turret falling, so well done. Dignitas, they already got first turret earlier on. They get the Uncut to Drake, and they trade back the objective that FlyQuest tried to cross. Here comes Philip, goes for the ulti, doesn't get much done, goes towards River, and there's the dunk back. It's gonna be Gamsu going for the solo kill. Package looks pretty solid, but not gonna get much of a kill. How much damage will Philip lose? Because he's down to 300. The re-engage comes across, and Gamsu's left alone. He survives long enough. Philip brings him back in for a 5v1 kill.
Nicely done. You know, getting the ult there from Gamsu. Is not able to actually burst down Philip, though, as you say, and then he's out of position as the rest of Dignitas was pushed back by that package it looked like from Takoi, and now straight onto the Baron. This feels like a risky one right on 20 minutes here. With a blue buff Victor around, they can push him off, but low health bars on Neo, no mana on Biofrost, and now Blue's getting chunked out.
Damn it, hits the Valkyrie away though.
Takoi's just
that bubble was
1v4.
close, okay. Holding him off for longer. I think he's still putting damage down. 140 health left on the red buff. 4k HP. River has a flag, he has a smite, he has an ult. He does have the way to steal it.
Expire.
But they're gonna flip. Jumps in way too low on the health. Oh, but Victor's in to make him even lower. A double kill so far. Jarvan drops and Jose still has the smite. Chukui able to get the last shot across. Baron is claimed. The 2-for-1 fight with a Baron, it ends up being the right play for FlyQuest.
Very scrappy stuff. Takoi making all the difference, it feels like, in these last couple plays. First, pushing back Dignitas away from Gamsu so they can isolate Gamsu and actually kill him off. And he had landed so much chunk that when Dig is coming over to try to contest here, he's literally 1v4 zoning, keeping them away from the dragon there. They're able to grab the dragon for themselves here as well. This is that initial play, much later on. In he goes. The ulti, it looked like over the wall, came back up for Blue. They're able to combo, get that double kill onto Blue, which was very big, but Jose stays alive, has the smite available, is able to secure the Baron for FlyQuest.
Yep.
And now we have to see how much more can they get with this, because the push is going to become very, very frightening. And Corki already on 2.5 items now.
Yeah.
His poke is really going to be ramping up.
2 minutes to go. Thankfully for Dignitas, the Baron buff will end before that climactic Drake spawns. But because of the Baron take, I think this Rebel Baron power play may well go positive, may find another tower for themselves, already at 1,500 gold on it. Want to see where they can go from there, but yeah, the items are coming through. Shadow Flame is indeed in for Blue. Finish it after the previous fight. Collector in for Neo, so we can really do some decent damage as long as you're not stacking armor, and realistically, few members of FlyQuest really are.
Yeah.
We'll see if he has it. Afro move's not going to look too great, but if he can actually hit Corki, it's going to be pretty happy for him.
Yeah. Afro is definitely not who you want to hit, and I think Jose's probably going to go Death Dance second. Already has Tabby, so he's going to have a bit of armor. But definitely if you can get towards those carries, it will be very effective. And Philip is on Merc Treads with no armor, so he's going to be taking quite a bit of damage from that as well. That is much more of like a 2-item spike build.
Yeah,
we've talked about this in the past. If you want to spike on 3, it's much more building towards like an LDR or PD or whatever, plus the IE. But this is a very strong 2-item power spike. And if that's the best you think you can do for this next dragon, that is huge.
Oh no, Blend hit. River's in a bad spot. Will respawn before the Drake does, but he's still going to lose his life. A quick Tom Kid ult for safety. Going to chomp in. Gamsu, not a whole lot to do. Saves the ulti, burns it last second. And now with some Xin Zhao stats, will just die at the end anyway. Good damage to the Victor, though. Still going to try for a little bit longer. But no, it's not going to look too good. Afram is still in the front line, has a shield. Tukui pushed away, but Blue's going to run out of HP, gets a quick stun. But is there enough going on? A root on the Neo. He's going to likely drop as well. Dives in. The double auto would have killed the Corki, but it's not going to happen. Team fight massive, 4-1 for FlyQuest. They opt into a losing fight, and it goes worse for Dignitas.
Yeah, it all fell apart there for Dig. The betrayal on the blast cone, it looked like, not sure who actually hit it, but sent River back in to die. And now they're getting so much on the tail end of this Baron buff. It looked like they had withstood the push here from FlyQuest, had kind of waited out that Baron, but all of a sudden, multiple towers drop. They get all the kills, all with the very end of that Baron buff. Now Corki at 3 items and pieces here. Let's see this one more time. All right, who hits this? Was this a misclick? He's trying to click Wolves?
Nope. Bio hit it. Bio autoed it before he even EQ'd over.
But why?
I don't, maybe a misclick, he wanted to move over?
Yeah, that has to be a misclick. I can't see any other reason for it. But so unfortunate for River. And so they're kind of just like forced into this fight, and now they've definitely got to try to fight this.
You hope they haven't bought, and I believe Tukui may actually not have bought since the previous fight.
He has, he's on 3 items.
Okay, well then good luck with this one. They're gonna try, of course. Mortal is down, Smite is up. If you win the Smite fight, suddenly get Dragon Soul, the game feels a lot closer. And it would be winnable. I would say Dragon Soul nearly ties the scoreboard.
Yeah, the poke is really what they have to deal with here. FlyQuest are not rushing it because they know that is the option for Dignitas. You know, they're just going to try to look to whittle you down with the Corki. We got to see how much they can hit.
But the longer they wait, the closer we get to Mort ulti and like a 100-0 Smite fight. So we're 5 seconds away from that reality where Dig is like, look, just burn this thing, all ult Xin Zhao, it's yours,
poke,
baby.
Man.
But yeah, that poke is going to hurt. How many will Dig lose on the way to Dragon is the question, or will they just get away? And it's like, yeah.
They just have to give it up.
Mort ult's up, but it's not going to happen. Out we go.
Yep.
I think it was a respectable attempt. I think FlyQuest played it correctly, though, as well. Good skill accuracy by Tukui. And it means that you can't go for the Mort ult into Jarvan dives it. So, well done. Crisis averted. 5 more minutes until Dignitas can try again for Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Tukui just kind of playing bodyguard there, you know, playing it really, really well. It is tough because I agree. If Dignitas were able to actually force that dragon down, you know, get the Mortal, it is their dragon. But the problem is they can't win the all-in fight. They're too far behind. So FlyQuest just never hit the dragon. Just wait until the health bars are so low that if Dignitas did try to force in, they would just get massacred and lose the game. So they are going to lose that dragon. They are still on 3. That is really their big hope in this game, is to try to find somehow, some way, that Dragon Soul to really eliminate a lot of the gold advantage. But if FlyQuest do not let them do it, they're getting further and further ahead here, looking to be in full control of this one. Nearly 6,000 gold ahead is the FTX gold advantage, 26 minutes in. And Corki has another 1,500 gold here in pocket, so may just go back and buy a Hex Shrinker, I would assume. It could be a QSS also, you know, pay attention to the Mord. Just say, hey, like, how could we possibly lose this? Maybe I get caught in a Mord ult and kind of get taken down, but it will instead be that Hex Shrinker as I kind of expected. Victor has been putting out a lot of damage, by far the strongest member over on the Dignitas side, so paying some respect to that long range.
We are on the way to a Nashor's Tooth here for Gamsu. So we won't have a lockdown champions. Still actually very partial to Rallies or even Demonic for damage. But if you can land the auto attacks, it'll be a lot. I think this actually is his best Jose Diodo or Tom Kench fighting item. And if you're going for Xin Zhao or Tom Kench, I think Nashor's probably does the best for you in that regard.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he does get those targets constantly, and then it'll look pretty good. If so, Blue gonna try to push in the mid wave now with his team. TP coming back in as Afremu is back with the squad. Pretty easy wave clear for the Ravenous Hydra Corki. Not gonna be a problem at all.
Yep, looking strong. 2 items now complete for Johnson on the Senna as well. As his Mythic through after the Umbral Glaive pit stop, as pretty much every Senna is liking to do these days. Just gives you so much additional vision control, right? When you have multiple sweepers plus the Umbral, it's really easy to choke out your opponents on the vision game when you're already ahead. So I'm going to be looking to continue playing towards this top side of the map, playing towards that Baron vision, which Dignitas needs to maintain some semblance of vision. That's why they have so much down in this section of the map. This quadrant becomes incredibly important when your opponents are playing for the Baron, because you need to be able to safely move forward to drop wards in the pit, and that is why FlyQuest is now encroaching into this area. Umbral Glaive popped, so they clear a couple of those shallow wards here, and are going to look to continue to do more. As Decoy is sitting on the package, they could potentially even just start up this Baron and try to dare Dignitas to come in while Decoy has package.
All right, well, onto the Raptors for a second there. Careful, EQ is down, but he's going to be fine. Looks like most of the farm went over. Blue Trinket popped because they weren't sure. Okay, they're not killing it yet, but are they killing it now?
They've got one more Blue Trinket. We'll see if that one's going to get popped here too.
And they are killing it now. So second Trinket popped, and now they have to try. Package, of course, is on. And you're going to look for the poke. Oh big damage onto River. He's not even allowed into his namesake right now, stuck in his own jungle. And now the TP is going to come in. They're going to try it for their best. Mordekaiser around package will burn this down rather quickly. 4K health, spotted again by the flag. They sit there at 2.5. It's getting really low. He's got to find his way in. Will there be a fight? Here comes a dive, and no one's going to be allowed in. It should be a smite claimed twice in a row. Now for Jose Diodo, a stopwatch buys a second. The 1-for-1 so far is... Oh, wow, yeah. Camille trades back with the Jarvan. The River drops. Shots look pretty good.
What is Corki like? What is that champion? That damage is insane.
Mid laner. A level 16 3-headed mid laner, a lot of poke, looking really good. Zoning out the squad, burns down the bear in a 1-for-1 team fight. At that point, by the way, walking faster than recalling, but Gamsu back into the base, and it's time to now start knocking down structures. Dragon Soul, not a threat, at least not yet. 1 minute to go. They are playing up. It is a 4v4. Baron buff on and all. They will knock down the inhibitor. They have time to reset and ensure that Ignitas will not find Dragon Soul.
You just don't miss. It's hitting everybody walking in there. That one rocket that did about half the health of Blue and Neo, there's just no way you can fight after that. They are getting punished so hard. And he's playing so confidently. He's not even needing the Tomcatch right next to him. He is walking in, playing very, very aggressively, had the package, daring Dignitas to try something. It's the same as the previous Baron setup. Like, one rocket there, almost 50% of River's health. He did go Frozen Heart, so he's low on HP, doesn't have any MR in the build. Then package back in here as it was about to expire, and just comes around and watch this rocket onto, oh my god. That is straight up half the health, more than half the health onto Neo, and almost half onto Blue. Philip then diving into the backline. Tukoi has a really nice W here to reposition, get the angle for the kill. It is traded back onto Philip, but just pushing them back. There's no way in for the Dignitas squad, and they cannot compete on this poke. It's again, though, time to flip it. I think you just commit to this.
Ulti. Get over to Jose Dioto. Where are you? Gotta get this one going down. River down a bit low. 2K health, 1700, 1400, 1900, and there we go. Objective bounty claim. Dragon Soul is on. Do Dignitas have to fight is the question now. Jose Dioto low. Over the wall. The chase down for Gamsu. Gets it with the Q. 4 versus 4, I do believe. Will there be the rest of it?
He's TPing in the base, though.
TPing into the base. Philip wants it. Senna goes down. Will there be a recall for safety? Blue's running for his life. But how can they stop the recall? Suku is there. He's gonna look for Gamsu. This should be an easy kill for him. Still out of the base. Philip at 200 health, but the turrets have left. An unstoppable Takui. They've got the Cork coming out as well. Nexus is there. Nexus to be attacked. And 2v0. They probably had it anyway. The Dragon Soul claimed, but the base belongs to FlyQuest 3-3.
An exciting end there from FlyQuest. Afro suiciding to stop the bases as the Soul Laners get to the Nexus. Finishing off Dignitas there. Another win on the board here. FlyQuest moving to 3-3. What a game, though, from Tukoi. It was so good on the Corki. It felt like start to finish, massive farm game early. But when it came to all these objectives, he was always winning out so heavily in the poke battles, was very, very accurate with the rockets. And at the later stages of the game, it just felt like Dignitas had no answer to this guy. They couldn't find the angles to get in on him. River as kind of the solo engage on the J4 was not able to really run in and make anything happen. And Dignitas just had no answers really to this Corgi that gets the 4 items, is dominating the 5v5, dominating the poke, choking them out so low, making a smart call to just end the game there with TPs.
Yeah, your only engagement was the Jarvan himself, and I mean, even without package, you can react to that one every single time. So yeah, playing on the edge was Tukoi. Really, really well done. 5-0-3 for the Frenchman in the mid lane. It looks definitely beautiful. 3-3 again, their record. And I mean, what else can you do but give him props for a well-played game? I know this game really flipped off of that one fight in the East jungle where the Flagger drag over to the blast plant, and it's like, the Dignitas chose to fight. Like, they could have let River die and just ran away.
Yeah.
And instead, they stuck around. It was a 4-for-1, and the gold went from like 400 to actually about 4,000 in the span of like what happened off that play, and then it was just like, well, good luck doing anything.
Yeah, that's obviously a really tough one, right? And those mistakes do happen, but I agree. Sometimes it's more important to just give up the one kill and kind of sacrifice that, try to keep your 4-man squad alive, keep those towers alive, because that really snowballed so much of the game. Here is this final fight one more time. I think Dig makes the right call to just force it, right? Yep. You need this to try to get any sort of an option. So the jungler's in the pit. They have the Mord ult onto Jose Dioto. They secure the objective bounty. Blue was getting a lot of damage out in this fight. It looked like it was potentially a winning fight, but then it's just a smart call here, from Philip. TP straight into the base. He had about 10% HP. I was thinking he was going to actually look to base and recall, TP back for the fight. Instead, he knows, I don't need any health to fight the towers. We just need to actually stop the ports there. Afro goes in, gives up his life, but he delays those recalls. There's no Baron recall, so it doesn't really matter. He's just walking into them to stop them. Yep. And then as soon as Tukoi cleaned up one more man, he joins with his TP as well, guaranteeing the win. So a smart finish there from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm curious, who identified it, who made the call? Because I know earlier on, like, the contest for Drake 3 was, I guess, a little bit fumbled. right? Where it's just like he just TPs away, but it's like, but we have package. We're gonna. Okay, never mind. I guess we're just gonna hop away from this one. But yeah, that call was really, really smart. So I am curious. I know we probably will hear from someone at some point. But I want to know if it was his own head or someone else's who got him into the base, because it was a game-winning play, and that's always good to see. Yeah, very good call. So now, as we head to our break, a new episode of Players just dropped on Paramount Plus. If you sign up for a free trial using the code PLAYERS, you'll be able to watch the full season as it releases week by week up through episode 10. Now let's check out a sneak peek, episode 6. See you soon.
The kids that we was making fun of in high school, they rock stars now. We were wrong. What blew my mind was when I found out that these dudes have sex.
It's true, Terry. Yeah, they probably do it like all the time. These guys can get it.
So I just want to say, welcome. You know, I'm glad you're here. You're making the right decision.
I love to hear that. Thank you for having us. Of course. It's a real opportunity.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Wonderful.
Knock, knock.
Hello, hi.
Hey, hi.
It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kyle. April has told me everything. Look,
What's up?
Take a look who's here.
Hi, cream cheese.
Hello.
Or,
How are you guys?
or should I say, can I call you Nut Milk?
Oh my God, an OG fan.
Look at that. Fugitive can survive no matter what happens now. But of course, I would love to go with the rich girl with dead parents because I think she gets us.
Welcome back to a wild assist of the week presented by State Farm. 100 Thieves were baiting Baron against Cloud9 and pounced on Berserker getting too curious. Sven quickly repositioned to Wild Growth Berserker, saving his carry and the team fight that led to Baron.
And they catch Berserker out. I asked the question and 100 Thieves deliver the answer, or do they? They try to go after C9, but it's Closer who's stuck in the stasis and punished. Fudge makes his way in and they're looking for even more.
They had us in game 5. They should have won that. So we got a bit lucky. They're 5 at Drake. They went there with Corki. Shen already ulted and can't like base anymore and match me. So I was like, what the f are they doing?
And it's probably one of the most, sad upper bracket finals I've ever played. It's kind of like we absolutely destroyed them the first 2 games, and then we managed to lose 3 in a row. And honestly, I felt like we were playing really good League of Legends the first 2 games. The next 3 games, I felt like we were playing really bad. And I also feel like they played pretty bad, so I didn't feel like anyone should be winners.
We pretty much got stomped, and then we woke up and beat them 3-0. So we have the edge over them, and we are carrying that momentum. I don't want to lose to them.
I think we were in a position to win game 5, but we just didn't execute in a few key moments.
Said that we should play like humans, and I think when we started doing that, game 3 and 4 was pretty easy, and then game 5 we go out with a banger, with a backdoor. It was a really fun series. I really enjoy playing against Team Liquid, and I think they're a good team with good team members, so I'm looking forward to our match.
I think we weren't really playing that well that day, and I don't think they were playing that well that day either, and yeah, it was funny because we both just got rolled by EG.
The truth. I absolutely love it. Welcome back to the LCS and State Farm Analyst Desk. We heard it from FBI. We heard it from Santorin as well. The last time these teams met, didn't really feel like either team was necessarily playing in a way that was deserving of a win. And ultimately, neither of them won when it came to facing off against EG for the Spring Split Finals. But these are really, really big teams, Mark. And ultimately, I think that just speaks to what the expectation was of both of them in Spring, that we kind of felt like it should have been the finals.
because them being like no one was playing well, that was a little hyperbolic. They were playing good, but they were trading blows back and forth. There were mistakes being made that they were all capitalizing on. I think that's why, to their own standard and kind of the standard the community has set for them, that that was not the cleanest series. And then you could see when a really clean team showed up, they rolled both of them.
Yeah, and also like the risks that were being taken. And that was the series where we saw, Team Liquid getting pretty damn confident, lock in the Lucian top, right? And then, of course, that was the tide turning where 100 Thieves, very famously, Closer just wanted to play the game. Guys, let's play like humans. Let's play the game, and they were able to take that series. So that's why I'm interested in this one. We always get a banger when it comes to these two teams going against each other.
Yeah, they both know each other so well, and I think I was the one who kind of cut this together, and I loved ending on FBI's point, because I think, to your point, Mark, no one really expected EG to come out and win Spring, right? Like, these were the two teams coming off of the previous summer finals where we're like, these two are going to be pretty much like locked in for a finals rematch. And that did not happen. Now they're going to be taking on each other again. And I think they're both not necessarily struggling with the expectations, but we've put a lot of expectations on them because of these rosters and because of what we know they can achieve.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about those expectations, and we'll start on the side of 100 Thieves again. This was the defending champions coming out of summer and into spring, and so for them to have fallen short, I think, again, it just starts the conversation around concern of, did they already peak and they'll never get it again?
I mean, the big thing, too, is that Cloud9 collapsed in spring, and they retooled their roster completely in the offseason. And a lot of us were like, okay, C9's going to have a slow start, and then it might be them and 100 Thieves battling it out. And the fact that they lost to C9 with only 3 days of practice together, with just the bot lane showing up, we expected 100 Thieves to be better than Cloud9 for a period of time, and they kind of it was like close for a little bit, and then they got taken apart.
Yeah, like Berserker's passport, their success was fast-tracked. The fact that Cloud9 was able to go so quickly. And yeah, it does put concerns on 100 Thieves. And for me, those concerns I kind of plainly put straight towards the mid lane. It has to be better than this, or in the early laning phase. And I know that Abadaga has been blind picking his picks. The counter picks have been something that, especially Jensen in the C9 series, was able to really pressure him. But it's just not looking good, and it makes it so if you look at the early stats for their team, like, they're falling behind in gold pretty consistently. And in the team fights, it's not working. So for 100 Thieves, my focus is on Abadaga and just seeing him be able to bounce back.
Does 100 Thieves live and die by Abadaga then? Because it seems like when we track them historically now, all the way back to summer last year, it was the Karma, into the Akali, and when he is hot, they look unbeatable. When he is not, that is generally when the team isn't performing, it feels like our conversation usually trends towards the mid lane.
I think it's an easy target, but it's not necessarily why, because I think there are a few other things. I know Jat has talked about this, and I spoke with him about it on his podcast, is that there have been a few like soft nerfs to the way that 100 Thieves played at their apex, which is last summer finals, right?
Yeah.
Where it's your hard diving, these turrets around cannon waves, especially bot. There was the Unleashed TP change where someday can no longer join them super early. And then additionally, the durability changes and the turret updates, I think have made it a lot more difficult to execute those dives. And now I don't think they're necessarily struggling. And I do think the ABBA point is valid. However, I don't think it's the only reason why we're like, they're looking a little bit shaky.
The thing is, I would look towards their last game versus C9, and the tipping point in that game was 100 Thieves doing a great job getting vision around objective versus C9 that was actually getting, like, was late to it. ABBA on the Azir steps forward way too much in mid lane, gets picked off by Blabber, 100 Thieves lose the fight. So if there is that clear weakness, that's why I want to really challenge him, because at least in week 1, his team fighting was great. That's why they got the win versus TSM. But now we're not even seeing that anymore. So that's for me is the struggle for them. Now I'm interested in seeing what Team Liquid is, because they have a similar concern.
Well, Team Liquid is where we're going next. A little bit of table setting before we dive into this tweet here as put out by Gil Hoto earlier in the week. This is a team that is absolutely star-studded.
Yes.
And it is no secret, this is a team that costs a lot of money. And by virtue of those two things, the expectations for this roster are through the roof. They already weren't met with a second-place spring finish. And that's not just me speaking. That's the players themselves being unhappy with their finish in spring. But Mark, when a team with this much expectation puts out a tweet like that following week 2 of the summer split, that causes me a little concern.
I got to agree. I mean, they were talking about how they need to be humbled early on after 1 week of beating some of the teams that are struggling in the bottom tables, no offense to Immortals and Dignitas. It wasn't like they just cleaned up all the playoff teams from last split and then were like, we're the best team in the world, and they had to get humbled. It's a surprise that the team needed an ego check so quickly. I know they were in Korea scrimming and were doing well in scrims apparently against a lot of the top teams in the world, but like that doesn't matter in a long split. Like why are you getting like an ego already after 1 split if they needed to get humbled? It was a very weird response other than just like, oh, we played bad. Like a we played bad tweet would feel less weird to me.
Yeah.
Like just having a bad weekend versus, oh, our egos were too big.
Yeah, I will say though that, you know, scrims are another thing that people just don't see. So if you're just like highly successful, winning all your scrims, and then of course like you have the week 1 that you do, and you're like getting confirmation bias that some of the picks that you have, like, yeah, this works. Yeah, Ezreal Bard into the Kalista lane makes a lot of sense. And theoretically, especially if you're able to get past the early laning phase. They didn't get past the early laning phase in that game, and it made it for an insanely tough game. And so like a lot of the times, this is something that I feel like Team Liquid in particular, some of the teams, even Evil Geniuses, because they're scrim gods as well, where it's like you have to check what your drafts look like, what your priorities are. Just because you're winning every game doesn't mean that the champions you are playing are necessarily good.
So I'm super glad you brought that up, because I think it's really interesting to track the way that they adapted in the previous split to the things that they're trying now, right?
Yeah.
Because this team came out and said week 1, after having a phenomenal week, like, we finally think we figured out how we want to play our play style. We want to be a more bot lane focused team, which I think we've absolutely seen. And I agree with them that optimally with the players they have, I think that is the kind of the default you should go to. But I think it's interesting because they would try out, and I remember specifically, I believe the FlyQuest game, where they would try out stuff like the Lucian top. There was a lot more like early game, like domination focused.
Yeah.
And then they would kind of slip up and struggle in the mid game to close those games out. And so now I think in trying to focus on like dominating the bot lane, maybe that and focusing around this early aggression is also something that they're now still trying to reconcile with the rest of their game.
I don't know. I mean, I hear what you guys are saying, and I agree strategically. You can, like, get confirmation bias and all that, but
Mark does not care.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, as a team, for your coach to tweet, we had, like, we needed to get humbled after 1 week.
I'm 100% with Mark on this one. That's the part that's concerning to me. I'm not even concerned that you
Your
dropped the
strategy,
game
you'll
to
figure
TSM.
it out.
That's the thing. I actually don't care about the loss. I think what's funny is that in response to the loss, it's like that you had to get humbled, as Mark is saying, week 2 off of a single loss. Like, what's going on with the fragility of, mentality there in the TL
Damn,
camp?
host coming in hot.
Well, I mean, like, what?
Fragile.
Come on.
right?
Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong about that, though. Is that not a little weird?
No, I think it's wrong. Just because, once again, every team will get checked after a strong first 2 weeks, right? And also strong practice period when they were in Korea. So if you have that level of success, you're going to get humbled in the early portions of the split. It's concerning if you get to week 7 and you are still not learning these.
Right, but it is week 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarifying the timeline there, which is why, again, I think it's a little strange. Either way, we'll see if TL has recovered from being humbled just last week in week 2 as we're ready up for this rematch here. There's blood in the water, and Team Liquid Honda are hunting for revenge.
Losing to 100 Thieves in that way it really hurt, because I've been to back-to-back finals, and then missing out when it felt like we should have been there again. That's something that stings, and that's why we're really making sure that this time we're gonna take it.
I definitely think that we're gonna win against 100 Thieves. I don't think they're a pushover team, and I don't think that there's no universe where we can lose to them. But I think right now, if the TL that I know we can be, and that we show to be pretty consistently last week on stage and in scrims, and just our atmosphere and being around each other as a team, I can just feel an energy that if we can show up and be that team, then no one can beat us, and 100 Thieves is no different.
What's going on, League of Legends fans? Welcome back to the LCS. We've got a banger ahead of us, my friend.
We do.
I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and this is 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid.
So looking forward to this one. Unfortunately, we don't have any more trade bugs, so no more games we get to play with the audience to fill 7 minutes. But this is going to be a super hype one, especially the mid lane.
Yes.
Because everybody has been criticizing Abadaga for a while now, and going up against Bjergsen when Bjergsen's LeBlanc game was one of the most dominant mid lane games that we've had all split long from any mid laner. Definitely looking very aggressive. Let's get right into the champions select, though. They're targeting him already, banning the Twisted Fate away, which Team Liquid did use one time already this split.
Yep, we got the Twisted Fate banned out, Trundle, Seraphine, who has been dominating win rates, pick rates, ban rates, every single thing. Seraphine,
she's gonna be sitting on the bench for a while.
Yeah, she's taking over right now, so they got to get rid of her. And then it's Senna and Lee Sin banned out by the TL squad. They get one more ban to go. They're gonna keep looking towards similar roles. What are they gonna do here? Come on, TL. What's
so we get the kind of dichotomy of the Volibear Wukong, jungle choice here. Viego's still very much possibility, especially when Closer is in the game.
Oh, always.
So always floating that one around, and they decided to take out his Lee Sin. Zeri off the table already, and yet we still get a Yuumi hover. That would probably signal like Yuumi plus Twitch or something. But it is going to go right back around to those junglers we talked about. Wukong picked up. Is it going to be Volibear or Viego on the other side?
I mean, that's kind of the question, right? Wukong is so strong. Volibear also at the top of the list, like you were talking about. Team Liquid has plenty of different options to choose from here.
Personally, I'm very, very, very high on the Volibear index right now.
Yeah?
I feel like extremely powerful if you want to get the early game going. In Team Liquid, they have consistently in all their interviews talked about how they want to play more aggressive, even when everybody else in durability patch is playing more scaling. They want to play towards bottom lane. They want to play more aggressive. They want to be the ones creating action.
Well,
if they got Kalista in the bottom lane, would go quite nicely with that. Volibear really enables those dives.
That is one of those champions that needs to accelerate things. So what are they going to lock in next to it? It's the Kalista Renata Glass lane.
Yeah, that's the combo. Every AD carry right now has like the preferred partner. So as soon as you see one part of the bottom lane, we can usually lock in the other one there. Hansama and Core JJ, Kalista Renata. This sounds extremely, extremely scary for the early game here for FBI and Huhi. But they've been able to stand up to most of these tests. They also were very, very outspoken about how much they liked Lucian Nami. But the Kalista Renata already showing means it's gonna be Aphelios Lulu.
Aphelios Lulu, much more scaling
for Aphelios compared to Kalista, but at the same time, they have to survive that early game. Now, does Team Liquid also want to match roles here and go for their own jungler, or are they going to spice things up? That's the remaining question, my friends.
For Santorin, I feel like a Volibear is such a good choice. Again, especially because he has a tendency to path down towards the bottom side of the map right now.
Yep.
But they're going to leave it up for the bans, allow Santorin to absorb the jungle bans, and just lock in for Bwipo the Gangplank blind.
Getting the Gangplank blind, their opponents not having their own top laner locked in means TL can also target that in the next phase of the bans here now that the first half of the draft is concluded. Let's see if they go for that. Let's see if they switch it up a little bit. 100 Thieves still needs to lock in both solo laners and a Gragas ban for TL.
Interesting, interesting. I wonder too, because yeah, they're trying to ban out some more of the facilitators here since you're looking at Aphelios Lulu already. Going to have some pretty strong team fight there from 100 Thieves. I wonder if they really even care about, picks like the Kale for topside into the Gangplank. That's pretty good at scaling and then killing those barrels really quickly as well. Jarvan ban out here against Santorin instead. Another one of those junglers, though, that can make some really early moves with the early ganks.
I mean, Jarvan's been famous throughout League of Legends for just always being one of the most powerful early gankers whenever he's relevant, right? Like, this is the king of the level 2 gank. Show up from his buff into your lane and cause some problems. Ahri banned out. Team Liquid paying respect towards that pick that, although the laning phase didn't go well for Abbedagge when we've seen him play this before, he does know how to set up the picks, set up the plays, and make the moves once he gets out of that early game situation, but he won't have the opportunity here.
And it's clearly his most comfortable champion right now. The 3 picks, majority focus there for him, has constantly gone back to it. So when you're looking at one of the kind of wobbly pieces right now on 100 Thieves, it's like Team Liquid just want to put a little extra pressure there for Bjergsen to take advantage of. And there's our Volibear as well.
Just topple the tower over. It's already wobbling a little bit. Just give it a little nudge. Volibear banned out. So double focus on Santorin.
Yeah.
Let's see what TL wants to lock into that jungle role. Or, hey, maybe they could just go for this instead, and they will. They'll lock in the Corki for Bjergsen.
Bjergsen, yeah, he has played a ton of Corki. We hear the half-hearted woos because we get some more Corki.
That's half a heart more than Corki deserves.
It's okay because there are Corki nerfs on the horizon.
Excellent.
We saw the rocket nerfs. The damage nerfs are coming. All right, what's it going to be, though, for Abba? The answer into the Corki, probably more farm lane, and it is going to be the Orianna.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like the Orianna, though, because at least then we can get some mid-game, shockwave delivery by Wukong action.
Yeah.
Wukong goes in, you get the ultimate knockup. Right out of that knockup, you get a shockwave. So definitely has a good wombo potential here for 100 Thieves.
And if you time them correctly, I mean, Wukong's knockup, they land, shockwave then does its thing. Now the second Wukong ulti is ready to go. You can create some really vicious combos with that. And hey, if that's not enough knockups, Kobe, why don't we throw an Ornn ult on top of it just to make sure that everybody's getting bounced around?
Throw a giant ram down center street here as well. Just to really get Aphelios plenty of CC to work with.
Well, what is Santorin's pick going to be, though? They did target him with both of those second phase bans. It was Team Liquid that chose not to pick their jungler in the first half. Santorin Udyr.
Now, Udyr has been coming back with my favorite buff of the last 3 patches, the extra 100 health onto the tank mythics.
Yeah.
Turbo Chem tank Udyr, definitely coming back strong. Power farming champion, of course, as always. And of course, Santorin, with Udyr, probably start top side, clear down towards the bottom side. Udyr doesn't want to do early ganks because you want to clear and cycle your camp so quickly.
Right.
So he probably won't have too many surprise timers there for the ganks. But definitely still can help out with the Kalista Renata aggression. I mean, anytime you have that duo, it's just so good. You can put so much pressure hopping forward with the bailout always in your backhand. It's very easy for Kalista to pop those Rens and keep that aggression going.
Well, I mean, what I'm really looking at here is the fact that 100 Thieves has an absolutely incredible 5v5 fight, right? You've got this Aphelios hypercarry, you've got Orianna, you've got Ornn, you've got all of this team fighting with Wukong and Lulu, but TL has Gangplank that can play the sideline. They have Corki that's able to poke down with those ults, with those rockets. Let's get into it, my friends. Thieves, Team Liquid.
I love it. The fans in the back standing up to dance. Let's go. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid.
Wait, so Abadaga is rushing into the bottom lane here with the Orianna.
He's checking the brush with the ball.
Yep. All right, some days just vibing. We're chilling.
He's distracting.
Yeah.
He's distracting everyone from the Orianna on the bottom of your mini-map. Sneaking around in those brush.
What's Orianna up to? Abadaga hanging out down here. Obviously, nobody's getting into
Abba
a whole
hot
lot.
dog. I haven't heard that one before. I like that. Abba hot
dogga. That's okay. That's a new one. All right, all right. We'll see if it sticks. Stand the test of time. Burger King's been around for a while now, cornering the fast food game here in the LCS. Bjergsen just hanging out here in the brush, spreading out. Nobody's going for anything wild and wacky here at level 1. FBI just doing a little bit of a gun dance back and forth. We're going to see our junglers both on the top half of their respective jungles. So kind of what you were talking about, at least in regards to Santorin, start top, path downwards, cycle those camps. It's not about the early ganks.
Yeah, it's not rocket science here. When you got Ornn on the top side into Gangplank, Santorin gonna look to take over bottom half of the map. And they see it with their early wards as well. That little river ward, but by the ramps to try and see if there's any sort of closer counter invade action going on. Meanwhile, top side, level 1, of course, Gangplank there. Whippo trying to get as much out of his first strike early as possible too. Constantly using his passive spamming there on Someday.
I like the first strike on Gangplank. We still see a lot of the grasp, but I know how much value you can get out of first strike on this, and especially against a lane like Ornn, there's so much value there.
And we saw in the opener, nice tri-lane pop-up
Yes.
here. There he is. Whippo pops the barrels, gets his trial by fire, and lights Someday's butt on fire as well. Honestly, too, with the first strike, it's incredibly important when we saw the even level 1 before minions, dodging out on the Ornn Q, so that you are not tagged first, and you can actually get the value there. So pushing up on top lane for them, bottom lane as well, as should be pushing for Team Liquid.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, here, Bjergsen, the Corki early on, not going to have a lot of pushing power for the minion wave, and Abadaga is going to be able to shove up and then roam down into the river to try and get some vision.
Yep, Team Liquid having 2 out of 3 of those pushing lanes. Santorin also clearing to the jungle quickly on the Udyr. You expect him to be able to get control of that bottom side Scuttle Crab rather easily, especially when you consider how far ahead his bot lane is in terms of their control over the lane. Closer just now finishing up his own red buff as Santorin moves into the river. That's the speed of the Udyr. That's the camp clearing that we're talking about, being able to stay ahead of the pace of the game. And now you can just slap that shield off. And there you go. Wait, what is that the Udyr skin that's the palette swap from back in 2009?
It is.
That's the old school one.
It's a skin that is basically a chroma of the base Udyr.
Back in the day when League of Legends was a small indie game.
Yeah, it's the black belt Udyr skin. This is gonna make it fairly ineffective pass towards this. It's just in order to double crab.
Yeah, it's definitely just for double crab. It just looks silly.
It's not actually a gank. It's just Udyr in transit.
He had to walk there, and this was the fastest path to walk.
Peppo run.
Well, he's managed to run all the way into the enemy jungle, get both of those crabs. There's not anything for him to take right now. You can see the ping coming out towards the Wolves from Closer, who has gone back, completed his first buy. Santorin getting the tier 2 boots as his first purchase, just making sure that he's maxing out that movement speed. It's so important for a champion like Udyr that has to run at people. He wants to make sure that he's got that edge. And I mean, hey, when you compare that to the fact that nobody else in the game has any sort of boots at all, tier 2 versus nothing is a huge difference.
Safety first, Captain Flower.
Yeah, but
that's what Santorin always tells me. Safety first. Get your steel caps on, and then you can continue to run around the jungle. You don't want to go barefoot because you're going to lose out on so much efficiency, as you're saying. Honestly, it should just be another power clear down to the bottom side. Maybe we get some early action with the dragon because Udyr is very good at burning down early dragons as well.
Yep.
You just get the attack speed from Tiger, proc it up and switch over to your Phoenix and start blasting away. Ocean Dragon will be the first one though. That is the most dangerous to get caught on if you're trying to sneak. If you actually don't have priority. But he should have priority, yeah, exactly, the slow attack on it. He should have priority on the bottom side of the map though, from Hansama and Core JJ.
So We see a little bit of trading back and forth down here as Core and Hansama have to back up. But the early game is going very slow, predictably so. Where do you feel like we're actually going to see some action truly break out?
And I stand by what I said earlier. It's going to be the Dragon. Okay. Because bottom lane Hansama there got the early back because they were able to push up. And they've got the Kalista for the Rend as well. So that's why I'm talking about, oh, in lane, there's not much, you know, FBI is going to be able to do there because Noon Quiver picked up for Hansama. He stays in lane here while Core JJ goes back to get those 2 control wards. And there's that Dragon Flower, surprise, surprise, Udyr. You always focus on the camp clearing, reset those small ones, and then your neutral objectives, get those stacking as quickly as possible. Santorin, a man after my own heart. He knows his jungle checklist.
And you can see his laners also playing around it. Bjergsen hovering down towards this part of his lane. Hansama with control over the bottom side, also making sure nobody's approaching. And so that means TL get this objective for free 6 minutes into the game.
Yes, sir. You pick your Udyr and very, very smooth farming ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side for Closer, what is he going to be able to do with this Wukong? He's a little bit far behind from level 6, but as soon as you do get your level 6, maybe there's an opportunity to try and punish the bottom lane before they get level 6.
Yeah. Someday jumping in there. Hold on now. Okay, Ornhorn's not going to do a whole lot. I was kind of hoping we would get something a little more explosive than that, but Bwipo was just able to walk it off, not really worried about it. Bwipo still having plenty of health and mana both after teleporting back into the lane a minute ago or so. But okay, still no real PvP breaking out here. That Dragon Sneak was the opportunity like you were talking about. Hey, maybe they'll fight over that, maybe they won't. Well,
yeah, I hope that got your adrenaline pumping.
Oh yeah, I'm pumped up, man. I'm ready to go.
That's about what we're looking at here. Unless there's something on bottom side, because Hansama and Core JJ, especially when they get level 6, maybe they can actually, you know, force some action down here, create some action. Especially if Core JJ is able to keep the side brush clear of vision. The fight over the wards in the side brush, there we go, nice. Has sweeper popped, immediately clears these ones out. Udyr can be pretty effective for lane ganks if, okay.
All right.
Swinging a bit.
Ulti coming down. Polymorph. FBI loses a little bit of health. Core JJ gonna lose about the same. So GPL to even get summoned, Kobe, and we still have no kills.
Sadly, yeah, that's not gonna be good for your adrenaline pumping.
Nope. My adrenaline
thrill-seeking ways, Captain Flowers.
I'm hurting, man. FTX Total Gold on the left side of your screen. Abadaga here on the Orianna, currently leading the game. But now he might not be in a great spot. Had to flash away. Nice shockwave onto 2. Team Liquid getting back out of that one now. It's Ghost from Santorin, Flash from Bjergsen.
Yeah, he was very afraid about the follow-up from Closer there. Didn't want to take the damage from Wukong all in as they got grouped up. And Abadage sets him up for the possible counter. He even trades +1 summoner spell. That was Ghost and Flash just for his own Flash. Who's the hot dog now?
Dude, Ghost has like a 3-minute cooldown though.
Who is the hot dog now, Flowers?
All right, he is the hottest dog. But we'll have to see what this means for the mid lane with both mid laners no longer having Flash. Obviously, Corki still has Valkyrie to get out of trouble, but I'm expecting junglers to come back here. Huhi, Wild Growth onto himself. Team Liquid, all right, they're thinking about it, but they're not thinking about it much longer. Core JJ at half HP, has to flash out. Hansama coming up from the side. The fight is already over. 100 Thieves scare him away.
Okay, so, you know, incremental little advantages. Bjergsen has no Flash. Does have 100 mana to spend for Valk, though.
He's all right. He's doing just
That's
fine.
going to leave him dry. Going to go back to base, no problem, though. Was able to push out the wave first, so easy stuff here for Team Liquid. The only real kind of lasting cooldown there was the Lulu ultimate used as they were heading back to base, and a few minions dropped into the tower because Hansama was able to push it up at least.
800 gold lead for Team Liquid in this early game. And I mean, a lot of that is just going to be Gangplank money, right? When we're looking at, where are these leads coming from? The farm is really not that different in a lot of places. The biggest lead is on the Gangplank itself, which is about a wave and a half ahead, but everybody else really close.
Buy the dip, Flowers. Gangplank, he's a savvy investor. He's buying the dip right now.
Oh, no.
Honestly, that's kind of dangerous. This is not a financial advice.
LCS is not responsible for what may or may not be interpreted as financial advice from Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kinsler. Please do not use this as financial advice. We merely like the game. Now, we've got 78 farm on Udyr versus 64 on the Wukong. So that's actually the biggest difference that I was not paying respect to comparing the lanes.
Yeah,
but that Udyr, yeah, I know, got to put some respect on the Udyr as he's keeping the tempo high, making sure that he's constantly clearing, cycling those camps like you were talking about. 10.5 minutes in, we've got 45 seconds until the second Drake of the game shows up.
You're a fiend. You're looking forward to your next hit of Dragon Juice already.
I need more dragons. I need more chances to fight because, honestly, man, 11 minutes, no kill.
Well, it is looking pretty good for Team Liquid because it is syncing up. We've got a Gangplank ultimate available, Kalista Renata combination available. They're already pushing in 30 seconds ahead of time so they can get their vision set up for this dragon. All signs are pointing to possible action from Team Liquid side, but I don't think 100 Thieves are actually going to want to take it. Someday actually just switched over to heal with his Summoner Spellbook, so he's Ignite, heal, top Ornn, unless he walks his butt all the way down to Dragon.
That's a long walk.
Pretty sure 100 Thieves just give it up to Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, of course, they don't have to send Whippo down there himself. He can use his ulti. Never mind, that's going to be used up here on the top side. 1v1. Someday brings the pain, but Whippo healing himself back up with the oranges. Flashes away. Someday still chasing after him, but Whippo disengages it. Someday's Ornn, man, he's ready to go.
Someday did definitely get that Gangplank ultimate burn. Still not going to be enough for 100 Thieves to contest, it looks like, though. They're going to give over as Team Liquid can move CoreJJ up, even with mid-crowd. All right, so that will be 2 on the board for Team Liquid. Dragon stacking continues.
Team Liquid Dragon stack. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, Cloud Rift this time around. Ocean and Infernal Drakes under their belt thus far. Still no kills. We have level 6 online for everybody across the board. Kobe, we're getting close to level 11.
We got a big package ready to be delivered here from Bjergsen, and Closer has an Udyr in his jungle.
Lying in wait. Nope, I think we just got to see a...
Still waiting, still lying in wait, still lying in wait, still waiting.
All right, all right, there we go. They decided to go ahead and walk on out of there. 100 Thieves knew something was up. Team Liquid knew that they knew, so they all have to back away. No play to be made, no play to be found. 100 Thieves properly recognizing that something was up. But I'm going to ask the question again now, because I asked it earlier, and it still hasn't worked.
Well, we did get
is it still the
multiple
dragon?
dragons chasing.
Is that where we're still going to get first blood? 70 minutes into the game?
They've built this into the game to force some conflict here.
I mean, at this point, just give me the Nexus Blitz Ring of Fire. Just close it in, and
honestly, let's just put it around Whippo and Someday, because Whippo and Someday, they're
ready to go.
Throwing haymakers up there. There's no flash still on Whippo, so a very small opportunity for a window there.
Supports roaming around a little bit, making their way up towards mid, just playing the vision control game. You can see control wards placed in the bottom side river there. There's also one on the back end of the red side pit. Someday clearing out a control ward top side. There we go, yeah!
Okay, so there's no flash on Whippo and no control ward in Tri-Brush, which means he's going to play safe.
Yes.
There was a half roam from Orianna as well, but not going to actually complete the roam. Picks up the blue buff. Bjergsen continues scaling here, rushing for the Hex Drinker, even with just Abbedagga being the solo AP.
It just makes it so much harder for Orianna to be able to have any sort of kill pressure on you, right? Like, it makes it so that there's no way that you're going to get Shockwave, Womboed, whatever. Very, very useful item completed there. Manamune, that will be the first one, and he's about halfway towards the charge. So once the Muramana comes online, that's when we start seeing some of the shenanigans with the rockets, but it's still a little ways away. Whippo and Abbedagga, the two leaders in gold. Bjergsen and Hans Sama a couple hundred behind that. But it's all about the Orianna. It's all about the Gangplank. I already talked about Gangplank having all that extra money. FBI with a nice cleanse. Getting himself to safety there as CoreJJ used the flash to try to make a play.
And Whippo also has 10 stacks left on his call. He's about to pop another 350 gold, baby. 2 more minion waves.
He's getting rich. But I do want to applaud Abbedagga because that's the one character in this game that's farming as good as Gangplank is, and we've been very critical of him, rightfully so, these past couple of weeks, not having great laning phases, not looking too awesome in the early game. Yeah, there's no kills this time around to say, yeah, he's really getting the team ahead with those because there's none to be found, but his laning is going just fine.
Yeah, definitely some good stuff from him. Someday continue continuing to be a bit of target practice there for Whippo. He's a good punching bag, though.
Yeah, he is.
He can soak up a lot of bullets.
Whippo's just having a great old time up here, and some days, well, he's also a part of that episode. But it's generally not going to be fun if you're Ornn in the game.
Yeah.
Like, you just sit under the tower, you farm up. Some days doing totally fine, has less than 10 farm below his opponent. But it is a massive gold difference when you look up at the difference between those two specifically. Plus 1,600 for Whippo over Sunday.
And then you can start to say, like, oh, he's going to make up for it. You know, level 13 is quickly approaching for him here. He can start blinging out his own items, then hand out items to the rest of the teammates, and you get kind of the delayed satisfaction of the gold value from Ornn.
Sunfire Aegis completed for Santorin in the jungle. So now Udyr has that fully evolved Bombies item. Very tanky, adds a lot of damage as well, since that's the one that maxes for DPS in the fights. But we've got the Rift Herald back up and ready to go here. 100 Thieves, first to the objective, but Team Liquid also has players in the area.
Gangplank ult, but no teleport on Whippo, so if they wanted to go for it from Team Liquid, it would just be the 4v5 with the Gangplank ultimate, and they decide to call it off.
Okay.
Dragon, though, coming up, and this is our third hit, okay?
Yeah.
The third hit of Dragon Juice really starts to get...
that's when you're really... That's when it starts to become a real concern for the side of 100 Thieves. But there you go. Turret taken down. First turret of the game here in bottom lane. Whippo responsible for that one. Team Liquid up to almost a 2,500 gold lead. I feel like we need to see something at 100 Thieves here soon, folks.
Yeah, I mean... If you get too far behind in items, and it's going to be rough trying to come back, especially with the late game firepower from Bjergsen's Corki starting to stack up. This is going to be it, though. Rift Herald use mid as they go to contest through the river. They're going to have to walk in blind here. Team Liquid have one dip control wards down.
That is a little bit tough, but remember that 100 Thieves does have some incredible 5v5 potential, even if they are 2,000 gold down. Drake at about half HP. Ornhorn summoned up, Gangplank ulti brought down. It's gonna be stolen by Closer, but some days here in the front, and he's taking a lot of damage. Closer buying time, getting himself away, disrupting Team Liquid. Santorin continuing the chase, finds the stun there. Someday coming over to help his jungler. 100 Thieves do a great job stealing the Drake and getting everybody out.
Actually, a perfect heist. I know you're still mad that there's no first blood, but that is the way that you want a heist to go. You don't want anyone dying.
It's not a combat mission, it's a stealth mission.
Exactly, exactly. And Closer actually did a really good job appealing for the rest of the team. Distraction monkey, go, go. He actually gets all of them to chase himself through the jungle, the knock up there as well, buying time for the escape of the rest of the Thieves. Great getaway driver.
Let's see one more time how they made it happen. There was a lot of Callista Spears in there, but
yeah, so they rend it down to 11. So like they're not even trying to combo Santorin's smite with the rend. So I don't even know why they rended and just gave him the extra chunk of damage. But Closer says, yoink, thank you for the leash, as well as you know, kind of playing distraction over there, getting everybody else to look off into the distance while the rest of the Thieves escape.
Minute 18 with no kills. Give it up for minute 18.
Minute
18 minutes.
That's actually my favorite minute of no kills.
Yeah,
minute
that's
18.
the best. Yeah, hey, here's 18 minutes of getting along on Summoner's Rift.
Because we at least got a little bit of an opportunity to make our own heist movie. If we're putting together a crew.
That's the
for our heist.
That's the
The
trailer.
first one that I'm getting on my crew is going to be Closer.
Yeah. That's, you got to have the getaway driver. That's very important.
Oh, maybe Whippo's the explosive expert as well here.
The demo man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Wide Whippo demo man.
Wide Whippo walks up to the vault. All right. Well, we've still got a 2,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. We've still got no kills on the board. Baron's going to be alive in a minute, so that could be something to fight over.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah?
That's like the sequel.
Wait, but we didn't even make the whole
Baron
first
heist.
movie. We got a trailer, and now we got a sequel. Okay. All right. Well,
sometimes we skip.
Our production company might not be in business for very long, but I'm looking to see which one of these teams tries to make a play here first. Who's gonna get down to business between these two?
Well, you see, that might be an error because that's assuming that one of them will.
Maybe.
Oh!
Or JJ.
Flashing into range for the Callista ult.
It was a very nice save, though.
It does leave an opening here for 100 Thieves to really tighten the screws. They're not going to actually force on the tower. I was really hoping there was going to be a rotation up and use the numbers advantage they got by forcing Core JJ back. You know, no Kalista ultimate, no flash on Core JJ. That Renata is super vulnerable, but Team Liquid, they just defend easily here, continue to clear the minions.
I feel like I understand cautious play, but I want to see more risks being taken. I just feel like nobody's really committing to much of anything here. We're slowly scaling up. We're slowly getting there. 20 minutes and 0 kills, man.
Is that not satisfying, though? I like the big explosions on
The big explosion on the barrel on the minions and everything, that is pretty cool. You know, it'd be a lot cooler if there was a champion there.
Yeah.
Like a lot cooler.
A lot more gold from that, too.
Well, unfortunately, there are no champions within the range of the barrels, but Bjergsen working on this top lane here, seeing if maybe they can grab another turret. It is only 1-to-1 in turret count overall. That mid lane has been removed by 100 Thieves. They got that with the Rift Herald there before the Dragon play.
That's
bottom
a
lane.
weird noise for, like, a plain auto attack coming out with that skin.
The squeaky?
The squeak, yeah, exactly. Very squeaky spaceship Bjergsen is piloting. It sounds, it's like a toy, right? That's not threatening at all.
Yeah.
And yet we know what this champion can do late game.
We know that it'll take 60% of your health while it makes this silly squeaky noise. Whippo chasing after Someday, just putting a little damage into him. Someday does have level 13 now. The Frostfire Gauntlet is upgraded into whatever the upgrade of it is named, and that means he'll be able to further apply those upgrades to each ally as he continues getting levels. So 100 Thieves, they are going to catch up a little bit in that respect.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Himself already upgrading his own gloves, outfitted with the Gucci models here for 100 Thieves. The Dragon is coming up, but side effect of it getting stolen away there by 100 Thieves on the previous one means that this one is not as exciting.
Yep, they pretty much buy themselves a get-out-of-jail-free card for one of the future Dragons, right?
Whippo, though, setting up in the brush. He did this last time as well. As the 100 Thieves walk into the river, got a pretty good chunk last time around. See if he can get a barrel onto the back line. Again, you set up the team fight from 100 Thieves. You know, it's all centered around this big wombo that you're talking about from Champ Select, the Wukong knockup, Shockwave from Orianna, Ornn ultimate from long range to try and slow him down and get it all started. But in essence, it still is a fairly short range, you know, team fight from 100 Thieves because they rely so much on the carrying power of Aphelios Lulu. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they've got package on Bjergsen, and the biggest strength there for Corki is always the range later. So they can definitely poke around, play at range with the Corki as well as the Gangplank barrels. But 100 Thieves will be biding their time, looking for their moment to all in and get that big combo down.
And I feel like that moment's probably going to line up with Aphelios' inventory. You can look at it right now. He's got Gale Force. He's working on the pieces of his next item, but Aphelios has always been one of those traditional hyper carries, wants to hit 3 items. Closer jumps in, finds a little bit of damage onto Core JJ, but let's be honest, that's definitely not going to be where the first blood of this whole game comes from.
Yeah, I mean, the Kalista ult is back up from, you know, however long ago.
Yeah, however long ago that might have been.
We're like old men remembering the crazy events that have happened in this game. You remember that one time where he had to flash towards the Raptor pit and then Kalista ulted him over the wall? That was,
man, that's...
Woo! I was really living then.
Sometimes you wish you knew you were in the good old days before you left them. But we're 23 minutes in. By the way, to the guy who tweeted out that it's going to be 30 minutes, why would you say that?
I don't know. I kind of like it's like a good round number. Actually, what is currently the longest time in summer? This is a question for stats or anyone who has Google and wants to just supply us the answer.
You're invoking the entire internet. All right, what do we got?
Exactly. What has been the game that has gone the longest without kills? I'm just going to bet that it is from LCK.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is
36 minutes or something?
Yeah, I thought that LCK had a 35-minute one or something.
Okay. We got a ways to go then before we get to LCK.
I don't want to fight for this record. I don't think this is a good record to have.
But it's better to be known for something than, right?
Exactly. You gotta get your name on the leaderboards. Well,
if you're not first, you're last, Flowers.
Exactly. Well, we need some Ricky Bobby energy here in this game right now. I need some shake and bake somewhere.
Yeah, let's get some shake and bake.
100 Thieves, vision control over the top side of the map here, clearing out some of the wards of TL in their own jungle. They've got control ward there in the Baron pit. TL is on soul point now after having grabbed that last dragon for themselves.
we got also, I saw it, the inventory, it was like right here, I think. Oh, I missed. I was trying to get the Muramon. It's right here. Yeah. Wait. There we go. I didn't even mean to do that, but we found the Muramon transformation in the middle, baby.
We got it.
That's where you know they're. Oh, Whippo! He's gonna do it! He's gonna do it!
Gets headshot. Whippo! First blood at 25 minutes. Closer's coming in, looking to clean him up, and Someday takes the kill. It'll be 1-for-1 overall here.
Oh my God, that was so
We've got
good.
kills!
That was that's what I really wanted. Whippo getting in there. It comes from the explosive expert, Flowers. Are you surprised? The first death.
The demo man plants the charge, and FBI gets first blooded, but Whippo does fall after the fact. So at least we got a little bit of a scrap there. Finally, after 25 minutes, that's the angle, that's the opening.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
take a look at how Whippo did it.
Relive our greatest moments here. Whippo with the barrel, then after FBI did the flash and the Gale Force, trying to get out of the ultimate, hits him with the headshot under tower. Nice crit. Closer, though, answers. It's a dangerous profession, being an explosive expert, Flowers. Sometimes you have to give up your life to see the world burn.
Well, I've always heard that explosive expert is, it's one of those jobs where you only ever make one mistake.
Well, good thing in League of Legends you get another chance at it. Respawn, baby.
Well, they're back. They're ready to go. We got under 1 minute until the Drake spawns. Remember, this one is Soul. If Team Liquid are able to acquire it, 100 Thieves should be ready to fight, but 100 Thieves are currently sneaking the Baron.
Sneaky. Santorin. He smells something fishy, though.
Team Liquid's got to know something's up here. Okay, there we go. Blue Trinket into the pit. That's going to let them know what 100 Thieves are up to. 100 Thieves are not calling it off. They are staying on the Baron. Down to 4,000 HP now. 3,000. 2,000 HP. 1,000. Santorin going in. It's going to be secured by Closer. Santorin's thrown up into the air. Team Liquid now trying to get themselves away. Santorin with the Renata Glass bailout, but it ain't going to bail out nothing. FBI getting the kill there. It's Closer down in exchange for 300 Thieves. Find a massive Baron into a fight.
And with this Baron, this solves the issue of trying to take down Team Liquid towers for 100 Thieves. They were going to be completely outranged and have a hard time getting around Gangplank Barrels and Corky Rockets, but Baron buff, they're going to pick up the Dragon. They're going to be pushed right down mid. Flowers, 100 Thieves making big money moves.
We've got some momentum now on the side of 100 Thieves. They will stop the Soul, they will take the Baron, they will win the fight, and they swing the gold all the way back into their own favor. Let's take another look.
And Team Liquid, they're like, all right, you know what? We're going to wait until it gets low enough to go for the steal. They all in. They do Renata flash, ultimate flash there to try and get Santorin a pathway in, and he gets in, but the smite is too good from Closer. 100 Thieves combined with enough damage, they finish it out, and then even chasing over the Gangplank ultimate. FBI on red-white guns here for Aphelios. Mows them down.
Well, 100 Thieves are feeling really good after that one, and I want to see how much they can accomplish here with this Baron. They have 3 turrets already to their name. The tier 1 still standing at bottom, and you can see it's FBI and Huhi pushing up towards that, looking to grab that free money. Abadaga going after Core JJ there, but he uses the stopwatch to keep himself safe enough. Now Whippo looking to chase down Someday, finding some good damage onto the 100 Thieves top laner. Santorin right next to him. Closer going right back into the fight. He finds the knock up onto Hans, now going to get Wild Growth. Huhi and FBI both falling back here. Again, trying to help Closer disengage on this.
Purple gun
Santorin keeping the chase alive. Okay. All right. Everybody's safe for now.
Abadaga has teleport, so 100 Thieves are kind of acting like they're trapping themselves, going over to the minion wave over here, but they could teleport in Orianna. They still have Baron buff as well, trying to push out and get some more tower money, but it looks like it's just going to be that secondary that they grabbed in mid.
And yeah, that's about it. I mean, they get that tier 1 turret down there on the bottom side. That's at least removed. No deaths there, although things did get a little bit spicy for a while. Still got about 45 seconds left here on the Baron, but the waves aren't in any sort of a state for 100 Thieves to do much else with.
Honestly, unless I don't really see the angle unless Team Liquid, again, if they can set up at the objective first and get 100 Thieves walking into barrel chains, they can get the big explosive expert moment from Whippo where he annihilates FBI or Abadaga or maybe both. That's a dream scenario, but it is pretty hard for the super late game for your engage to just be Udyr running at people. Bwipo, though.
Someday goes in looking for an engage onto Bwipo. Abbedagga coming down there to provide the damage. Bwipo doing everything he can to try to fight back in this one, but 2v1 ain't fair, and Abbedagga picks up his first kill of the game.
Really good pick here for 100 Thieves, because, yeah, I think Bwipo is the single biggest threat to their win con right now. On the other side of the map is just push up into tower, so nice pick here, 400 Thieves. See if they can actually make use of the extra time. Teleport will be ready for Bwipo when he gets back up. 30 seconds left on the Pirate, and Someday as well could join if Team Liquid try and force. But again, trying to force for Team Liquid is very difficult.
Yeah.
You're just Udyr running at people through so much CC that 100 Thieves can easily peel and buy enough time for Orange to teleport in.
Oh, nice shockwave there from Abbedagga. Gonna put some hurt into both Hans and Bjergsen, but not enough to really threaten anybody there. You can see it at least got the heal out of Hans Sama. So there is a summoner spell down on that one. 2 minutes until the Drake spawns. Just a little bit over 2 minutes until Baron's back alive. So I feel like that's gonna be our mark where we get to see more violence.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get some high-powered team fights coming up shortly. And again, it really would behoove Team Liquid to get there first. If they can get there with control wards, and just then you get to threaten with your extra range that you're trying to work with here. 100 Thieves, though, they've been too good at bullying their way in right behind their front line and have gotten to the objectives with better setup.
It's that 5v5 power, man. You've got an Orianna, a Wukong, an Ornn, Lulu, Aphelios, all of these champions so adept at the big team fight. We need to see so many rockets from Bjergsen to give TL the edge. Abbedagga getting jumped on now. 100 Thieves trying to back up their mid laner. CoreJJ gonna take a little bit of damage. FBI gets berserked. Santorin is incredibly low, but so is Abbedagga. Santorin, he's gonna burn away on that one, and FBI's on a killing spree. Hans Sama caught out. CoreJJ exploded. Team Liquid collapse again versus the 100 Thieves team fight. FBI will just run Bjergsen down. Holy moly, man. Bwipo will try to take at least one with him, but he won't do it. An ace for nothing for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves gonna wipe them off the map, Flowers. They're inside the base, and they are looking to lay destruction to the Team Liquid base. That is gonna do it.
100 Thieves, they find their 5-0 ace. This game, Kobe, we had no kills at 25 minutes. Nexus at 32. 100 Thieves, as soon as they found their way, they made it all the way to the Nexus, and they will take down Team Liquid.
All right. Over or under reactions on Team Liquid? Give me them now. It's still pretty early for this team, but what a drop off a cliff here for Team Liquid. You can tell they were getting a bit desperate there towards the end. So when they see Abbedagga no flash in the river, they're hoping this is our chance. This is our chance to make something happen. 100 Thieves decline.
Yeah, 100 Thieves say, okay, you just want to have a square fight, 5v5? Sure, no problem. That's what we drafted. Team Liquid, I mean, you pointed it out. Their engage is Udyr running at you and trying to slap a guy. That can't compete with an Ornn, with a Wukong. Like,
that's not it.
All these tools, that's not it. Somehow it doesn't work out, but 100 Thieves, man, nicely done taking down TL, and TL's got to be concerned.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how, you know, in the first week with the TL's super dominant 3-0, you know, people are already just running away with all of the predictions for this team, and especially since they went to Korea and practiced so much and came in so prepped, and they've got this star-studded roster to not be able to continue on with the strength of schedule that the rest of the weeks have here for this team. It's not going to get easier. They're going up against CLG tomorrow, who have been on a tear.
I love the fact that we get to say that unironically for the first time in what feels like forever. It's like, yeah, dude, you're staring down the barrel of CLG. You can't pick one of these do-nothing comps and then do nothing. Like, you guys are going to have to make some moves. Team Liquid, they got to go back to the drawing board. Throw the drawing board out. Get a whole new drawing board or something. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe take a drawing class.
Some art class.
Some art classes.
There we go. Okay, well, Team Liquid.
That's our prescription for Team Liquid.
Art
classes.
Well, 100 Thieves, though, like, despite the fact that the game was so slow for so long, as soon as they got a chance to play their game, they really excelled at it. And starting up that Baron, the Baron sneak that then they got spotted out, right? Like the blue trinkets in the pit, they didn't back away. I love the fact that they were willing to commit to that. They were saying, no, come here, we'll trust Closer to smite, we'll win the 5v5. They do, and that's what changes the game.
Yeah, Closer was an all-star for this game. The Dragon steal and peel, where he got the rest of the team out, distraction mode down the bottom side. They had complete faith in him around the objectives, and he rewarded them.
It was really impressive what they were able to do, what they were able to accomplish with that one. At least, like I say, going from no kills to winning in 7 minutes. That was a 7-minute game of League of Legends, if we think about it in that respect. And that's pretty impressive, my friend.
It definitely was.
You don't often have a 7-minute game of League of Legends.
I agree. That was a 7-minute game. I deleted most of the rest of it.
Well, there was nothing else that happened in the first part of it. Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned for Team Liquid. I'm a bit concerned that this squad that's got all this star power, all these like incredible players is losing games in that fashion.
Same. I don't know what's going on. I think we are ready to throw it over to High for his pro to pro. He's going to set up there with Abadage. First, though, the analyst desk is going to bridge some more time.
Let's do it.
That was
toss of flowers.
That was, I mean, what more can you expect there? It was a masturbate by Kobe. Well done. Welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Sorry.
Had to do it. We're setting up for that pro-to-pro that he teased, and so we'll get there as soon as they're ready. Until then, though, we're going to talk about this victory here for 100 Thieves over Team Liquid. We're going to start in the draft, though. I'm going to call out, although I know that this might not be the total focal point of this draft in particular, but 3 games in a row, 3 opportunities for Belveth, and we have not seen her yet. So I'm just throwing that out there for all the talk about that champion. Still haven't seen it. But that obviously wasn't the difference maker here.
No.
Maybe it was. If Team Liquid
you're actually have a good point. Maybe they should have gone for it.
Instead of Udyr. I think the big and interesting thing to me is that when we're talking about what TL want to do with some of these drafts, again, like a bot lane prio, Kalista obviously gets that. I thought Closer did a good job of covering bot side, even if he wasn't getting like a lot of ganks off. He was definitely paying attention to it. But this is something that does kind of fall off a little bit more, and Raz and I were having this conversation before this started about Kalista and whether she's like more of a scrim-focused pick or a stage pick. What do you think now?
Well, look, I don't even think we have the time for that.
Yeah, we do.
We do?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the draft.
Oh
Don't try and do my job for me, Raz.
Everyone's trying to take
Come on, bro.
tossing jobs.
I know you said this. Okay.
Trust me.
I'll go for it.
We're going to talk through draft. As soon as we're done talking about draft, I'll toss it over, and then we'll come back.
No, a lot of the times it just depends on your bot lane and how they fare versus Kalista. A lot of those Kalista lanes, like, if they are just stomping in the bot side of the map, then sure, like, fine, we have to ban it. For the most part, like, you see picks like Aphelios, Lulu, or just in general, like, long-range picks. In the past, it was Ashe, things like this, where it's like you outrange it, and later on in the game, you outscale it. Like, I love those. But yeah, in actual action, it doesn't work out sometimes.
I think it's a good bot lane. I think it got them bot control. They got a bunch of dragons because of that. We saw how effective it could be from TSN last week. They got beat by it. They go, wow, that's a great bot lane. Let's draft it. But I don't think they knew how to blow the game open with it. And I think 100 Thieves did a good job of, like, kind of ceding some of that territory in the bot lane as far as they needed to before, then just having a better scaling option.
And very much like, yeah, the classic 100 Thieves look, right? They find the win in the mid to late game. That's the draft. We'll come back, talk a little bit more about how the game broke down, but who better to go to first than High for a little bit of pro to pro?
Hello everyone, I have Abadage with me here, and we're gonna go through this game. It wasn't the most exciting game, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm sure you felt the same way. But I did pick up a few things that I thought were kind of interesting. Number one, I had this really short clip. It's 4 seconds long, and I'm basically wondering why you do what you do here. Can you give us a bit more information on what's going on here?
It's nothing special. We were just kind of lacking some info, and then we thought, like, their movement looked a bit sussy. So we thought maybe Udyr is like just started our red layer one.
Oh, because the other one was hiding in the river earlier, right?
Closer told me to check Raptors.
Got it.
I helped the brother out.
Fair enough. Following that really quickly, I'm curious about why you choose to start Doran's Ring instead of Corrupting Pot. Generally, I know a lot of people do either Corrupting Pot or Doran's Ring. Can you just tell me a bit about why you do it in this matchup specifically?
I just kind of, I think with Corrupting, you look to trade more and like play kind of fast and get a recall after you use your potions. But I kind of like this setup where I'm like generally getting a lot of mana and then like just kind of chilling, and I feel like I always will do well if the lane goes longer in this matchup.
Got it. So we jumped pretty much 20 minutes from here, roughly. Yeah, about 24 minutes, because not a lot happens. And in this clip, nothing's actually happening either. And I'm just curious. Wait, I skipped too much of it. Hold up. Okay, so I want to bring up this clip because it's 24 minutes and you guys are 0-0. Can you just tell me about how you're feeling about the pace of the game? Do you feel like you guys are doing well? Are you happy with this kind of gameplay? And just like your general thoughts about the game.
Generally, I felt a bit pressured at this point because it was still 0-0, and then I feel like Corki's scaling becomes very dangerous at this point. So I definitely felt like we could have forced more early, like breaking those tier 1 towers and then setting up control around Nash to pressure them. So I was a bit like, I felt like the game is going a bit too slow. So at this point, we are looking to speed things up. And that when we set up our plan to get Nash.
Right, so then I believe this is what you're talking about, because it was pretty slow before this. Now you guys have a kill each. And when I was looking at this and watching it, to me it felt kind of like a 50-50 Baron kind of thing, since both 5 people are alive. Can you tell me a bit about like what's going on in here? Like, are you guys just nervous about their scaling and you just want to force a fight, or are you confident that this is like a fight you would win?
No, our plan was to force a fight here. They are not gonna have package because they use it for last Drake. And they have no flash on Udyr, and we have double smite with spellbook on. So we are happy to force Nash here with a better chance than just a 50-50. The jungler can flash in and steal with smite, and we also have zoning tools to not let Udyr get in for free. It did become a bit like risky in the end. You might think
he's kind of right there.
We do have double smite still, and we didn't really manage to hold Udyr away from the pit. But at this point of the game, we felt like we have to force now.
Gotcha. So then you guys were pretty confident because you had the double smite. I actually didn't notice that. That does make it a lot easier and guaranteed for you guys, right? So that's pretty cool. Outside of that, I know there's been a lot of criticisms about your laning, and I know you didn't feel that great about your laning this game as well. Do you feel like that's warranted, or do you feel like you're actually doing well? Do you have any comments on that?
I don't really care what they think about my laning. I think it's definitely one of my weaker things in my gameplay. So I'm working on it. I know I'm gonna do well.
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing great, right? You beat these guys, so like yours needs to be like one of the best laners. You guys took them down, so I think you're doing great. So, you have anything else you want to say about that?
No.
Okay, great. If that's it for you, then that's it for us. Thank you for joining me here. So we're gonna toss you guys to a break, and on the other side will be Golden Guardians versus Immortals. See you there.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They block the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
A lot of our rough start can be attributed to just not being able to play in studio. At least for me, I know that it's a lot harder to take away that it's a stage game and separate that from scrims because we're playing in the same room. So I think in general, we're a lot less focused than we could be.
All right. Blaze Olive and Golden Guardians are back in studio, and we are back at the State Farm Analyst Desk to go over blueprints between two teams that have kind of been struggling a little bit early on in the season, right? So you heard from Olive that one of the things that he thought was missing was returning to stage. They're back now. Here are a few other things that I wanted to highlight. I really loved their creative draft against TSM. Maybe we'll see the Belveth finally after all that hype. She's made it through several drafts and not getting picked or banned. Leverage split map pressure on picks like Fiora. Obviously, we've seen Licorice side lane a lot. Sometimes it's been really successful for them, other times not so much, depending on the timing and the way they're setting up for neutral objectives. So continue to work on that. And then better to jungle laner communication. Sometimes it feels like Pridestalker is really disjointed from his lanes. So these are the three things I definitely want to see from Golden Guardians in terms of finding more success in their game.
My question around these first 2 points is that when it comes to Golden Guardians, the creativity that they have in draft can hurt the identity that they ultimately have. Sometimes they have like great team fighting comps with the Yuumi and stuff like that. Or sometimes they go back to this and put like Licorice on the Fiora or something like that. So what would you want out of them? Do you want them to just go straight towards the split push centric picks?
I actually would, because I think like when they're able to execute on that, it's the best in terms of how they are leveraging side lane pressure. And it also isn't beholden, in my opinion, to Pridestalker making a lot of early map movements, which I think they typically like him on farming picks that can carry later on when he joins up with the rest of the team. That also makes them have a better 4 or 3 depending on in fighting, depending on like what they decide to do.
I love this a lot because now if you look to mine, and I wonder how they actually wrote this because mine was a little bit wordy. So I'm interested in how they put, there it is, right? Maybe added a second sentence. So the first point that I put here is enable your most volatile and versatile players in the draft. And I said Revenge and Kenvi. We saw last split from Revenge, what he's able to do on picks like the Camille, split pushing options that he was able to actually, very similarly to Licorice, put them in winning positions in games. Kenvi, a new addition, we saw him in Academy, has picks like Kindred and all that he can actually take a backseat and draft, much like Dardoch when he was playing on Dignitas, go to the 4 and 5s, and then to see the entire composition. Going to the next point, identifying as a team what you're best at. Once again, it's side laning, but I think that we would just love to see this as a team. Their team fights have not been so strong, but then we go to the third point. Do a better job of holding the line of vision before objectives. Their last game, I felt was really rough. In fact, versus FlyQuest, when they had great control over the objective around Drake, they gave it away and weren't in position on time. This is something that they were great in their old iteration with Insanity, not something that's working out well for them.
So the big thing for me here is this.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
For this player specifically. And that's actually not a slight towards Kenvi. It is, these drafts are not enabling what he does best, and it really ends up looking like there might be some disjointedness in communication, which there will be because he's a new player. I'd really love that from you because I would love to see them facilitate some of his carry picks and make sure he's really comfortable, give him some pushing lanes, you know?
For Revenge, the last time we saw them, he was blind picking early and they 5th picked the Orianna for Power of Evil. I didn't personally like that. We need to I felt like Kenvi is in pretty rough meta where you have to be first picking constantly. So that's something that I'm generally interested in. I hope you guys loved segments like these. Hopefully we can continue to do this because especially for teams that are trying to find those wins more consistently, that's something to look forward to. But now, as we head onto the stage, we're getting to know Immortal's loss and what where his drive is, rather, and in the face of hard times.
I'm an import, right? I'm from New Zealand. In order for me to deserve to be here in America, you need to basically prove yourself to be better than American talent. Otherwise, why would they pick you up, right? So if I'm spending time away from family, and not only that, I'm in a competition, I think it would be natural for me to work as hard as I can. Growing up, I wasn't that much of a grinder, honestly. I think as soon as I entered competitive league, that's kind of where I started putting in more hours and kind of realizing that, the more work you put in, the more you'll get out of it. And that should reflect in, your placings or your individual performance.
Push, they find the engage, they punish the missing flash, but now looking for a kill on top side. He got him!
Goodness gracious, Lost made that
Lost
look
is
easy.
having one of the best games of his career. You have a lot of sustain. He would have very lucky self, but Danny in trouble.
He's not looking for sustain, he's looking for an all-in! Welcome back, everybody. You just saw a couple of Lost pop-off moments from the past. Let's see if he can repeat it here today. Immortals and Golden Guardians about to go head-to-head. Golden Guardians back in the studio. It's gotta feel good.
Woo, there, I see him right there. Yep.
Hell yeah.
They made it. Licorice usually waves back, but I got.
Hey, he's in the zone.
Don't know well.
Gotta focus up. Gotta focus up. They're back in the
focus
studio.
up,
They
baby.
gotta be ready to go.
He's one of my favorite players, especially right now too, because he keeps picking Fiora for top lane.
Yeah,
in
Fiora's
a world
really good.
where we're seeing so much Ornn and Gnar and these types of matchups up there. Actually, both of these players have Fiora games to their name so far this split.
You know what that means is we're probably just going to get a Fiora ban.
Now we're going to get some carry versus carry.
Okay, all right. I would love some carry versus carry. We need a little bit of a palate cleanser after the first 5 minutes of game number 1.
That was the palate cleanser, actually. The last game was the cleanser.
W. All right, let's see how the draft is going to shake out here in this one. Golden Guardians at 2-3, Immortals at 1-4. Both of these teams know that it is a very realistic goal to say, yeah, we should be better than these other guys. Like, this is a winnable game for both squads.
Yeah. Agree, actually, for both counts here. Immortals only have 1 win so far this split versus a FlyQuest, but really trying to dig themselves out of this hole. And we heard in the interview there with Ablazal of how he really felt like being at home was holding them back significantly. So see if they can actually put up here. This would be a great place to start a big run for the Golden Guardians.
Absolutely.
Getting back here in person. See their beautiful coaches on stage. What's up, Sam? Nice name, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the best. The best. Well, we've got Callista, Corki, Seraphine, Senna, Wukong, and Belveth all banned away. We've got the Licorice locking in Azir for his mid laner. First pick of the draft.
Okay, not anything out of the ordinary yet, but a blind Azir is a little bit extra. I guess it's not super heavy counterable. Like, right, usually. Okay, so it is, but nobody does it.
Right.
So I would want to see Xerath, Vel'Koz, something locked in here. Long range poke damage really does hinder Azir very heavily, but nobody does it. Nobody locks in those champions, even though they also have gotten buffed on several patches. So
I don't know,
it's
Kobe.
probably going to be another one of the more normal, quote-unquote.
Best I can do is Corki or
Control
Victor.
mages. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Well, we got Lucian
Well,
Nami.
Corki is banned out, so you can't even do Corki for me.
Lucian Nami locked in as the bottom lane for Immortals, while Golden Guardians going to respond immediately, picking up the Zeri for themselves.
Yeah. All right, are we going to get a Yuumi for that Zeri? Because that is really inting the lane over to Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami is already going to be very, very scary to deal with. Lulu, Zeri, a little bit more survivable early on, but honestly still is going to have to be very scared of a Lost and Ignar. Lucian Nami all-ins, especially if they get Kenvi, one of these early ganking junglers. That's going to be the action we were missing last time. Remember last game when I was like, oh my God, Kalista Renata?
Yeah.
They're for sure going to gank bottom early, and they're for sure going to go super hard on this Kalista Renata lane, and we did not get it. Maybe this one will deliver. So you said, you offered me a Victor or Corki, and since Corki is banned out, I guess I'm getting the Victor. Thank you, sir. I will take my Victor, and I will like it. Yum, yum, yum.
When the mid lane meta is readable by me, I don't know if that's a good sign or not, but we do have mirrored roles drafted here in the first half of this one with AD carries, supports, and mid laners. So focus on the top side, focus on the jungle here.
That's where we want that Spice Flowers, the carry matchups in the top lane. You know, both of these players want to establish themselves as big split pushers in the league. I think that's an admirable goal for both of these guys. And I do think that they each can do it. Some more bans here towards the jungle pool. Interesting Xin Zhao ban. And with Wukong and Belveth already off the table, you know, maybe we do even see the semi-nerfed Viego still popping up. Volibear is left untouched here, though, because on the B patch, Volibear did not get nerfed. However, in 12-13, the patch that will be coming, he is slated for nerf, so survives for now.
Well, unfortunately, talking about these carry top laners, and 3 out of 4 of the second half bans are at carry top laners. Fiora, Gwen, Gangplank, all taken off the table, and the Gnar locked in for
Okay,
more.
how about this? I raise you an Irelia counter. Oh, he did. He's hovering. Okay. Yeah, I was going to raise you.
It's not locked in yet.
Irelia is a much harder counter, but relies on kill pressure on the Gnar. So your jungler has to have hands and eyes and come up to top lane.
Okay.
And give you that pressure. And the Volibear, this is going to do it. Come on, that's early right there.
That's it.
That is tower dive. That is flash on you with the Q stun ready to go in mini form. Come on, let's get it. They flirted with us with the hover.
I'd love
Come on. Channel the energy of the crowd. Let's go. Come on. Oh, no.
I have not heard a room so collectively disappointed since the end of Game of Thrones.
Look, I can see him smiling on stage. They hurt.
They know.
Can hear you.
They know. All right. Well, Immortals have saved their jungler for the last pick. I hope this means we're going to get to see something creative from Kenvi. Trundle.
So that is unironically super good pick, though, into the last 2 picks here from Golden Guardians with the Volibear, Sejuani. They're really good stats to steal for Trundle. This is a champion that definitely benefited quite heavily from the durability patch because Trundle got more durable and can steal more durable stats from his opponents with the ultimate.
He gets more to steal. He gets more directly. He's just getting more.
Pays to be king.
And the way that it works with that Sejuani passive, that glacial armor, it's so powerful if you can get the subjugate at the right time in those big fights. That's what I'll be looking specifically at Kenvi's ult timing for, just as you always do in Trundle versus Sejuani world.
Yep. And because it is top Sejuani, not going to be the aftershock, so you don't even have to wait for Sejuani to proc a CC first. Usually that's the game that you play if it's jungle Sejuani. Trying to time it before, when you have both those buffs on. But just going to be looking at the ulti in this game, and I'm going to be looking at, surprise, surprise, again, the bottom lane. Difference in pushing power here. Lucian Nami, I want to see it. Lost, had a pop-off game previously in their biggest game. Best part of this team so far. Most aggressive part.
Well,
let's see him play to it.
If you're picking the Lucian Nami, don't do what we saw from Team Liquid last game and draft Kalista Renata and then not do anything with it, not play with that, not play around that. If you've got Lucian Nami, I want to see some bullets in some butts.
Let's electrocute too. It's not the Guardian Nami either. This is no halfway Lucian Nami.
No more half measures.
This is full send. This is a full send Lucian Nami here. Unfortunately, it is a Trundle trying to help gank for them, so we'll see about the effectiveness there. Trundle Pillar is not very effective against Zeri because she can jump right through it. Still slows her on the other side.
Yeah, you get a little bit of value out of it, but just not as much as you'd like. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything crazy at level 1 here in this one either. Honestly, the level 1 looking a lot like the previous game.
Walk up, drop your ward right in his face. Wait, you didn't even drop the ward. He faked it.
No, he just...
Dude, that's even more Chad. You walk up and you fake drop your trinket ward.
Yeah, so now they think that they're playing around a ward. But
call down the thunder, walk up, do nothing, and promptly leave.
The mind games. He's already ahead. He's already winning.
Pride Stalker. All right. Well, we did get the Raptor ward down, but actually it doesn't even see into Raptor Pit, just sees the ramp, and Ole knows it's there.
Ole, he'll get the glitter lance there as
20 gold, baby.
Yeah, hey, Spell Thieves, man, it feels good.
Certainly does. Ole is currently dominating this game.
Ole off to the races here at the very start. Revenge, you can see he tries to harass him a little bit there at the blue buff start for Pride Stalker.
Yeah, get that little boomerang out of here.
Well, Licorice will be able to just walk himself back up the top. Worth pointing out for anybody who has missed how top Sejuani works, not normally a champion that likes to take flash. Usually these top lane Sejuanis are often taking the TP Ignite combo instead, but that does mean that it could set up better opportunities for a gank for Kenby if he finds a way up here. But both junglers starting on the top side of their own jungles means they will be pathing towards that bottom side here first.
Yeah, I mean, we were super excited for the hovers and for the possibility of an Aurelia, commitment to an all-in counter to the Nara top side and going for those kills in mini form. Yeah. It's still doable, though, with Sejuani. Sejuani top came to rise because of the bonuses and the buffs that were given to Sejuani were actually damage related for the past 3 buffs to the champion. And so there definitely will be a possibility there, especially once Volibear can get up to the top side on a mini timing. Anytime you just channel your Q, flash in, it's very difficult to mess that stun up for Volibear. The only way is if you literally click on a minion.
I was gonna say you have to click somebody else.
And there is a button that you can find that will solve that issue to not even allow yourself to baby-proof your own champion.
It's a powerful button
against messing that up.
I feel like a lot of people don't use that button, but it's a really, really useful tool.
It certainly is. The target champions only button. Pride Stalker is on the ward, though. He has made his attempt to help the push out, at least.
Yep. He calls down the thunder on the caster minions.
Got him.
That's
Roasted.
Pressure gank. Well, he does have control over this bottom side river at least, so he will grab the crab there. Up here on the top side, it's Revenge with control over the lane. So he's got Licorice stuck underneath that turret. He'll just keep up going with that one as Kenby is up here. So he'll not only grab his own crab, but he'll also shadow his top laner as that wave crashes in.
Yep, the classic Gromp Blue ward. It will see the second respawn of the Gromp and gives your top laner way more confidence to push up with, because unless your opponents know it's there, which a lot of times you can actually just play around it when you split sides like this.
Yeah.
But the only way Pride Stalker would get his gank off now would be going through lane, which I think is a really underrated path to ganking. Since we have so many non-ganks and non-kills in the early game nowadays, we can just do a little tutorial in case people forgot how to gank.
All right, yeah.
But when the top lane is pushed up, when Sejuani gets up to about here, oh, never mind. We actually get some action.
We got some action in the bottom lane instead. Lost has to flash away as the Ignite comes down. Ignar trying to get out here too. Honestly, Lucian Nami getting slapped around a little bit in the 2v2 doesn't feel good.
Yeah, they do heal Ignite in trade for both summoners off of Lost. So still is going to be the combat advantage of the Ignite for Immortals, but Lucian going to be very vulnerable down on the bottom side.
And that's what I want to bring Volibear back down here. Try to find some other opportunity. Try to take advantage of this no cleanse, no flash. Get Pride Stalker involved.
Use that target champions only button.
Let's
Q
go.
And charge and flash on him.
There ain't a target wolves only button. There ain't a target minions only button. I just need the button that targets champions only.
So they've been wondering and looking for solutions to increase incentives for killing early. What if we just have our own button and we can turn it on and then no champions can target minions anymore and you can only target champions?
if the game timer hits 10 minutes without first blood, you are no longer allowed to damage anything that's not a champion.
Exactly, you're forced to kill champions. You can only watch the minions as they fight their own war.
I'll sign that petition. I'm down for it.
Yeah, give us the power. Big red button up here for us to smash.
Kenby will clear out some wards in the bottom side river there. He's got a support next to him, so it's not like Pride Stalker can challenge on that one. As Licorice strikes back against Revenge here a little bit in the top side. We'll be able to get the stun and then back away as he turns into the Mega Gnar.
Yeah. It's all about the second swing on the flail. That right there, the skinny W from Sejuani does most of the damage.
Chris doing a good job here trading into the Nart, even when he is in mega form. Back down in the bottom lane, Lost and Ignar. Lost went home, he shopped. Not an incredible buy. I mean, he's only got a couple of long swords in there. But now with Pride Stalker making his way down into the bottom lane, Kenby's here as well.
There's a counter game. All right. Not going to happen. All right, we don't get our flash play. We don't get our all-in attempt, but it is wise. Kenvy's there for the counter gank now. Just with bottom prio, they can move over to the dragon. Mid lane was also pushed in, so this is what you get when you get 2 lanes pushing in. You get the first move to the dragon. See it clearly here. That is the recipe right there on screen for the freest of early dragons. You get mid and bottom, push in, easy collapse there into the river, and easy dragon for the Golden Guardians. 6 minutes, 40 seconds or so. Pretty decent pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to put them in a good spot if they can keep picking these up to be able to use that for pressure here earlier, like what we saw in the last game where Closer was able to steal it and stop the stack. But being able to apply that pressure early can give you some nice advantages. Can be up here in the top side. He'll grab that crab.
You remember that? You remember that early 20 gold that we were excited for Ole? He got the early transformation on his.
Okay.
Big moves just in time. Ooh. The big spike, the power spike for Lulu. Transformed his support item.
I like the fact that you're keeping track of this. Is Chekhov's spell thief. We saw it earlier, and now it's paying off. Now it has a role in the story.
It's a callback, baby.
Yeah.
We're keeping track of the storyline. Kenby, though, up on the top side when the Rift Herald's about to spawn. 20 seconds left on Rift Herald, so it is going to be a recall from Pride Stalker. Doesn't want to camp around bottom too long. And I have to say, I will take a Zeri Lulu with a CS lead towards the mid stages of this game every day of the week. I am so ecstatic here if I'm the Golden Guardians.
That feels great.
Yeah, Zeri definitely scales super well, especially with a Lulu at her back.
And let's go ahead and take a look at the total gold here in the game. FTX total gold on the left side of your screen. It is a Blaze Olive leading the way with Stixay and Power of Evil right behind him. And Power of Evil's been somebody who's been under a lot of criticisms with Immortal's poor performance in Summer so far, not being able to have the impact that you would expect from a player like him. I hope that he's able to fix some of the issues that he's had so far in these first couple of weeks, because I agree, his performances thus far have not been great.
We got a swap-a-roni here for the Rift Herald Flowers. I think because Sejuani, Licorice there, still no timer left on his leashed teleport.
Yep.
They are opting to not fight this, and it is going to be a bunch of money going over to Immortals as they commit everybody to this Rift Herald to pick up. It's actually way too high of a cost to pay, though. Hold on, this bottom tower, Sejuani.
Okay.
Sejuani usually, you're not too scared about how many turret plates Sejuani can take, but Licorice is getting paid and denying so many minions. That is actually not even worth a full 5-member commitment up to that Rift Herald for Immortals. Golden Guardians get more out of the trade by actually just keeping Licorice on bottom, denying so many minions into the tower here from Revenge. Licorice with the experience lead. He's level 8 lead over Revenge, as well as a bunch of turret plates and money.
And I like that call from Golden Guardians, saying, okay, yeah, you're going to index this heavily into Rift Herald. We're just going to not worry about it. You can have that. Unless Immortals gets a full turret with 5 plates out of the Herald charge, they're behind, as you already said.
Yeah, and now top lane looking pretty juicy here. Pride Stalker does have ulti, does have flash. We got a double roam. Azir's heading up. 4-person attempt at pushing Lost and Ignar back is successful. They get at least a turret plate here for Stixay. And the Zeri is just racking up more and more power.
Licorice getting chased down by Revenge there, but obviously not worried about it too much here as the Sejuani. 2,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians, man.
I gotta be honest, this is looking really good for the Golden Guardians. I mean, they were looking forward to getting back in studio really heavily, and already, they're setting up, even with 0-0 here, 10.5 minutes, setting themselves up super nicely towards the mid stages of this game. They can just continue dragon stacking as well with their huge gold lead, and there's buff tank on the bottom side. Licorice has a full level lead over Revenge. It's a massive difference down there. And the guaranteed engage that you get with Sejuani is so good for especially the earlier dragon fights here, because while the ult is single target for the stun, does create a nice slow zone for the rest of your team as well. And that's what Zarya and Azir want. They just want big zones, slow people down so they can fire off all that auto attack damage.
So let me ask you this. How do you stop the bleeding if you're Immortals right now? You're down 1,500 gold. Things are not looking great for you. We're just talking about how, yeah, man, Golden Guardians are loving this state of the game. What's the cure here for IMT?
I don't know if we got a cure.
Oh,
it's hard because as Trundle, you don't have a lot of playmaking, especially with how the lanes are playing out now, with Zeri Lulu very comfortable on the top side of the map too. There's not really a nice area to attack, and so they're gonna have to come up with a big teamfight win then. They're not really gonna be able to get any individual advantages before the teamfight breaks out, and so they're gonna actually have to just play it better. Maybe PoE can pump out some damage on Victor if he can get catch up and get his Victor to his mythic before the team fight, so he can try and catch up to a Blaze Olive who already completed his Leandries. Then he could be the key. There's something too I want to talk about with this Victor skin.
Okay,
because to me, I really dislike this Victor skin with the gray chroma. It makes it very hard to notice the Chaos Storm. Much more difficult than other skins for Victor. So I feel like it really hides more Victor spells than any of the others.
Golden Guardians walking up here trying to fight in what could be a 3v3, but Immortals ward them away. Shelly gets off the charge, takes out 2 plates, but nothing more. Power of Evil coming into the fight first. Pride Stalker with the ulti to disengage. Stixxay popping an ult of his own. Goes back in for a bit of damage, but nobody wants to fully commit to this.
There's a little gray Chaos Storm down there. I've seen people walk back into it. Pro players walk back into it when the Victor is playing this skin with this chroma.
It is a little tricky.
That's my little man. I don't like it. It's a little sussy.
I'm with you.
I'm saying it's a little sussy. That chroma.
We all have skins that we just like, nah, that's not it. My problem, the one that I have that problem with is the Dragon Lee Sin. He's Ezreal. He runs like Ezreal. His Q looks like Ezreal. The dude is Ezreal.
Yeah, we have different issues with them, but yeah, I was agree. That one's like overly flashy. This one
is too subtle.
Exactly.
It's not flashy
I see you,
enough.
Victor players. I see what you're trying to do. Golden Guardian's going to be able to continue stacking their dragons, though. And this is the sad story of Immortals, this split, Flowers. It has been a haunting start here for this team. Getting in a really big deficit this early on for the Golden Guardians. Looks like it's going to be hard for them to pull back out. We did get PoE to that breakpoint that we were looking for, though. He got at least his Leandries. He caught up on his recall. He did get 1 turret plate off, slowly chunking down a Blaze Olive now with the lasers. And so Mortals, they're really hanging their hats on hoping for a big team fight for them to be able to just play it better than Golden Guardians. I have to say, though, the longer the game goes like this and Golden Guardians just keep increasing their leads with Licorice, this Sejuani, the richest player in the game, off of the Rift Herald swap. This is so much because of the Rift Herald swap, by the way. All that turret plate money on that he earned himself, the entire turret taken, and the first turret bonus as well. That is a very, very rich Poro rider.
And Immortals used that Herald top. They got the 2 plates from the charge, and that's it. Like, that Herald did not turn into a big swing. It didn't turn into a lot of momentum.
That Herald was a big Golden Guardians play is what it was.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Golden Guardians, being able to get to the point where they're at right now, is just making the right call, leaving Licorice down there, allowing him to build up that lead. He's got his tier 2/3 of the way stacked as well, so that'll be another big power spike once that item is fully completed into Thimblewinter. This is scary stuff. Scary, scary stuff for Immortals. I do like the fact, yes, Power of Evil, we're not seeing any weird build this game so far, at least. Like, he's got Leandries, he's got damage. That's one of the things that people have been critical of, too, is just like, Riftmaker Orianna, stuff like that. So I'm glad that they've got the firepower here, but they do have to scale up. Like you're saying, they do have to find one of those big fights. They're going after the second Rift Herald, and Golden Guardians are ready to challenge for this one. Pride Stalker goes in, the stun comes down. Ignar wants to get out. Sejuani ulti over the wall, but not enough damage. He's got 100 HP, but he gets away. Revenge having a flash out now, too. Golden Guardians still after the Herald. Kenby wants to come in, try to fight for this. Blaze Olive gets the shuffle and hands a double kill over to Stixxay.
He's going to sweep Immortals right back into their graves, Flowers. Golden Guardians are on stage, and Golden Guardians are dominating that stage from start to finish. It's only 16 minutes in, and Golden Guardians have almost wrapped up their day of work.
Golden Guardians with a 4,000 gold lead off of this. Let's see it again.
This is a spanking. Okay, so they go in pre-teleport arrival. Pridestalker almost 100% the Nami, and then with the Sedge snipe over the back, Ignar's basically out of the fight, still trying to buff up his teammates though. Then we have a little bit of defensive maneuver right back to the Rift Herald, and it's here. Ablaze Olive sees the angle, goes for the flash play. Only PoE is able to flash far enough to be able to get to the other side, and Ablaze just sweeps them all back in. Would you like a bunch of money with your Rift Herald and your giant lead in this game?
We'll season it with some nice damage sprinkles. 3,400 in the last fight coming out from the Emperor. Ablaze Olive saw his moment. He jumped, he pounced, he was rewarded for it. Golden Guardians are crushing it.
And this is a player too that got so much hype in his rookie season and split. Ablaze Olive was really on course to be one of these big hype stories for North American talent. And he did have a little bit of a dip, but nice to see him have a nice resurgence here. 1-0-2 on the Azir, and he's looking like carry pants on.
Oh, yes, sir. He's got the pants, he's got the belt, he's ready to go. And Immortals, I don't know. Kobe, I don't know. What the hell?
You sound like someone who's just been told by their mother, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And now you're just struggling.
My mom used to tell me that all the time when I was a little kid. And that's what I'm doing because I don't know what to say. Immortals can't get their own footing. I don't know what's going on with this team. But Golden Guardians making them look bad here. And they've still got control over the game. All 5 players grouped up here in the mid lane. 45 seconds until the 3rd Drake of the game. Remember, it's Golden Guardians who have both of those already as well. If they get this, they're on soul point.
Yeah, you bet your butt they do. All right, 37 seconds. Not gonna be able to trap the Sejuani, not today.
And a little bit of poke over the wall there with that Zeri W. That thing stings, man.
I don't know why it does so. Why does it do so much damage, even for the AD build? Like, yeah, I've seen the funny AP build Zeri videos and stuff, but it actually scales so well with AD also.
Yeah. It's just a really strong spell. The fact that it crits when it passes through terrain.
It's interesting that they did touch Zeri with a little bit of a nerf as well with the stacks, the move speed from the ultimate. Going down a bit, basically cut in half. Wow, they're actually just gonna forego the dragon and go right into the base. They say, knock, knock, Immortals, who's home? Anybody? Anybody there?
I actually love this call from the Golden Guardians. They're saying, we don't care about Soul. We're going to get 1, 2, 3 turrets from Herald charges. Absolutely awesome from Golden Guardians. You take that trade any day of the week. It's gonna charge the damn in here.
Shelly's not done. She's taking it to Immortal. She's gonna finish the work. Shelly, 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 Shelly.
Almost. Lost gets in there and stops Shelly's reign of terror. But Immortals...
the 45 health, Shelly just laying destruction inside the base.
Immortals, yeah, they stopped the stack. But at what cost, man?
Well, the cost was 3 towers and the inhibitor down to 30%. Blaze Olive right back out to the top side of the map as well, still collecting cash. And Immortals just looks so sluggish this game. Really, really big props to the Golden Guardians. They came out, they have dictated the pace of this game. They have not stopped. Really smart call on the swap, by the way, from Golden Guardians. The biggest brain play of this whole game was them swapping Licorice down to bottom side of the map when the Rift Herald came up, and him just pushing out multiple waves, denying so much that Immortals, from that point on, they were just in such a deep hole, they can't get out under the control of the #1 pro rider of the day.
Yeah, I'm honestly struggling to see how Immortals comes back into this game. Aside from a massive Golden Guardians throw, I'm not seeing the angle here. And it's tough because, I mean, you already mentioned...
objective bounties are up.
Okay, so we got that.
Let those light your way, Flowers. The objective bounties were put into the game to be the light at the end of the tunnel.
Literally a big golden outline around the thing says, go here.
Exactly. You can always kind of hope for the big Baron steal, because then you get all of the gold and benefits of Baron plus the objective bounty shutdown.
Well, Pride Stalker takes a little bit of damage here, but gotta be careful. Okay, he ults
destroyed.
back, but the ult didn't work so well. Had to flash too. Pride Stalker gets away.
Yeah, that's the thing about Volibear. He's a real big boy, so there are not a lot of walls you can jump with the Volibear ultimate. I think a lot of players actually get hung up on that because the model grows in size and it's so big too. And you have to get like over 50% of the way through the terrain to be able to push over to the other side.
Right, it has to round up.
Anything that even looks a little bit thick, if you doubt yourself at all, then you can't jump over it as Volibear, basically. If you ever find yourself questioning, can I jump over this wall? The answer is probably no.
If the wall is thick, you're gonna stick.
There we go.
It's not a good time if Volibear is trying to level up his acrobatics. Down here in bottom lane, Revenge going after Licorice. Licorice with that Iceborne Gauntlet, with that Frost, or not, I always forget the name of this stupid thing.
Fimbulwinter. The Fimble Fumble, baby.
The
Let's get this.
Fumble, I like that.
This is what we wanted, though. Some action. Can be. He could blind flash over. This is the hope. Dream. Make your dreams real.
That might be what it
Go
has
for
to
the steal,
be.
baby.
Baron down to 1,500. It's going to be secured by the side of the Golden Guardians. Revenge wants to get away, but Stixay says no. It's 2 already over to the side of Golden Guardians as Immortals tries to continue their retreat. 8,000 gold lead.
I was trying to live a little there. Oh, my goodness. I actually can't believe the Golden Guardians actually just went for the flip, and they actually were willing to risk it. But they do, and are rewarded again. It turns out Immortals, they actually can't catch a break there either. Can't get the lucky steal. They straight up 50-50 this. Like, nobody's even keeping him out. I mean, he's got polymorphed. He flashes in. It's a straight up fair is fair. Pride Stalker hits the smite. Golden Guardians get the Baron, and they get a little bit more as well. Power Vivo and Lost both flash out, but now there are no flashes on Immortals carries, and Golden Guardians coming to finish the job.
The base is already broken open from Shelly's great adventure early on, so we've got some serious problems for Immortals right now. They are very far behind. They have Golden Guardians pushing 2 different lanes. They've got that turret set up by Azir that they have to deal with in the mid lane, and Golden Guardians are not stopping. I love the fact they're just pedal to the metal with this.
Yeah. Honestly, with this Baron buff, wouldn't be surprised. Well, Dragon is also coming up, so maybe they just go for like a couple inhibitors and retreat to this respawning Dragon there. No reason to risk anything here versus Immortals because, honestly, unless you hand it to them, I don't think they're coming back.
Well, Lost takes a little bit of damage there from the Zeri, who is getting really, really scary at this point, as Immortals have lost half the HP on the bottom lane tier 3 turret. The mid lane inhibitor was fortunately able to regenerate a lot of that damage that it took from the Shelly attack, so it's still mostly full, but the cannon minion down here in bottom lane is doing plenty of work. Kobe, it's almost going to kill this turret itself.
Yeah, Golden Guardians are just full chilling back here. Immortals, this team is in a pretty bad place just overall, not even just in this game, I feel like. Things are already starting to get really, really rough for them in summer.
Well, the turret falls. 2 inhibitors now exposed. 2 inhibitors at half HP. Stixay going to put the auto attacks.
The pellet gun does too much.
That pellet gun finds the first inhibitor of the game. Golden Guardians claim that one in bottom lane. Mid lane inhib should be able to roll that one over as well without any real difficulties here. There they go. Licorice jumping in, going for the engage. Lost, getting himself out there with the use of the cleanse. But now we've got some trouble for Pride Stalker, who has to try to disengage.
Hey, they got a kill.
Immortals gets their first kill of the game, 24.5 minutes in.
All right, well, now it's the retreat over to Dragon for the Golden Guardians. They gave him 1. Immortal's going to eat up a little bit. 2 inhibitors down means they are going to at least have some minions as well, but it's just going to be a full reset there for Golden Guardians after they take this Dragon.
Yep.
Top side is easy for them to finish off.
That push was just about over anyway because Baron was about to expire. They were running a little bit low on resources. They did want to go pick up that Dragon like you were talking about back at the start of the Baron play. So losing Pride Stalker, a little bit unfortunate. Nothing back-breaking, however, for the Golden Guardians.
What a turbo enter. He gave them 100% of their kills.
Damn.
He's going to have to do, garbage duty or something. I don't know what kind of stuff they have at Golden Guardians. They have a rotating system. They got someone to take care of that for them.
I have no idea, but Pride Stalker is, I mean, he's the only one with a number other than a 0 in the middle column, man. It's not a good look.
True. It's okay. It's the duty of the Volibear.
Yep, that's true. You gotta take one for the team. You gotta be able to lead the charge.
He has only death, and he had the ultimate stick into the wall. So...
Or, okay, so what's worse? Being the only death, or Licorice is the only one without 100% kill participation. He missed out on one of the kills.
I think that's worse. Yeah.
Okay.
You need to get in there, even from top lane. No excuses, okay?
No excuses. Golden Guardians aren't making any excuses here, though, as they continue their push. They're looking at that last remaining lane that has anything still standing in it. Looking at the last remaining tier 3 turret here. Power of Evil and Kenvi trying to defend. Pride Stalker again with a defensive ulti as Licorice can just ride that Poro out of the enemy base, helping get these waves shoved up in the other 2 lanes, create multiple points of pressure for Immortals to deal with.
Poke them with the stick, see if they do anything.
Well, the stick is marching down mid lane. All right, they're gonna go deal with that. We got Baron here in just over a minute as well, and it looks like Golden Guardians are gonna back away. They'll head back home, they'll pick up some wards, they'll get themselves in a good spot to set up for this Baron. It seems like a pretty easy way to wrap up the game. Go Baron, then you can go end nothing to it.
And so if we just zoom out then for Golden Guardians, this game is going to put them at 3-3, comfortably in the middle of the standings, where they're situated to make a nice push. Like, this team is already looking like, especially with the stage games, they're going to be a solid, playoffs LCS team. They want to continually make those qualifications. They want to continually build each year and sustain these improvements. Honestly, definitely can see it coming.
Well, all that they got to do is close this one out. 25 seconds until the Baron. Do they even need it, though? Nice disengage coming out from Immortals, stopping Pride Stalker from going in. That was a very rabid bear, Kobe. He had the Kim tank. He was ready to go, but...
Yeah. You know the cool thing about Volibear too? If they interrupt your Q, then you just get it again.
Yeah.
That is so sick.
Unless you're against Volibear.
Unless you're against Volibear, then it's not so sick. But Lost, he did
Here he
still have
goes.
Flash.
Arr! Okay, they walk away from it. Kenfi's not really the target they want to go after anyway. He does lose about 1/3 HP. A Blaze Olive putting some more damage into him. Baron spawning up now. Golden Guardians are going for it. Immortals no. But can Immortals really even do anything about it to begin with? A Blaze Olive can immediately just walk away there from Kenvi, continue to put the damage into the Immortals jungler. They won't let him through.
Hold the line! A Blaze Olive and Licorice, the gatekeepers.
2v5 holding him off. Culling already coming out from Lost. Kenvi wants to approach the pit. He's just going to get stunned off. He's immediately killed. They don't even stay on the Baron. They're turning around looking for kills instead. A Blaze Olive. Okay, the soldiers didn't exactly do what they were looking for there, but hey, they still managed to get the flash out of revenge. Immortals heads back home. 1 man fewer, and Golden Guardians go right back into the Baron pit.
Yes, sir. That's going to be the Baron, and marching towards the end of this game. Immortals. What can they even do? They got to start reviewing what can they do later in the season. Because after the game last week also, that was another one of the most rough LCS games that we have had in a very long time from any team. They're just the constant punching bag nowadays.
It's tough. It's really, really rough for Immortals because, I mean, I don't know. When everything seems like it's going wrong, where do you even start with fixing it?
I think you just got to start doing anything.
Okay.
Just take some action, because how are you going to find data on what works and what doesn't if you don't take an action?
That's fair. Kenvi gonna get caught here a little bit in mid lane. Pride Stalker chasing after him. Stixxay fires a laser through the wall. Sejuani ulti not gonna hit the target, but it does do a good job zoning him away. Revenge dies in mini Gnar form. Pride Stalker keeps the chase alive, now flashing out to keep himself safe. Golden Guardians with a 5v4 for the next 40 seconds. Shoving down mid lane. Pride Stalker's just going back. He's like, there's not a whole lot he can do.
Does Pride Stalker get back to the next? Oh, I was gonna say, does he get back to the Nexus by the time that they blow it up?
Well, it looks like
they're
probably
not pushing hard enough.
Oh, they're gonna go get Hex Soul. That's on the map.
All right. We can give them some more fantasy points. Rack up those neutral objectives.
Exactly. Pad the stats a little bit.
Exactly. Golden Guardians here on stage, and they just want to savor every moment of it. Soul picked up. Now there's no possible comeback for Immortals.
Golden Guardians are just, it's all over except the part where they get 50 gold for the Nexus. This one is looking done. Immortals never really looking like they had much of a shot in it. It was that big play from a Blaze Olive. The shuffle that really blew things up. And ever since then, it's just been Golden Guardians going to town.
It's really scary, too, because their last game of last week was also this ineffective. Yeah, this is now not just an aberration. 2 points, we've created a line. This is a very, very worrying trend for Immortals.
Something's got to change, but it ain't going to change before this game ends. Golden Guardians looking to finish what they've started here. Stixxay losing half of his health, though. Chaos Storm, they get that out of the Victor. There's still 45 seconds left on this Baron. They want to try to use this, make sure they can mow down this last remaining tier 3 turret. They've got the next wave about to crash into it.
They can see the boulder about to crush them. Immortals are just staring at it. Here it comes.
It's about to roll forwards.
It's slowly rolling. Ow, ow, ow.
There we go. Licorice, the man who decides it's time to go on in. A Blaze Olive throws out the wall, and that one's going to be very, very effective. A double kill back over to the mid laner.
And the boulder wins!
Clean ace! And Golden Guardians will absolutely slam Immortals and take this game.
All right, I want to hear what the analyst has to say. What are they going to prescribe to Immortals? Because they need some help, and they need it now. They need it stat.
They needed it yesterday.
They needed it last week.
It's tough, man. It's really tough for Immortals. Like,
it is. There we go. Licorice, so he's happy. Picking up the dub here in the studio for Golden Guardians.
You love to see it. They said that they thought playing from home was a debuff. Well, they are buffed up and ready to go. Golden Guardians, they got to be proud of that one. They looked good. They were able to make the call. Like you were talking about, they're saying, yeah, just flip the Baron. We can trust our guy. Pride Stalker will do it.
Yeah. All right, that one,
I'm calling that a Chad play.
Yeah, it is, but the Chad is not always the most intelligent play.
But it was cool.
They gave him a chance to make the game exciting. You know?
Yeah.
They left the door open. Yeah. That is something. Yeah. If you're gonna nitpick and you're gonna examine, if Golden Guardians really wanted to drill every little bit in, of course, you never want to flip a 50-50 versus a team that you're just running around the rift already and give them a chance to window back into the game. But
well, I mean, talking about objectives,
they weren't even sweating.
Very early in the game, when Immortals does go after the Rift Herald and they get themselves that, and Golden Guardians just says, okay, Licorice, take the whole tower, no problem.
Yeah,
then that was
down there,
a massive lead being built just out of that. So Golden Guardians, they got their heads on straight. They're playing the macro game that they want to play, even then when they're also at 2 Drakes, and Immortals is moving in. Hey, we won't let you guys get soul point.
Yeah.
All right, cool, we don't care. 3 turrets. And most of the inhib there mid. Golden Guardians look good in that game. And we're heading over to the stage to join Stixxay and Emily in the Verizon postgame interview.
Hello, and I am joined by Golden Guardians Stixxay. Just first of all, welcome back, both from your COVID quarantine and just generally welcome back to the LCS.
Thank you.
I know Olive spoke last week about how there's such a difference between playing actually on stage in front of our lovely crowd here and then playing at home. So just how does it feel generally to be back? And do you attribute some of the crowd noise to your victory?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was really weird. It's, I guess, been a while since I played on stage, so I actually forgot like a lot of the protocols and stuff that we have to do. But yeah, it's always weird to get used to like a new setup, and it just feels a lot different. But yeah, it was really nice seeing the crowd and having a lot of noise in the background. It's nice.
All right, so I'm gonna start with the draft, of course, because I can. You ended up with the Zeri. Were you surprised that they didn't lock it in and went for Lucian Nami? Because that bot lane seemed to go really well for you.
Yeah, I think Zeri Lulu is traditionally a pretty good matchup for Lucian Nami, so I was surprised, especially because Lucian got nerfed. Pretty surprised they went Lucian Nami, but it can work. It can work for sure. But
one thing we talked about going into this matchup is maybe seeing some stronger jungle to lane communication between Pride Stalker and the rest of the team. It actually looked pretty good here with the Volibear pick. So just describe to me how your early game communication has been going and who's in charge of that.
I would say it's mainly a jungler, Pride Stalker. He's usually just hitting the full clears, and we just kind of adapt and play our lanes around that.
Okay, cool. And then overall, generally, there was a play around second Herald that I'm sure you think I'm going to reference, where it's pretty much just your like perma pushing down mid, and not much was traded for it. Were you surprised that mid was so available and open to you, or what was the communication like on your team in that moment?
Yeah, we were a bit surprised that was the option they took. But the thing is, like, for Immortals, they're kind of in like a lose-lose situation. But yeah, it went really well for us. But that's why Herald is OP.
Okay. And then last question. Overall, even before you came, Golden Guardians were known for having a really strong early game map pressure. Again, what goes into it? I know you talked about how Pride Stalker is communicating with you as he's clearing, but what goes into your cross-map plays, especially early to mid?
I would say we try to follow the LCK LPL style of playing, and we try to play for all the objectives, and we also draft strong lanes to do that. So that's usually why we have leads in the early game.
If you're following LPL style playing, you could get some more early game kills in there. I'm just saying. I'm kidding. But anyway, thank you so much for joining me. Hopefully I didn't scare you off of interviews for forever as the LCS substitute interviewer. And on the other side of the break, we will be back to the State Farm Analyst Desk to preview C9 CLG, which is a very hype matchup, so stay tuned.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork!
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock.
No king!
The people shall have the right to vote.
Even the stupid ones?
Yes!
Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks.
Nobody's gone to the moon, ever! Why not?
It's far, it's too far, it's far!
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか!
出ていけ!
語りがいいとも言えるぞ! 語り!
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back. And for our MasterCard Player of the Week, I am joined by C9's Blabber. Thank you so much for taking the time. This is your 6th time receiving the award. So congratulations. How are you this overpowered?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it feels good. I think I've been doing pretty good last couple of years. So yeah, I'm really happy to get another one.
So heading into last week, the week that you won the award for, obviously this is your first time with the full starting lineup on C9. You guys had a 2-0 week. First win was a little shaky. Second win looked a lot stronger. What has it been like integrating the intended bot lane onto the team?
Yeah, so it was a bit rough at the beginning, I would say, but it's actually been going a lot better than I would have expected, I guess. I still don't think like we're at our full potential, but I definitely think we're improving a lot. I think when Sven first came in our first scrim games, it was like a little shaky just because they're testing matchups, right? So they're dying a lot. But after the first couple of games, they've been doing really good down there. So I'm really happy with our team overall, and I think that we still have a lot to improve on.
And then looking ahead to your next matchup against CLG today, one thing we've asked you before in previous interviews was to elaborate a little bit on the strength of having C9 around you as you were coming up in comparison to Contracts, who left C9, kind of struggled and is now looking a lot more coordinated with CLG this split. How would you evaluate like his evolution as a jungler, and what do you think it is about C9 that's made you so successful?
I actually think Connor's been playing pretty well this split. Definitely a lot better than he has in the past, or like last split, I guess. And like happy for him. I think for him it was just unfortunate as well because he goes from like an org that's always winning or top 3, right, to like Golden Guardians who are like 10th place, right, for 3 splits in a row or something like that. And playing on a bad team is obviously gonna hinder your development. I also think when I first joined, I got really lucky. I was able to play LCS like my first split being a pro. Most players have to play through Academy for a while. And I also think Reaper drafted well around me and my strengths. And I think I was able to develop playing with a lot of veterans. And I think that helped me a lot.
Yeah, we were actually off screen talking about the necessity for rookie players, especially rookie junglers coming into the league, to have some favorable drafts to really help facilitate them and their play style as they integrate themselves onto a team. How would you evaluate how you've evolved as a jungler from when you first started to now?
I definitely think I've learned a lot, like throughout my career. I mean, most players who've been playing for a long time probably have. I definitely had a lot of weaknesses at the beginning. I still do, but I've been working on them, and I think I used to pretty much only be a carry jungler, and now I feel like I'm able to play multiple styles and either play for the team or play for myself. I'm happy to do both now.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Good luck later in today's matchup. And now we will head back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk, which I've been told has been made by many, but now I'm starting to think it's just made by Emily.
Made by one.
Interview tossed to herself, doing another interview tossed to her on the desk.
And boom, she's back. Next, I'm going to throw it to the casters, and she's just going to pop up in the middle
That'd
of
be a good bit.
Kobe of Flowers. Yeah. Well,
That's Crampin' Raz's
think
style.
about it.
All
right.
I think Emily Nation is a lot more realistic.
We only got about a couple minutes before these two teams take to the stage, and there's some interesting stuff that I want to talk about. First, starting on the side of CLG, this is one of our first-place teams, but of course, the conversation around this team has largely been, are they contenders really, though? Do they deserve to be in that top 3? Are they actually a contender? And strength of schedule will always be a massive part of that conversation. So let's start there as they look to take down a very tough opponent today in Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, they beat EG last week, so I don't know why people are still doubting. They're going to take down Cloud9 here today, and then they'll just keep moving on up the standings.
Oh, okay. Like, I was with you in terms of just having faith in CLG. And then when we're talking about Cloud9, that's where I draw the line. I think that Cloud9 is definitely a much stronger team than people see them as. Definitely better than CLG. And for me, the way I would put that in, actually, I wonder if...
Go ahead, keep talking.
Just go.
Okay,
keep talking.
Emily's the first in prediction.
Just keep talking. They'll fly
it starts in the jungle. I think Blabber has been such an exceptional jungler. We saw how he was able to perform last week on the Gragas, his tried and true special. And so it for me, comes down to the fact that the players that were already here since week 1 are strong players, performed well in their first game, right? Had a shaky game for Jensen, I would assume. This is a great play that we saw from them when they went into 100 Thieves. Got a pick onto Abadaga. got the team fight Drake afterwards, Baron afterwards. Like, this is just a team that, sure, slotting in the bot lane is a question mark, but you have no questions on an MVP jungler like Blabber.
So I think the interesting thing about CLG, like going back to their strength of schedule, is like they've had to go through so many like mini tests, right? So it was first like, okay, you're winning, what's up with that? It must just be that you're Seraphine abusers. And then like the next step was like, oh wait, you're just drafting really well. So now what's the next test and what's the next test? And I think this schedule is a massive test for them for some of the reasons that Raz already just pointed out. The C9 is going to be very difficult to defeat.
One might call those mini test quizzes, and this is the midterm, perhaps, before we get to
well,
the final.
Yeah, you were just hyping them up. Are you going to predict them to win? Let's do these predictions. They've been sitting on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. Thank you for getting us there. What's it going to be? Is CLG actually a contender? Are they going to be able to take down Cloud9 today?
So, I think CLG is legitimately a good team, but I did not pick them to win today.
Waiting for the
which is always the catch.
And the shoe drop.
So yeah, I think the big thing, and Blabber kind of covered it in my interview with him earlier, is when he said when the bot lane started, they were feeding a lot. They were trying to figure out matchups. But for me, it does begin with this bot lane. Sven looked really comfortable in obviously a very small sample size. But I think the big thing coming out of C9 that we saw last week is that decisiveness, his coordination with the team already, and the fact that he is a player who has a really good understanding of the game just generally, and his mechanics are obviously going to make him a pretty strong support.
All right, production, fly me up the next two predictions right now. I want to see where these two guys land.
I didn't stutter. I said C9.
Yeah,
Boom.
I heard you say C9.
Raz is on Cloud9.
I didn't
Mark?
stutter either. I said CLG. I said I don't know what people are still waiting for. All right, you're showing me these Blabber highlights. I'm talking about mid lane. That's what I want to talk about because Jensen and Palafox are complete polar opposites, I think, right now with how it comes to the approach to the game. Jensen is low jungle proximity. He has a lot of focus on laning. He's very good at his laning. He's actually second in the league right now in CSD at 15. He's pretty good. He's like +5 or something like that. But not much jungle proximity and not much activity actually in the early game. His kills and assists at 15 or low. Palafox, on the flip side, is the complete opposite player. He has some of the worst CSDs, but still positive goal differentials because he's #1 in kills and assists at 15. So he's actually an extremely proactive player in the early game. I had Dokla on Hotline League. He was talking about how there's no risk tolerance for him. He is all in all the time. And when you're on a bad team like they were in Spring Split, it makes Palafox look terrible because you're like ride or die with a bunch of idiots running in. But when your team's playing well, he is enabling them to continue to find these wins. I think he's actually the unsung hero of this team where Contracts and Dokla, a lot of people are picking up a lot of stuff. While his CSD is bad, his goal difference is actually fine because he's assisting the team.
I'd actually argue that in their wins last split, we did see that, right? Like when he and Contracts were able to pop off together in side lanes, especially with picks like TF and Rise, where you're making the most of his like ability to pressure elsewhere on the map. That was when CLG won, even when they looked not nearly as good as they do now.
Yeah, but we saw what Jensen was able to do last week. Even in his words in the interview that we saw from Nick on Invent Global, the idea that like he's not happy with his own performance, but God damn it, his team's happy with his performance. Like I don't care what his own expectations are if he is just smashing it. So it's going to be hard for Palafox and for CLG this game.
I feel like people have rose-tinted glasses on for Cloud9, kind of the way that they did in week 1 for CLG, right? They had, a 2-0 weekend last week, but I'm with Mark. It's CLG in this one. They're going to take it. We're going to game 5. Before we jump into the game, though, we're checking in on the bond between Cloud9's new bot lane.
PD prediction.
I'm ready.
Yep. R.
Poker face. Hello, Sven.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening?
Yeah.
What you mean evening?
You don't know evening? Like night?
I don't know. Huh?
Our first scrims was Tuesday against CLG. The first couple games were a bit bad.
Good type, okay? I think just fight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fight.
Yeah.
Come jungle, come mid, don't care. Just fight. Mid jungle top, very bad. But doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We don't care.
We have to try matchup.
I used too early, maybe. Yeah, oh. Nice. Now, he's good soap, I think, yeah. Very boomer? Yeah. No.
Experience.
Yeah, experience.
Boomer.
Yeah.
Guy.
of the day. I think this has the potential to be the best game of the whole weekend. Kobe has been tagged out, and Mr. Mark Zimmerman has been tagged in.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That was not the best I
That was
thought.
not. No,
That was better.
All right, they both kind of sucked. We got to work on that. We got to work on that synergy. It's okay because I'm excited for this game, Mark.
Yeah, we need the synergy that Sven and Berserker clearly have, calling him a boomer in the bot lane in a complimentary way. Your experience, you're wizened. You know what's
Right,
going
yeah.
on.
It's like being like a sage or something, right?
Yeah,
Like,
just call him Boomer instead. Not quite as complimentary, but I'm really excited about that bot lane, seeing how they're going to pair up against CLG, who have been popping off. It was hotly debated on the desk right before this about who we thought was going to win this game, and I agree. One of the best looking ones this weekend.
I'm so excited for it. I love the conversation about how the mid laners play it differently. Jensen, more comfortable scaling up, like being that thing he's the inevitability later on, while Palafox is just like, nah, I'm getting in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're so different. I think Jensen has historically been such a difficult player to gank. He kind of becomes this black hole in the mid lane where he's going to slowly beat your mid laner. He's not going to need his jungler to back him up, and he's going to get this CS lead over time as he exerts his pressure over the game, whereas Palafox is so willing to roam around the map, even sacking waves. I think there's so many mid laners who will go into a conniption if they're supposed to roam before they get priority. They're like, I'm going to lose these 6 creeps to the turret. No!
Like, you guys need to, there's creeps there. We really need to attend to these. But no, not Palafox.
No, you saw his CSD was pretty low, but his goal difference still positive because he goes and makes those plays. So I think this is a really interesting stylistic matchup. These teams are also both aggressive, and goddamn, do we need that in the LCS right now after those last 2 slow games?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see some nice explosive early game action here in this one. Let's take a look at the draft. It's Gragas and Lulu banned out by CLG. Seraphine remains banned. Very, very powerful right now. Got to keep that one out of everybody's hands. As Corki gets banned away as well, that just warms my heart.
Yep, happy to see the Corki ban. The Seraphine buff, funnily enough, was actually a nerf, I would argue, to CLG. Because she became must-ban status.
Now she's ban status, yeah.
But before, CLG was, getting it banned against them because people were like, oh, you're the best, Seraphine team in the league, whatever.
Yeah.
But maybe teams would have let it go through. But now there's no way anyone's letting Seraphine go through. So as we've already seen, though, CLG has more in the tank last week, getting different drafts going and grabbing the Senna first pick right out the gate.
Okay, very early Senna pickup here for CLG. Tom Kench, Senna's best buddy, is of course still available, so we'll see if that's what they end up drafting next to it. But there's plenty of options over here for C9 as well. Of course, Fudge, a notorious memer, has to just let everybody know.
The sinner, Fudge, looking at the Renekton pick. Of course, that's not going to get locked in. The switch back to Zeri, as expected. Feels like we're seeing a lot of Zeri Senna bot lanes right now as it continues to stabilize down there. The Twitch disappeared a little bit with lack of first pick Zeri. It felt like more of a counter pick, and so with the Senna taken away already, like I said, probably TK coming in, unfortunately, but you can still see some exciting Senna lanes. We've seen really crazy experimentation around the world, even not on Senna. There's Ashe bot lane with Imperial Mandate and stuff. Like, you can do something else if you want, CLG. Oh.
Well, they don't. Unfortunately, it's just going to be
trying to talk them into it.
The tried and true. It's Senna Tom Kench versus Zeri and Yuumi there in the bottom lane. A lot of times teams are going to go for junglers now. We'll see if they want to make that play or if it will be a solo lane choice instead before that next round of the bans comes through. Okay, Yone locked in for CLG.
I like this, throwing down the gauntlet a little bit by Palafox here. Jensen has had 2 Yone games, one hot, one cold, and I think he likes that into a lot of the control mage matchups. If you're going to pick a Azir, he's going to be very happy to pick the Yone. And I think this is kind of a call-out saying, like, well, what else are you going to pick into it?
Yeah.
And Palafox laying it down as we were just hyping him up about this actual matchup.
Well, Cloud9, okay, they're going to lock in their jungler here. So Udyr picked up for Blabber. Udyr with Yuumi can be very scary as well. Just kind of turns him into an absolute maniac race car, but got to get there.
Gotta get there. This is one of those comps that C9 is starting to put together that's just this big meatball run at you comp, where everyone's going to run really fast, going to get set up by the Yuumi on the Udyr. We'll see what they round that comp out with, as there is a bit of a mismatch now because jungler taken for C9, mid laner taken for CLG.
Well, Lilia is the next ban here on the Cloud9 side. CLG knows they have to aim at solo laners in this second half of the ban phase, and that first ban of theirs will be Fiora.
Fiora taken away, getting rid of some of that counter pick potential for the side of Fudge, knowing that you'll probably see the enemy mid laner now matched first, give counter pick up there. And I do like the Lilia ban by C9 here, because while it's not the highest priority champion for North America, with the AD mid lane already taken, Senna also in the bot lane paired up with not a mage that she's farming or feeding the gold into, means that there could be a lack of magic damage on the side of CLG if it's not coming from the jungler. You're basically going to eliminate it into only the top lane, but then you also have counter pick on top lane. So I do like getting rid of the Lilia there, the most prominent AP jungler.
And the other ban for C9 in this last half of the draft is the Wukong. Looking at the fact that CLG doesn't already have their own jungler, they can ban that one away, knock them down the tier list a little bit. LeBlanc, the final ban here for CLG. As C9, which one's it going to be? Who are they going to play into the Yone here? Heimerdinger, of course, always a fan favorite, but unfortunately, almost never locked in.
And almost never locked in. Ooh, gonna take the Azir into it. So I get some boost from the chat. I will say this is a fun matchup in the sense that the Yone has the ability to win lane against it, so there still will be a skill matchup at least. But I agree, not as interesting as the Heimerdinger. Berserker.
Yeah! Justice for the Donger! Always hovered, never locked in.
Where's Organism, you know?
Yes! Shout out to players, go watch it.
Unfortunately, no Heimerdinger in this game.
Ooh, okay. The Zoe picked up for CLG tells me that that's going to be mid-top lane Yone instead.
So that was one of the things we didn't cover was the flex for the Yone into the top lane. It's been played a fair amount recently in the top side, and Dokla has done it himself. So this was something that you got to assume C9 did their homework on, knowing that that could potentially go up there.
Well, what's the jungler going to be, CLG? What is that final pick to round out this composition? Viego locked in. How do we feel about that?
Viego, it's a pretty interesting combination of champions. It's a lot of range with the Senna and the Zoe, but then looking for the right time to pounce. So the double melee kind of bruisery assassin is going to be waiting for people to get chunked low and then try and blow them up. Right now, C9 just have the ball comp. We'll see if they do something interesting in the top lane. Crowd's getting hyped for it, but I don't know.
Cloud9's having way too much fun with baiting the crowd. Every single pick, they're going for it. But it's Tryndamere locked in. Tryndamere versus Yone in the top lane.
I gotta say, I'm excited for it. Melee versus melee matchup. You have to feel like it's pretty good for Tryndamere early on. Just the chicken shout taking away so much AD right away, lowering that attack damage, being able to heal up as well. Yone having a little bit probably tough time in that matchup.
And Tryndamere already is a bit notorious, infamous, whatever you would want to say, for his ability to just have so much movement later on as he gets lower cooldowns, as he just constantly spins and crits and spins and crits. And it's only going to get worse with a Yuumi attached to him too. So plenty of good options for Sven to attach to here for the Cloud9 comp. Over on the other side though, Contract's going to be looking to go to Reset City, my friend.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing. Like I said, if the range of the Senna and Zoe can get people low, you can maybe be the one that goes in, finishes off that kill, start snowballing through that team fight with the resets. And it will be hard because there's a lot of zone control on the side of C9's composition. Front to back team fighting for the most part with a 4-1 split of the Tryndamere, assuming that he can get ahead.
I'm so ready for this game, Mark. I am so ready for C9 versus CLG. I want to see some early action. I want to see some explosive fights. I want to see not the 25 minutes of no kills that we got earlier.
No, there's no way they're going to do this. C9 and CLG have been bloody games for the most part this split for them, and especially for CLG side. They have had a number of the best games this split. Late game fights versus FlyQuest versus EG. They were bangers last week. Hopefully they deliver again versus C9 here.
All right, let's rock and roll. Do we get anything at level 1? The past couple of games have just been the teams fanning out, kind of drawing this line of scrimmage. Looks like we're going to get something similar here in this one too. Blabber and Contract's going to see one another there hanging out around the river. And Sven has got a message for all the C9 fans at home here too.
I want to say to the fans that it's really awesome that there's fans in the studios. The atmosphere was absolutely incredible during week 2 when I was there. Our wins were so much better because of all the fans. So thank you to people that cheer for me, and I hope that it gets even better with time.
Perfectly timed with the Cloud9 chance.
You love it, man.
I feel like for a lot of pros, just, so long playing at home. A couple of his championships here in North America were no crowds. He had the one in his bedroom, basically, as we got a little bit of trading early on. Then they had the one in the empty arena up in Griffith Park, I feel like for Sven, a lot of his championships, unfortunately, did not have crowds there. So I'm sure it means a lot for him to get back here, those C9 chants.
Well, we've got the bottom laners finding their way into the lane. Now Yumi's still hanging out in that brush. There is a ward on the red buff that will see Blabber starting there. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, so they'll be pathing in opposite directions. We'll see if that means Blabber can get anything done here in the bottom lane as he makes his way down there with that Udyr, who is very fast in the jungle phase.
Yeah, should be able to get a bit of a clear speed advantage against Viego. Both teams did have a pretty good idea of where they were starting. There's obviously that ward on the red buff that saw the Udyr, and then they cleared out the ward that Cloud9 dropped on the flip side of the map, but that happened late enough that you can assume the Viego's staying on the bottom side. So most likely that means there's going to be some attention in the top side for CLG, and C9's going to be making their way down to the bot lane, trying to make something happen down here.
Well, we'll keep an eye on those junglers as time moves forward, but we've already got a little bit of trading back and forth here. Level 1 between these bottom laners. Of course, it's not that big of a deal for Senna. She constantly heals herself whenever she fires off the Q, so no big deal.
It's going to be one of those lanes. There's a lot of damage traded, but a lot of healing as well. Yumi being able to keep them topped off. Definitely the matchups to pay more attention to is almost a little bit of an engage there.
Boom, trying to go in for that knock up there, but Cloud9 doing a good job not getting hit. Means that the fight doesn't go as bad as it could have. Luger still constantly just trying to get as many auto attacks as he possibly can. Gotta play aggro with that Senna, take advantage of that harass. Contracts making his way into the enemy jungle here, chasing after Blabber's Udyr. Blabber is up 1 camp. Down here in bottom, Luger and Poom continuing to trade aggressively, but Luger does have to be careful. He's only got 200 HP left.
Yeah, it gets a little low trying to get the push there. They do end up getting it. And Contracts, contrary to what I was going to say, actually goes for a blue buff contest onto the Udyr, not going for topside pressure, and instead working with that bot lane priority to steal it away, though it didn't happen on camera. You can see Contracts does indeed have the blue buff, and he's just helping setting up a lot of control for CLG down on the bot side here.
And you love to see that, right? Play around these guys, enable them. Let this Senna and Tahm Kench just get nice and farmed up. Big and scary. Contracts walking back up through the mid lane now. Again, this isn't really a gank. It's just the fastest path towards the other crab, and that's where they're headed.
I like it. Heads up play, playing through Contracts a little bit by getting him priority in the bot in the mid lane, allowing him to go. Thumbs up, everyone. No one saw that. No one saw that.
Yeah, totally. Well, all right, Contracts will throw down the mist. He's got Spectrum already. Okay.
Hey, there we go. Let's go, Contracts.
Second time's the charm.
Man, Scuttlecrab's got feet. He's able to break his ankles a little bit there. But good control off the mid and bot pressure there for Contracts. Getting a little bit of a CS lead against the Udyr, which I think is important to do because Udyr's clear is pretty crazy, and he kind of just wants to cycle his camps, get wards out, make sure that you can't do anything.
Yeah.
And by getting these invades off, getting the blue buff, the crabs, you're limiting what the Udyr can really do in the early game. And I thought that was a pretty heads-up idea beyond just doing the standard clear.
Yeah. Well, Cloud9, they are up very slightly in terms of gold overall, but honestly, nothing really to write home about. You can see the biggest CS advantage is down here in bottom lane, 36 versus the 17 that Poom has been able to farm up on the Tahm Kench. So that's where most of that lead has manifested itself up here in top. Big wave building up as Fudge is going to have that one pushing in here soon. Dokla, however, just doing fine. He's cool here on the Yone, just sort of chilling out, waiting for the wave to push towards him, and he'll farm it all up. As Palafox keeping trying to trade aggressively with Jensen here in mid.
Yeah, stepping forward through those soldiers as another aggressive trade in the bot lane, getting the exhaust out.
Nicely done there, forcing the cleanse out of Berserker, the exhaust out of Sven. No summoners spent from CLG in that either.
No, nice little advantage there. They, like you said, down a little bit in CS. I think they were trading a little over aggressively to make sure they got the shove in the bot lane. I'm sure there were some -1s in Twitch chat when the cannon was missed. There's nothing they like doing more than counting missed cannons.
Well, there's nothing that your opponent likes doing more than counting those missed cannons as they're building up advantages
Very
too.
happy, yeah.
It always feels good when you see the other guy miss the cannon minion, but Berserker and Sven now with that wave shoved back towards their opponents. They're the ones with control here in the bottom lane. They've got Blabber in this bot side river here as well. We've seen a couple pretty early Drake takes in the past couple of games, but no Drake on the menu here just yet. Blabber moving into the lane to help them get this shoved out. But Contract shows up now too. Here comes the potential knockup, but Poom's not gonna get it. Finds a lick, there's the flash, the stun, and Blabber's done. First blood over to CLG.
Wraparound coming from Palafox, though. They might not seep on this play. They can still get the shove in. There's a little bit of a creep, and Palafox gonna stop recalls.
Palafox going in for this. Oh, but he misses the bubble. Berserker's still on the run here. Palafox looking to go further. Throws out the Paddle Star. All right, Cloud9 gets their bottom lane out, but it's still a 1-0 game now for CLG.
Knew CLG wasn't gonna let this one be slow. They go ahead. C9 were trying to get the shove in to get a reset off. Blabber just shows in lane, but they couldn't get the push in time for Contracts to also show up and stop that. They also get to grab this dragon on the back end as a reward and almost got more from it. And that's what we were kind of talking about CLG. They're always pushing the pace. This is a team that's so down to scrap. And last split, they had a lot of bad plays that they did not know when to turn away. This flip the switch play by Rockcat, one of those times where they were good to keep going in here. Contract collapsing, and Boom starts it off, though he doesn't get the knock-up, baiting Blabber to come back forward in, not knowing exactly how far away Contracts was. That black mist combination of Senna and Viego corrupted together. There we go. Find the stun, get the kill, and then right here, if this sleep landed, would have been able to get that kill. You saw him holding it, just barely misses, but that's that aggression that we want to see out of this CLG team, always looking for a little bit more out of the play.
Absolutely. Catch them off guard. Make them double think about these things.
Ooh.
As now, Palafox could be in some trouble. Finds the sleepy trouble bubble back onto Fudge, so he's able to just walk away from it. Palafox is fine.
Palafox able to get away from that. Nice little roam by Luger, of all people, to the mid lane to help. He might have gotten out of there just with the sleep himself, but to make sure he stayed safe. Luger showing up there. And I also like Fudge making that little roam down from top to mid. A lot of the times when people end up on these split push champions, they think they're on an island and they turn their brain off and they stop looking at chat and they AFK split push.
Yeah.
You know, give them...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jensen sees the mist coming out. Nice max range stun there for Contracts. Does he want to chase Jensen any further? No, he does not. Not sure exactly where Blabber might be waiting, so he doesn't want to overcommit to this. Does not want to end up getting punished for that, but he at least scares Jensen off, keeps the turret intact, barely any damage done to that first plate, but Jensen will be able to shove this next wave right back into the tier 1 as Palafox is still working his way back down that way.
Yeah, nice little chunk up by Contracts. For a second, I wasn't sure he was going to try and keep chasing forward with his ultimate, but good decision not to, given you have no flash, so if that ends up getting turned around, you won't have any way out. And CLG stabilized the gold lead right now, and they're going to try and continue this snowball. Doing a little bit of a half roam up while Contracts grabs this, but realize he's probably going to be able to grab this himself, even though there is a ward there.
Yep, there's a ward on it. Cloud9 are very aware of this. You saw they had the don't go there ping right on top of it, just letting everybody know, hey, we're not challenging anything for this. Nobody needs to rotate. Don't lose any extra resources trying to do anything about it. Luger's about to face
There's a bear.
Luger's about to face check. There is a bear in there. Run away! Luger gets out, but it cost him his flash.
Yeah, I had to burn that one. It was a tiger, actually, in the brush, technically.
All right.
And then it was a bear. And then it was a phoenix.
Lots of stuff in that brush, Mark. None of which Luger was happy to see.
Nope, all of them were trouble. Lost both summons there. Actually got the heal out as well. Blabber did not have his ghost quite up yet, but it was, you know, almost up. And if they weren't doing a good job keeping track of the summoners, you might not have known. And so Luger blowing those, rather be safe than sorry.
Well, I want to see if Cloud9 can punish that now then. I mean, Senna's one of those champions where without flash, if they're shoved up, they're not going to be in a really good spot to try to do anything about it. So we'll keep an eye on whether or not Blabber can find his way back down to the bottom lane, whether or not they'll be able to punish that double summoner spell expenditure from the Senna. As Contracts goes back to base, he's almost got his Sunderer put together, but just not quite there. Meanwhile, back in top lane, we haven't really been paying much attention to this one because it's kind of just two melee guys with no mana bars farming minions.
It's not been interesting, I'll give you that, but I will say the matchup not looking quite as bad as I was thinking it might for Dokla. You see him giving a lot of respect here. It was a 47% win rate in favor, or against the Yone. Trigger winning 53% of the time in Diamond Plus that I saw in solo queue in the patch. So I assumed it would be kind of difficult, but right now it's actually just a small CS lead that will get evened out a little bit more as that next wave comes into Dokla, who has done a decent job just kind of playing weak side Yone for this game because there's been a lot more about the mid and bot lane.
Yep, I mean, FTX total gold on the left side of your screen here. Unsurprisingly, Contracts, the only person in the game with a kill, is the one topping those charts. Blabber and Berserker hot on his heels. As Contracts watch the mid lane there, does not want to jump into a straight up 2v2 with Blabber and Jensen here just yet, so we'll disengage that one with Mist. Meanwhile, back up in top side, Fudge just making sure he can get this wave shoved up all the way underneath the turret so that Dokla's not able to stall that out, get any sort of success off of that one. Should be a good opportunity for Fudge to go ahead and base himself. Meanwhile, the ulti from the Yuumi trying to disengage as CLG looks for Berserker, but not enough damage to take him out.
Yeah, still a nice combo by CLG there, using the Yuumi as a delivery service for the Senna route, which then gets easily followed up by the Tahm Kench. Put enough pressure on that. You saw a couple ultimates burn there. Sven now with no ultimate means that it's very easy for Contracts to come down here, drop this Rift Herald, and funnel some more gold onto his bot lane.
Feels good. Herald coming in there. Will definitely get the 2 plates. Can they put enough damage to get the third? Since the Herald hit the charge before they did a lot of the work, that does mean extra resistances here on this plate. It is going to be more difficult to take that out. I don't know if they actually end up getting that, if the Herald is just slightly delayed, if they activate it 1 or 2 seconds later and those auto attacks into the turret were not against increased resistances.
Right. It probably would have worked, but also it's only 11:30 in. You know, it's not like a do or die situation. They'll be able to grab this turret off this next push because Contracts is still hovering around. They have enough pressure down here to most likely grab this. As I say that, I lie.
Okay.
And they bag away.
They don't get it.
Minions.
Nope. Okay. The plate remains there. CLG going after their second Drake of the game. They got that Ocean one earlier, now Infernal as number 2. Boom jumps over the wall there, just keeping him scared, making him focus on the big old fish instead of on the Viego in the river. 2 Drakes for the side of CLG. Top side, it's a play being made, and it's Dokla finding himself in the dirt. Cloud9 on the board.
He got planted in that gank, just exploded, no time to flash or exhaust. Something I forgot to call out, not a TP in the top lane, taking double combat summons for both of them, Flash, Ghost for Fudge as well. But on the flip side, because they saw that, okay, you're up in the top side, Blabber, very easy to grab that dragon as well as put some extra pressure down. Going to be able to finish off this turret in a second here, but it's taking a little longer than they want, setting up a potential dive.
Okay, Contracts is ready to go. Yuumi ult, Zeri ult, everything coming out from Cloud9. Berserker tries to make it happen. Contracts going in here for the ulti. C9, beautiful outplay in the 2v3.
C9 turned that dive around. Might not be done yet. Jensen showing up.
Jensen scooping Palafox back towards his AD carry. Jensen now going to be sped up by Sven's Yuumi. Palafox at 100 HP. Jensen's in hot pursuit. C9 gets another one.
Turn the play around the bot lane, winning all over the map right now. They get the kill on the top side. They turn the dive around the bot side. Up to a 2,000 gold advantage in their favor.
The crowd is loving it, Mark.
Their crowd is loving C9's early game. They're loving the early game in general, actually getting some scrapping down the bot side. And
no!
Why'd I say it? Why'd I do it? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't cast. I didn't think.
I don't blame you.
I didn't think I'd cause the pause.
Well, okay. Hopefully we can get back into this one very soon. This has been a nice action-packed early game. I love to see it. I'm glad that we're seeing moves, and I really want to applaud Berserker and Sven for just going like they did after CLG, like when that dive was initially happening. They're like, okay, they're about to do the dive. We can't just sit here and die, just try to kill them first. They force Tahm Kench to devour, and then they turn it around, the exhaust onto Contracts so he can't find the execute. I really liked how they played that.
Yeah, Fudge playing to the crowd a little bit there, but I absolutely agree. If you're ever getting pincered in the bot lane, and it's like 4v2, 3v2, you're almost always going to have a better result by putting your own pressure back onto one half of that pincer attack.
Right.
And in that situation, the Senna split away, like you said. It forces them to actually become defensive on the dive, and TK has to use his ult, and then there's no Senna damage. And luckily, we're right back into the game. Not so bad.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Was that one of the mythical Sippy Cup spills?
Well, I'm not going to question it. I'm just glad that we are back in the game. 10 seconds left before turret plates fall. Nearly a 3,000 gold lead for C9 just about 14 minutes into the game, Mark. That feels great for these guys.
Feels great. They should have a small scaling advantage, I would argue, in terms of the Azir, Zeri, Yuumi becoming an absolutely devastating team fight. Senna does technically scale towards infinity, you know, but I think just in terms of how the comps are going to play, if C9 get ahead, it becomes very hard for CLG, who have to land a lot of the poke to buy that space in order to walk in, and certainly it's still hard because Yuumi can always keep people topped up.
Well, CLG is going to grab the first turret of the game here in bottom lane, so a nice little bit of money in their pockets, trying to bring this one back under their control. Let's take another look at this dive that we were talking about below the tier 1 turret.
Yep, there's a little bit of a split between Luger and Poom there as they were trying to corral them against the wall. That forces a defensive ult very early from Poom, and because the turret stayed up and Luger wasn't hitting during it, they never really got Berserker close enough to threaten to kill him, and then Palafox was a little slow in showing up on this play, and Jensen was following close behind, and so after the early death of Contracts there's no way they can actually win that skirmish, and Jensen does a really nice job flash following and getting his last Q off.
Great stuff from C9, and now they're shoving up the mid wave, walking back up towards that Rift Herald pit because the second one of the game is alive, and C9 are ready to go after this one themselves. Remember, it was CLG that took the first Herald. It's CLG that have both of the early Drakes as well. They've been dominating the neutral game up until this point, but this is C9 ready to challenge for that. CLG coming in. Herald down to 300 HP. It's going to be stolen by Palafox.
Palafox, whether if he picked up a smite off the ground or something, or how he exactly stole that, but CLG are running for their lives now after that.
Well, Fudge is going in. He's got the Sven attached to him, the Yumi ulti. Boom, trying to get Luger away to safety now as well. C9 chasing CLG out of their own jungle.
Yeah, a little dicey there. I really like the angle of Sven's ultimate, collapsing onto Dokla, but targeting over the wall onto the bot lane of CLG. And a little bit of a funny direction to barf Luger back up at. Made it so he had to flash away there, lost his summoners again. Feels bad. Luger keeps losing his summoners in these little skirmishes.
Yeah, especially on a champion like Senna, especially on a champion with no built-in mobility. Let's see again.
Yeah,
how did Palafox get this? Okay, yeah, it's just the smite.
Yep, he's got the blue smite, able to get over the wall here, just times it. Did Contracts not? Oh yeah, there was no smite if the, it's not a replay bug, there was no smite actually on Blabber, so it got down to 300 health. It was there for a while, and I assume they both junglers have hands, so they easily would have gotten that if the smite was up. Not the case. And then there was that nice ult I was talking about by Sven to get the flash out, but still you're pretty happy. I don't think they were able to pick up the eye, so just a neutralization of that objective from C9, stopping them from getting it.
I mean, you get the money for killing it, I guess. It's like a cannon minion. So.
Honestly, I'd rather have my AD carry with flash than
get the cannon minion?
Yeah,
the super big purple cannon minion in the river?
No, not worth. I mean, it's worth denying the C9 gold. It's really the true prize there.
And that also means that neither side is going to have a Herald to try to use for this upcoming Drake. CLG with those first two, like I pointed out, 10 seconds until this next one spawns. Fudge is going to be able to knock down the tier 1 turret here in the bottom lane, so neither side going to have one of those to fall back to if this fight goes sour.
It's going to be a tough fight, though. There's already a mythic item on Fudge's side, but none for Dokla, having to stop down a little bit more for components. So this is a bit of an odd numbered fight in terms of the items completed.
Scuttle Crab secured by C9. Fudge hanging out here on the flank, ready to swoop in, but Fudge gets caught. This is not ideal. Has to use the Undying Rage very swiftly. Palafox goes in, Gale Force! Execution! CLG gets that, but now they've tried to continue the fight against C9 back here in the river. Dokla's very low, tries to find a knockup, but he won't get it. Boom, in trouble, trying to tunnel away there with the Abyssal Voyage. He's gonna be taken down by Berserker. You got Luger under pressure, Blabber going in after him. 2 dead on the side of CLG. Berserker is not done. Jensen continuing right behind him. They don't even need him. It is a double kill to Berserker.
Palafox makes a pickoff onto Fudge, but that 4-man core of C9, like we were saying, so strong. Just so much chase down potential between the Udyr, the Zeri, and the Yumi, speeding everybody up, making sure they stay on top of them. Absolutely running CLG over in that fight. It was really nice 2 bubbles in a row by Palafox to start this fight out. We'll knock up there first. Then there's the damage, the root, and then, then the sleep. Nice just chain CC combo to force them out. During this time, the rest of C9 is just focusing down the dragon, and so while they do get this kill here, once the dragon's done, it's a very easy turn. Dokla goes in, doesn't really find anyone other than Jensen, so he's knocked down low. Luger has a nice ultimate, but they just don't have enough damage if they don't land the poke ahead of time. And the rest of C9 just stays topped up with the Zeri, and it's so hard to actually kite and disengage in Udyr, who, despite the early control that Contracts had, has actually become massively farmed this game. Blabber has done a great job finding his farm.
And Berserker is just running people down here with this Zeri. You can see 3,600 damage dealt in the last team fight. Contracts did 130. So...
It's Viego versus Zeri. Is that really a fair comparison?
Viego's kind of a terror if he gets ahead, but as you said, it's Blabber who's just taken over the jungle right now. 3-level lead for the Udyr. 57 farm ahead of the Viego. Contracts has just fallen so far behind this game.
I think for the most part, CLG was willing to put Contracts a little behind, what happened anyways in the jungle matchup, but to try and snowball the bot lane, they sent a Rift Herald down there, they made a number of ganks happen, and the fact that C9's bot lane did a great job of, 1, winning in farm despite the attention that was coming down their way, turning ganks around, and then comboing with their team to actually get the first turf themselves in the bot lane. Like, they did such a good job neutralizing plays like this over and over again by CLG, just having such a hard time finding a foothold in this game.
And, I mean, mid lane's farm is at least close, but looking at top, that's a plus 25 for C9. And it's way more extreme in the other roles. Jungle's plus 60, bottom lane's plus 60. C9's got this massive gold advantage, and a ton of it is from those farming leads they built up for themselves. So the question I want to ask you, Mark, is if you're CLG, what's the plan from here? We're just now at 20 minutes, and things are looking pretty grim.
It's hard. Both teams have similar-esque team comps, though C9's is, I think, much stronger in straight front-to-back team fights. And so for CLG, they need to find pickoffs like they found onto Fudge early in these fights, a combination of sleep, center roots, whatever you can to get someone down low, but you actually need to finish them off and get onto the right people because Berserker and Jensen are so strong right now. And if you don't actually kill them, Yuumi will just top them both up. So pickoffs in the Vision game is really what you're playing for right now because I don't think anyone can stop Fudge either in the side lane.
Yeah, Fudge is currently running the show up there in top side as CLG will try to defend their tier 1 turret. But Blabber is just this massive wall that can lead the charge for C9. Boom, sticking around a little bit too long here. Jensen shoots him forward there with the soldiers. It won't even matter. Blabber's still chasing. Luger gets himself away. C9 with 1 kill, but now they might be in a little bit of trouble. Dokla jumping in, finds the damage, finds the shutdown. Contracts gets the kill on the C9 AD carry, but now he's dead to Jensen afterwards. Fudge getting himself back away. It's a bloody one here in mid lane.
Oh, not done yet.
Nicely done. Palafox getting the kill on Fudge. He leaves the Tryndamere ulti on the table. Feels bad. Dokla jumping back in there. Oh, Dokla. Big Dokes. All right, he's fine. He's fine.
A little bit of danger. Might not be done yet. Palafox playing to the side. Jensen can't quite get out there as E comes up. They get out. Ends up a 2 for 2, I believe, at the end of that Fudge. Ended up getting dropped with his ultimate still up. Slight misplay there, because otherwise I think that fight goes much better for Cloud9. And at the tail end of that, Yuumi got slept, jumped onto someone, and started ulting, and then the slept finished channeling and knocked her out unconscious. We'll go back to that in a second. First, just CLG are trying to defend themselves however they can. I do like sticking up for yourself a little bit and not just ceding objectives. Almost got that ult off in time by Luger to maybe save him here. And then Dokla has a nice 3-man ultimate to turn this one around, bunching everyone up, giving them a target to focus down. And importantly, taking down the Zeri, who, like I said, is one of the things you have to do. Make sure you kill a priority target early on. Fudge turning around right here with his ghost, spins back in, just gets popped before his ultimate goes off. Not quite ready for that damage.
Yeah.
Right idea.
You can't do those. You can't do those. If you're going to make that play with Tryndamere, you got to be ready to just pop the ulti. Even if you pop it a second early, I'd rather just have 1 less second of it than never get it at all.
It's true. But when you watch someone perfectly time the ultimate, don't you just think they're so cool?
Okay, perfectly timed ultimate is a dopamine hit. I'll give you that. Like, that definitely makes you feel cool as the Tryndamere player. But you know what's cooler than feeling cool? Not being dead.
Dubs.
So, yeah, you need to winning the game. But C9 is still looking like they're in a really good spot to do just that. 5,000 gold ahead. Fudge is pushing the tier 2 turret bottom. That one's going to crumble now too. The Tryndamere continuing to just be this massive threat. He's got the Gale Force. He's got Navori Quick Blades. He's so elusive.
He's very elusive. He's very dangerous. And it just feels so hard from CLG from here. I mean, C9 have done such a good job of getting their carries farmed up. And I just don't feel there's enough damage on CLG's side, enough consistent damage to actually punch through Blabber's health bar if a Yuumi's attached to him. It just feels so doomed, and so that's why they need to find angles. But Berserker is usually super well positioned. I mean, he came out into the scene in spring. It was a little bit of a quiet start for him, but in the middle of spring, he was winning C9 games just with his team fighting alone. And so if your win con is kill Berserker in a team fight, that's usually really hard to do. His positioning is immaculate.
Yeah, I would always call him, when I was talking to people behind the scenes, I would call him Chekhov's AD carry back in spring because we were never having conversations about like, wow, watch him pop off in lane or do this or do that. But all you do is say, yep, Berserker's down there, and then 15 minutes later, once you get to the team fights, then he's gonna come back. Then his point in the story has reached its climax, right? Like then he's ready to go.
Foreshadowing, yeah. You mentioned him once early.
Yeah, you mentioned him once to set it up, and then you get the payoff later, and the guy is just an awesome team fighter. He's so much fun to watch. But CLG, they're not having quite as much fun watching this one.
No, they're in a lot of trouble. I mean, Cloud9 have stopped their dragon stacking as well. That was one of the other potential win cons, maybe, but that one fight where they were able to, one, pick off Fudge at the beginning, but it allowed the dragon to go over to C9. Now they're up to 2 of the Mountain Souls, or excuse me, Mountain Dragons, and it's actually a very frustrating dragon for CLG's comp, which is predicated on landing poke before a fight, and they just get fat extra resist and armor and shields stacked on top of it with a Yumi that can then heal you. You get more value out of this dragon buff that you're stacking when you have fielding on your team. Effective HP is really cool, and it just becomes so hard.
Contracts getting into a scrap with Blabber that he does not want anything else to do with.
Yeah, Blabber's still full HP. This is what we're talking about. It's so hard to make this damage stick against C9's comp.
Blabber is he's the X factor here. Palafox gonna get run down, rooted up by the Yumi. Blabber backing away a little bit now. He is pretty far separated from the rest of C9. CLG grouped up as a full unit here in the mid lane. Azir turret summoned by Jensen. Sleepy Trouble Bubble finds him, but there will not be any follow-up. He gets himself back over the wall safely, just fine. What's the move here for C9, Mark? You want to see like a Baron play? You just want to let him have Fudge play the split push game for a while? Maybe get caught by CLG here in the mid lane? Maybe not. Jensen getting himself out. Blabber wants to turn it back around. CLG's at least able to remove that Sun Disc.
Whew. I like the attempt by CLG there, try and find a pick off on the mid lane, but this is what Jensen's known for. The fancy footwork makes it so hard to pin him down, and in the meantime, they got sidewave push in both top and bot lane there. C9 operating as a unit, and I know this is going to be really boring, Captain Flowers, but just take it slow.
This is, hey.
You ask what C9 should do, you keep stacking those dragons, you start setting up some vision around Baron, you first CLG at a face check, and you take it easy because you are going to outscale them. Both your side lane should win his 1v1, and your 4-man should win the 4v4. There's no need to flip a Baron situation from here, so.
Right.
I gotta say, I'm sorry, but it's the boring correct answer.
No, I totally agree with you. I totally understand that. It's just the way that the game is set up. It's the way that they can easily keep winning this. Fudge just continues building that strength in the split push situation. He continues just being able to mow these things over. Now let's go see what the mid lane might look like as Berserker takes a little bit of damage here. Blabber, he's not worried. Ben just jumps on him, heal him, no problem.
Oh no, 20% of my HP is gone.
Oh no, it's back. There it is.
Tragic. All right, do it. Dragon in 50 seconds. I feel like CLG are going to end up forcing this because there's really no advantage to waiting for longer when the scaling advantage is in your enemy's favor. So while it is a pretty doomed fight to look for, 6,000 gold down, you still kind of have to do it.
It's the winningest play.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So may as well go down swinging.
There's not going to be a play that feels good to make from this situation, so you have to find whichever one feels the least bad. And if that's going for a dragon with a 6k deficit, then it's going for a dragon with a 6k deficit. It's only 20 seconds until that dragon spawns. Contracts creeping through the mist. But C9 is ready for him.
I really like Blabber abusing the mountain rift there a little bit.
Well, he's turned on the Ghost, so they're ready to go. C9 wants to commit to this fight. Fudge is coming around from the side now, too. Boom trying to get himself away. Thick Skin keeps him alive for a couple of extra seconds, but he gets cut down by Fudge. Contracts wants to turn it around. Zoning Berserker away from the fight. Dokla buys some time here. Fudge gonna lose the ulti there as Blabber gets taken down low, too. C9 are at least scared away a little bit now. Dokla goes in. Flash for the Q3, but Dokla falls. Jensen grabs the killing spree on that one, but Berserker dies to Luger on the back half. It's a 2-for-1 favoring C9. The Dragon, now the target.
Yep, Cloud9 able to fall back under the Dragon, 2-for-1 in their favor, but they did drop Berserker again in that situation. We'll see if they can find an exit kill.
Dragon secured. Palafox looking for Jensen here. The Paddle Star's not gonna get him. And now Palafox is the one who's gotta be careful. He gets himself back away. C9 walking off on this one. Jensen needs another bubble.
Good bubble accuracy, but just not enough damage to actually find one of these kills. Palafox also able to hold on to his real flash through that, despite how many times you saw him flash in that fight. None of those were his. CLG, you can feel the desperation. Dokla understood, like, me dying for Berserker is still a net positive trade for us, so he kind of brute forced that in and pinned Berserker up against that pit so that they could finalize that kill, but still the fact that Poom got dropped early on meant that they're fighting an uphill battle. I think CLG played that one decently for how far behind they are, but still end up losing the Dragon, the soul stacking going in C9's favor still.
4 minutes and 10 seconds from now is going to just feel awful for CLG because you got to go into another situation like that, and you cannot lose the Dragon now because then that is the soul. Man, it's getting worse. Things just keep getting bleaker and bleaker for CLG as this game goes on.
I mean, they're probably feeling the same way we are. You know, you're in comms, you're like, all right, well, that was our dragon attempt. Now, do we just chill for 4 minutes? Do we brute force something? It's up to C9 exactly where you go on the map. C9 have so much control in their pocket that if they start a Baron, you're like, great, maybe we can actually win this fight.
Okay, C9 starting up that objective. CLG coming in trying to challenge for it. Palafox getting caught out. He might just get rooted up here by the Yuumi. However, saved from Poom, but he's the sacrificial lamb. Fudge just cuts Luger to pieces. Dokla falls too. Berserker grabbing the kill on that one. 4 dead, make it 5. CLG is aced. Cloud9 doesn't even lose anything on the health bar.
Cloud9 baits them into Baron, finds the clean turn-off, forcing the Sums out early and chase down all 5 members of CLG for the ace. 30 seconds for some of these members. This could be game right here.
I think it's just game over, Mark. They don't need the Baron. The only person that might be up in time is going to be the Senna, the Tom Kench. Those 2 alone are not defending against a full 5-man push. Throw out the Azir ulti just for fun to get rid of some of the minions. And that's it. GG, Cloud9, take down CLG.
A slow, controlled win out of Cloud9. They held on in the bot lane, stopped the early tide of aggression out of CLG, and then started winning in the mid game with their superior team fighting and split push composition. Very clean win out of Cloud9, a team win.
Yeah, they just looked good. Everybody was doing what they needed to do. Blabber was keeping the tempo high in the jungle. He became the meatball. Yeah.
Very respectful. I love the sportsmanship out of Cloud9. They're just such great guys, all of them.
Sportsmanship here. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Disappointed looks on the faces of CLG. You gotta feel bad for them.
It's okay. Everybody has a day like that. Everybody has a game like that.
They'll bounce back.
Yeah. Cloud9, the special props over to Berserker and Sven. We already talked about how well they were handling things in the bottom lane, like surviving the dive, being able to jump on one of the pincers before they were both able to close in. Just the way that these guys play together, they're a lot of fun.
Sven with the signature pose. He's been doing that since like 2015, OG Neil's pose.
Hell yeah. That's brand power right there.
It's always the same pose across the years. I gotta say, C9 is looking real scary right now in the LCS. Everyone thought this team had an incredible ceiling, but it was a question of how quickly they can get there. They beat 100 Thieves last week. They beat CLG, who was only 1 loss before this. Like, they are ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, the start was rocky because they didn't have the full roster. You start off 0-3. They tie their record at 3-3 now. This does not look like a 3-3 team.
No, this is the most deceptive 3-3 you're going to see in the LCS. This play right here is just so doomed for CLG. Baits them in such an easy turnoff. I love the split. Fudge identifying that Luger has no protection on him because all the defense went to getting Palafox out of that situation. It's an easy chase down for the rest of the team, and everyone can kind of keep pace, except for Jensen. He's left in the back, but Berserker scooting along, teamed up with Blabber and Sven to find these kills. Just an easy final team fight for them, chasing down the members of CLG.
And it's what you were talking about. It's CLG just waiting, seeing what Cloud9's going to do, seeing if there's any angle to punish. No, they're not walking into that play thinking, all right, here it is, we won the lottery. But it's like, well, we got to try something. And unfortunately, Cloud9 was just too far ahead at that point. There wasn't a lot they could really do about it.
No, and it was one of those games, too, where I think we talked a lot about from the CLG perspective, knowing that they were in the driver's seat early on in the game. Yeah. And C9 just sidestepped all the aggression, made it through fine to the mid game. And then as a team, they just collectively win against the other team comp, especially since they had the gold lead because they did such a great job farming across the board that it's just such a clean team win. You're like, who do I shout out here? Is it, Sven denying all the engagement in the bot lane? Is it Berserker's team fighting? Is it Fudge split push? Like, you could literally probably give player of the game to anyone here and I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, everybody played their role and they played their role correctly. There wasn't an angle for CLG to really take. They were losing direct fights. They were losing the split push. They fell behind in terms of the tempo. Like I was talking about, the farming advantages. Just the CS difference was massive in both the jungle and bottom lane farming roles.
Yeah, that was probably what really did them in a little bit, was even though CLG got the first Rift Herald and had some good plays to get kills, the fact that you're fighting this uphill battle of just naturally being behind gold from the CSing makes it even more difficult. And I think that's one of the things that makes C9 scary, is just top to bottom in this roster, they're stacked. And so they're going to be a little bit of a skill check in the lane.
I mean, when you think about it, on average of what is it, like 14, 15 minions is as much gold as a kill or something like that. And okay, top is plus 25, jungle's plus 60, bottom's plus 60.
It's like we got 7 kills out of nowhere.
We're doing great. But we're wrapping up the day with Cloud9's Fudge in the Bud Light Breakdown.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. Captain Flowers didn't lie to you. We're joined by Fudge, top laner Cloud9. now on a 3-0 streak with the intended starting roster.
There it is.
Smashing CLG. How does it feel, my friend, to kind of like be back into picking up steam, back to the winning ways of Cloud9?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm definitely used to it from 2021. Spring, I had a really good team initially, so we like actually won quite a bit. But then obviously spring this year, we were not so good. I was not very good as a mid laner.
Wait, I was gonna say, blame the mid laner.
Yeah, it's
It's pretty easy to
mid
just blame the mid laner.
Mid jungle is broken and we lost, so it's my fault. But you know, it feels really nice, obviously, to just like go back to winning. I still think we have a lot of team errors and also individual errors. As you can see on my team fights in those games, you know, a little rough, but I'm working on it.
Going back to the point that you mentioned about like your mid lane, you still got all pro third. It felt like, I know there was a lot of comments about the mid lane pool in the LCS at the time being pretty weak.
Yeah.
But it felt like you had got into a new role, performed much better than a lot of people expected, though you have a high standard for yourself. How did you actually feel about that?
It was definitely nice getting third team all pro. I felt like I got some recognition, even though in my own head I was like thinking, oh, pretty bad, you know. I'm not to the standard that I wanted to be, obviously, because there's high expectations, especially after summer. I felt like I was definitely hyped up a lot by the community. And then after playing mid lane, the hype obviously dies down when you're not as good as you were. But it was still really nice, obviously. I felt like I was improving quite a bit throughout the split, but yeah, I didn't really get to the level I wanted to be at. But I'm still happy with the progress, obviously.
That makes sense.
I have a little follow-up to that because when Sven was on here, he was talking about role swapping, and I was like, oh yeah, like I was gonna interrupt my like AD carry. Obviously, going back to top lane, you look very comfortable, but how much did it interrupt kind of this rapid improvement we saw over the year prior, and then role swapping, and then coming back?
Yeah, definitely role swapping. I definitely lost a bit of what I had in top lane, I think, like in terms of like the mechanical aspect of the champions. I think I gained a lot of perspective playing mid lane though, from like learning all of like how jungle wants to play, how support wants to play, and obviously how mid lane wants to play around everyone else. And also what they need, right? I can like look at like what's happening mid lane and tell what Jensen needs for me to like help him, stuff like that.
Is that where the rotation from top? That was really good. I love that.
Yeah, I tried. I mean, I wasted Ghost, but no, it was the intention was good. The intention was good.
Yeah, the idea was great.
It also means now that Jensen he has no excuses, right? Because you're like, I played the role. I played the role. You can come gank for me, bro. I know it.
He played well. He played well.
He did play very well.
Good.
In terms of like moving back into the top lane, right? Like that's always long been seen as like the most isolated role and everything like that. Like, how has your perspective changed on the top lane specifically, having had that opportunity to go kind of look and feel out the rest of the map and then jump back into it?
I definitely think it's changed a lot because I realize how much top laners can do, but they don't really do it. Like they aren't really aware of how much they can do on the map, I think, in terms of like invading enemy jungle camps, timing their camps so that you can like invade with your entire team, using your support roams, using your mid lane roams. I think people don't really use their teammates as much in top lane. They sort of just have like the fixed idea that top lane's like 1v1, you know?
Right.
And I think really good teams, especially in like China and Korea, use top lane. They sort of like play really, really well around top lane to punish the enemy top lane, even if it's not like you're outplaying the enemy top lane in 1v1.
And just a little follow-up to that, now that you're watching Sven tackle a role swap as well in front of you, right after you've done it, like, how do you kind of appreciate how he has approached changing roles as compared to the way that you did?
Yeah, I think he's actually doing a really, really good job, and he has a really good mentality because first week coming into scrims, he was like, guys, I'm sorry, but I might have to end like the first couple of days. I might have to end the first couple of days and just like all in, you know, because you really have to understand the limits of like, especially all ins, level 1, 2, 3 in bot lane. Bot lane is like a complete banger games, like always.
Yeah.
So I really appreciated his mentality coming into like the role swap, and also I think that he's not really getting in his own head.
That's good.
I noticed, like, sometimes I would get in my own head, like, oh, maybe I should, like, maybe I'm not good as a mid laner. Maybe it's, like, not going to work out, stuff like that. I don't really notice any signs of that, so I think he's doing a really good job.
Yeah. I do know, and he's been outspoken with us, both on camera and off camera, about how, like, of course, when he role swaps is when we go into Enchanter meta, and he's stuck playing Yuumi. That said, though, I'm like, catching that bubble so that he can jump
that
at,
was-
like,
that
things
was
like that. I'm
Yeah.
like, holy crap, this is 3-week support,
Yeah.
you know, like, what a wild little play from him. So it's just kind of cool to see somebody swap and come up with kind of, at times, game-changing plays that early on in a role swap.
I definitely think that his, like, overall game understanding and champion understanding of other roles is actually way higher than definitely most ADC mains. I think
Okay.
most ADC mains are generally not as well-versed in other roles. I think he's, like, one of the smartest ADC mains that I've talked to.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Clicky click, pew pew.
In terms of like his actual like knowledge, even though like, you know, obviously ADC is very important mechanically.
Right.
Maybe that's played a role into it, but what would you say, first of all, did you expect to be, like your team be playing as well as you guys are now with your bot lane just coming in? Were you surprised by it? Do you feel like the current practice methods, because I've heard from some of the players that it's like, oh, it's just you guys have gotten pretty quick at it just coming in with how you guys have, you know, had conversations. Like, what would you attribute to the kind of rapid success you guys are having right now?
I think we're all just already better than most of our counterparts, honestly.
Yeah.
I think I was honestly surprised because I thought that like when I role swap back to top lane that other top laners would be like maybe better than me at some of these matchups, stuff like that, but it didn't really feel like that was the case. Also, I think Jensen is, I mean, I'm not gonna flame him. His is better than I expected, honestly. I expected that he would have a rough start because he didn't play for a split, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to like come back after a whole split and just like be good still. And I think he's still really good and he's never like outlaned by anyone. Like especially in scrims, I think he's doing really, really well. So I'm pretty happy with the start.
Yeah.
I do still think though that even though we're winning these games, I don't think they're very clean.
Yeah, they're not. And I think to another point that you mentioned within your answer was about you know, the role in top lane, and I think you, in the past, when you were playing top lane, took advantage of counter picks pretty easily and consistently, the creativity, the large pool that you have, and also just seeing the Tryndamere pick after the buffs in a really good matchup. You're not really seeing that many teams take counter picks top lane.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on that?
I think people are not very creative.
Yeah.
That's my perspective. But also, they aren't really willing to first time things. Like for me, this Tryndamere game, I haven't played a game of Tryndamere in scrims ever since last year. And I haven't played it in solo queue, champs queue. Like this is literally my first time Tryndamere since last year.
There it is.
There we go.
But I mean, the champion's obviously not like extremely difficult. It's not the same as like Aurelia. It's not the same as like Fiora, right?
Yeah.
But I do think like generally, counter picks aren't really going to stomp lane. I think the best thing that you can do with counter picks is mainly countering their team comp. And you really pick a really good champion for the game in 5v5. And I think Tryndamere was really, really good pick. Obviously, I don't think Yone Blind is also that good, but
I'm told I think we have a highlight play from Fudge from this game.
Highlight play?
Oh, no. It is.
Can we take a look at that?
I'm interested.
Well, I mean, Tryndamere is a high execution champion.
Yes.
You could tell I was first time.
With real playmaking potential.
Oh, baby. Watch it. Wow, I played this fight so terribly.
I see the play, though. You have ulti up.
Here it is.
E, flash, order, boom.
Dead. Oh, wait, you're dead, though. Ah, not quite.
It happens. You know?
Yeah, it does. It happens.
Do you remember Perks Tryndamere? Do you remember?
Yes,
he did not use the R key.
Yeah.
That actually.
It was a
But if I remember correctly, Cloud9 won that split.
And
so all signs point to good. Yeah. We have one other piece of business that we got to take care of while we're lucky enough to have you on the desk. This lovely trophy that Emily. It's actually kind of heavy. She's gonna hot potato that over to you. We'd like to officially award you, and I know this is coming almost a year late, but FTX, having become a sponsor of the LCS, has also sponsored the Most Improved Award, and Fudge will be the first recipient of that. Now, it's important to note that this is for your performance last year. So it's the improvement that you made last year.
He's telling me I'm not improving anymore.
It's the
I'm watching up.
All right, that's one way to take it. The other way to take it is I'm saying
like in-depth analytical questions. Dash is just here to flame you.
I'm just here to flame you.
That's good.
No, really, what I was trying to say is you did so much improving last year, it'd be hard for you to snag it again this year.
I would say so, yeah.
But I do want to talk to you kind of about what the award means, because we will be doing the same thing this time around. For yourself, as a young player out there on the LCS stage, one, what did you attribute the majority of your growth to? But two, how would you even reflect on your growth? Like, what aspects of your, top lane play or just your League of Legends play in general last year do you think, actually elevated?
Yeah, I think the people I would attribute my improvement to, mainly Max Waldo, who's the head coach C9, Vigar V2, who's the positional coach, and he was helping me a lot last year. He's not helping me as much this split. He's mainly working with Jensen now.
Gotcha.
And also LS. I think he's someone I talk to a lot, and he's someone that definitely shaped the way I thought about the game.
Very cool.
So I think those three people are the main people that helped me improve. And in terms of what I improved on, I feel I improved on was mainly, I think, the perspective of how top lane should play the game and how other roles have sort of interconnected with it.
Yeah.
I definitely think I was brainless, we can say. I remember when I called every other top laner brainless. I still am brainless.
Oh no, you slipped into it.
Don't get me wrong, I'm still brainless, if compared to what could be. But I definitely have improved a lot in terms of my knowledge of the game.
Less brainless.
Less brainless.
Yeah, okay.
Less brainless.
There it is.
Good English lessons, guys.
Yeah. What would be maybe something that you would encourage young, either rookies or just people who are, in the first year or two of their careers? Like we've, in the last couple of years, definitely generated more conversation around who will be the next era of LCS greats. But in order to achieve that, a lot of work has to be put in. So just as you're still, years away from the twilight of your career, but still with enough kind of relative distance over the rookies.
Yeah.
What would be something you would say to a young player stepping onto your team about how they should approach the LCS and learning?
I definitely think people focus very heavily on playing the game a lot rather than thinking about it a lot. I think people are very, very, they sort of just play the game to play the game. I think it's very, it's very.
There's a
theme. There's a theme. There's a theme. Yeah. But I think people have to have way more intention when it comes to playing the game, and they have to go into games knowing what they want to improve. I think if you don't do that, you'll sort of just go. You'll slowly improve. It's likely you'll slowly improve, mechanically. But I think it won't really be noticeable. The improvement. I think it's very important that you shape the ideas around how you think you should play, and constantly challenge them. I think that's something that players have to do.
The classic work smarter, not harder. I like
Hell
it.
yeah, I like that. One other question for you, just as you take a look at the field of, 49 other players, because we won't include yourself.
Oh, baby.
In this year of 2022, is there a player that kind of jumps to the front of your mind as somebody who would maybe be making the case currently for a year of improvement?
This is interesting because he didn't actually play last split in LCS.
Okay.
I actually think Dokla has improved a lot.
Nice.
He's
so he's happy because
I'm glad you brought that up because it's something I brought up to them off air, and we kind of had the same thing where we're like, but he didn't play LCS last year, which makes it tough to evaluate.
Yeah, it's hard to evaluate, but I definitely remember playing against him in solo queue, and obviously I played against him in Academy. I think he's improved. I'm not gonna say that word.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, but we felt it. We felt
He
it.
has improved a lot. And whenever I lane against him, I feel like he's actually one of the better laners in the LCS. So
cool. Nice.
I think Dokla is definitely someone I would choose. Or
Awesome.
have as a candidate, I guess.
Let me expand the conversation and question to the two of you, just as we kind of roll through summer. Any other individuals that you two want to talk about around options for most improved?
So, because we did talk about this going into it. For me, Contracts is a pretty good example of it. Last split, he, of course, CLG as an organization was suffering, but for him individually, wasn't playing nearly as well as we saw him when he came in a few games on Evil Geniuses. And now it feels like he's performing really well. I mean, clearly CLG has been performing well around that as well. So I think in terms of just this year, Contracts comes to name.
Emily?
I'll stick with Jose Deodo for now. I do think, again, I've been really, really critical of his early pathing in terms of, efficiency, but I think his lane communication has improved so much. What he does seems to have a lot more thought and purpose behind it, where last year I felt like he really, really struggled against LCS caliber junglers, and the jungle pool overall is so strong that props to him for improving so much over the course of a year.
Yeah, I think I would maybe currently struggle to argue either of these two names over the three that you just mentioned, but I think people who should be in consideration would be a Blaze Olive and Palafox.
Yeah.
I think Palafox looks pretty incredible in a lot of CLG's wins, and particularly on that Taliyah pick and his ability to kind of understand the windows of using like creative walls to section off fights, things like that. And Ablalov as well has had a couple of like really big plays, I think, for his squad, particularly today on the Azir. But a couple of names I would consider, but I'm not sure maybe meet the bar of the three that you mentioned.
The Dokla point for sure is really good. And it reminds me, because I think coming into this conversation, we're talking about players coming from Academy into LCS. Dokla has been that player who has just been insane. And the last time, it's actually funny that you mentioned it, because from a player yourself that came from Academy to the LCS, you came into being a top 3 top laner, like, by the end of the split, easily. And Dokla is already making a name for that with how well he's been performing in lane. So I really want to see how he ends the split.
Again, it's only week 3, so we got plenty of runway for all of our players to make the case for most improved. We are only 3 weeks into the split, and each team still has their eyes on winning the summer title. For each of your favorite teams, though, doing their best to bring home that trophy, Grubhub is also giving you a little discount to get $10 off your Grubhub order of $25 or more for deliveries only through July 3rd with code 10LCS. 10LCS. Terms do apply, so make sure you check those out. But while you're getting food delivered, check out this.
What's the play, Dad?
From Ablalov, delivering the win for his team with a little bit of a whoop-de-scoop.
Ooh,
Scoopity whoop.
He actually played really well this game.
He did play really well this game.
I was like insane Azir after he won the game when everyone went.
I think this was the play in question, too. I love it because it was the flash, the dash from Lucian, just the jerking straight back into the team. Amazing play. And overall, like, Golden Guardians are, as a team, it depends. Like, hot and cold, depends on the draft. Also just depends on, like, the players in the moment. But that game was exceptional. They had a lead. They didn't throw it or, like, basically, like, run from it. Last split, it was the entire conversation of holding a gold lead, throwing it near in mid-game. So it's nice to see that they're on track of being able to maintain it.
I love you calling that out, right? Because that was the identity of Golden Guardians last split. These massive early leads, not always able to convert, but it's also very cool to see them step back into the arena. I know they were quarantined. Blaze Olive himself said, hey, it's a lot tougher to play from home. You can probably attest, having had
Honestly,
just
also welcome.
Or are you on the other side of the fence on that one?
Honestly, for me, it's like, I just wake up like an hour before the game. I'm like chilling. Maybe that's why I lost. Honestly, actually, well, we won the games.
There it is. Hard to say, right?
Hard to say.
Either way, good on a Blaze Olive for that huge play today. Let's take a look at our pogs from each of the 5 games that we had today. See who the top performers were.
Sveningsson on the Yumi.
Oh, play.
This
Who
is
said
unbelievable.
supports can't carry?
Honestly, this is bullshit. He played Yumi, bro. I'm sorry.
He played Yumi, bro. So are you petitioning that no Yumi player should ever get a pog?
I mean, I guess the Zoe thing was good. Yeah, no, man, I'm delusional. I'm just butthurt.
Okay, who are you throwing your vote for? Don't say yourself.
No, I'm not gonna say myself. Probably Blabber.
For the record,
first death.
I just got word from production on how the voting broke down on that game specifically. There was a tie in the vote, at which point typically we'll go to stats for the tie break. The tie broke it on the Zoe bubble. That was it. That was the tie break. When it was an even vote on analysts. So, but it was between him and Berserker. So
yeah, I guess he didn't even do that intentionally, I'm sure.
That would actually be so brilliant.
We'll let him have that.
We'll let him have that one, right? He needs confidence.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, right. Part of improvement is building confidence as well. All right, let's take a look at the standings here. Conclusion of day 1 of week 3. We got EG still in first at 5-1. 100 Thieves, CLG, and Team Liquid Honda all at 4-2. Cloud9, who's leading that pack, all tied for 3rd, or I guess what would that be, 5th in actuality, at 3-3 before we close things out with TSM, Dignitas, and Immortals Progressive. That brings us to our schedule for tomorrow, where we kick things off with Dignitas versus TSM before EG goes up against Golden Guardians. Cloud9 in that marquee matchup of the day. Slot number 3 against FlyQuest before Team Liquid Honda and CLG go up against each other. And we close things out with Immortals Progressive against 100 Thieves. Cloud9 FlyQuest, how you feeling about it?
I don't know. Fly Phillip has been looking pretty scary. He's been playing pretty well. I'm a little worried about him, but I think my team will do pretty well, you know?
You think so?
Yeah, I think we'll stump them in like 20 minutes, but...
Okay. Oh, Oh!
Let's go.
20 minutes in this meta?
I think so, yeah.
I'm
like
ready for it.
We can make it happen.
Change that meta. Flip it
Make
on its
happen.
head, my
People
friend.
are delusional. You can win early games. People just aren't playing well.
If you can. I hope LCS teams follow your example going
We can't,
forward.
honestly. I'm being extremely.
If I don't see a level 3 top turd dive tomorrow, I'm gonna be so mad.
Turrets totally didn't change. We're having our first pan.
Yeah, I was just saying, I want one of two things. I either want Belveth or I want level 3 turd
I'm
dives.
surprised we haven't seen Belveth,
Same.
by the way. I'm
Just
really
like us.
surprised.
Crazy.
So we've talked to some people
Yeah.
off the record.
Do you want? I don't.
A jungler and
Yeah, we
a
did talk
coach.
to a couple
And
junglers and coaches.
basically, the end result of this very small poll that we did is that she's difficult to play, and they're worried about like early clear times. And then additionally, just like not enough practice.
Yeah.
Well, and her fragility, I think, is one of the things I've heard specifically. Like, get caught out in the wrong place and just 100-0.
Also, you have to flip Herald, fight to the death, or else.
Ah,
both teams will do that. They
Yeah.
will fight Herald, 5v5, and
Yep.
whoever wins the game. That's
Yeah.
it.
All right. Well, hey, if you're curious, rewind to the beginning of the show where Emily actually broke down the usage of Herald that we've seen along with
Yeah.
Belveth and how powerful it can be. But that's going to be it for the show. Fudge, thank you so much for closing it out with us.
Thank you.
Congrats again on the
Appreciate it.
trophy. I hope you have a place at home.
Don't drop it on your head.
Put that. But that's it for the LCS. We'll catch you all back here tomorrow. Now, on behalf of myself, the cast, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.
Thank you.
Oh, that was terrible.
Oh, it dodged it.
All right. Don't throw the trophy. Oh, also.